Okay, great. Beautiful. I like the pink. I say let's do it then. Okay, so Voiceless got called away for a COVID test. We will be back in 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Who do you want me to add to the okay. Yeah, yeah. He'll need to. He'll eat. Yeah. Oh, they want some. Who wants some? Our mics are currently
Uh huh. Ah. So just have to wait then.
Wait, we're our mics are live. But I muted some stream.
We do a stalling show. How long is this man? How long does it take to get tested for COVID?
Wait, Paul, you gotta mute us in the stream, please. We're live and we're talking. We're saying this all in the stream. Well, you're relaying us.
It's not like anyone's watching, right? Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Nelson, you want to kick us off?
Alright, I'm kicking us off with the. Alright, welcome back everyone. We'll be setting up for this next match between SKT versus TFT. What are your thoughts today on these two contenders playing off against each other?
Okay, so just as a bit of background, today we are kicking off with the semifinals. It's a best of three. Um, the This particular stream is going to cover the match between Mike's Muted and It's an Eighth with Captain SK Telecom Team 1 versus Captain Voidless. On the other channel, we have two streams going on today. We will have semifinal B with Shorting Jian Lu versus Sammy Diff. So definitely feel free to check out both games. I personally think that our game, semifinal A, is going to be more of the banger, as teams Mike's Muted and It's an Eighth are expected to be very, very close in power level. Um, so unfortunately, Captain Voidless had to have a quick medical emergency, and he will be back in about 15 minutes. So in the meantime, we have guest caster Captain Riot C-Max from Shrimp Gang here with us today. Uh, Riot C-Max, do you have any thoughts on what to expect for this semifinal match?
In terms of expectations, I think that we can expect this one to be a banger. You know, once the group stage wrapped up, I think it was pretty clear that the top teams had made it out of both of the groups, and so we can expect some close matches. I think the series could go either way. Either team could win. And honestly, like any of the teams who are left in the semifinals could win the entire tournament. So I'm really excited to see how it all plays out.
What do you think of both teams' play styles?
I will say that since I was playing yesterday, I didn't watch a ton of their games, and I certainly haven't seen too much of Elijah's team play since we didn't scrim them a bunch. But I think that they like it's an eighth seems like a very scary team to me. I
Really?
can't like name any specific
Shut up.
styles, but I think that for the first game, they seem like they have more like possible win conditions maybe than Mike's Muted. I feel like Mike's Muted plays around Tofu a lot, and they really need their captain to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Whereas when I've played against It's an Eighth, it doesn't seem like Voidless is always there and does a lot of work, but he doesn't have to.
Oh, so just some background, the team members for It's an Eighth is JTB 102 up in the top lane, Minge Betty L9 in the jungle, Cardinal in the mid lane, Voidless in as the ADC, and Entropy as the support. On the other side, for Mike Muted, we have local favorite, the Silver Smurfer himself, Green Epic up in the top lane, twice in the jungle, SK Telecom, Team T1 in the mid lane, Pharaoh as ADC, and Monkey Dong 123 as support.
Yeah, and now this is going to be a really good close matchup between these two teams. Each team brings a different type of playstyle. Looking at It's an Eighth, what we saw yesterday was a banger when Midge Bay L9 took and the Master Yi into the jungle. So be prepared to see some unprecedented picks come from that team. Then moving on to SKT, I would say the one to watch out for is the top lane, Green Epic. You know, it's sometimes gods flip a coin, and you don't know if it's going to be heads or tails.
What do you guys think about the top lane matchup between Green Epic and JTB 102?
I think it's definitely a little bit favored towards Green Epic, but if the games continue to go, or at least if the drafts continue to go in the way that Mike's Muted has played them in the group stages, it means that they're going to be putting Green Epic on a low ego tank top laner. Or I think the most carry he was allowed to play was Darius the other day. I would love to see him on the Darius or on the Kled and see if he could abuse this matchup. But I don't think that much is going to happen. I think he'll probably be on a tank top again, and we're probably just going to see tanks doing a wet noodle fight, clearing waves top lane.
So you're thinking more of a CC style tank top lane. I'm more of excited for the fact that these players are all close and related to their rank. So we're going to see some I think a lot of this is going to be decided in the lane matchups, per se. And whoever chooses the more, as we saw yesterday, it was more basically who has the easier comp to run. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we saw that the just chain CCing with the Orin and the Seraphine and the Leona were very popular picks that allowed for a lot of teams to win. While we're looking also at just looking at It's an Eighth, they are looking for more unprecedented picks to try to shake things up. I think what big carry roles they're trying to go for is trying to get Cardinal on them, Cassidin, letting Minge Bay L9 try to carry, and just letting Voidless and Entropy trying to win the bot lane. Speaking of bot lane, what do you think between the Voidless and Pharaoh? Who is the better ADC slash how their different styles play into each other?
Well, I think bot lane is definitely a support ADC. It depends on the synergy. It's not just a one man kind of place.
Guess
So,
who's the support main on the cast?
oh yeah. So so when we talk about the bot lane, we actually have to talk about both Pharaoh and Monkey Dong 123 in comparison to Voidless and Entropy. While I do think Voidless and Entropy do have a leg up, as Voidless is a dedicated ADC player, and Entropy is also a much more experienced support. I don't think we can rule out the Pharaoh Monkey Dong 123 lane. Monkey Dong has done absolutely phenomenal this entire tournament. His Seraphine has been a sight to behold. The guy has pulled out like 3-man, 4-man, 5-man Seraphine ults and has been really catching people off guard. So I think he's the sleeper pick to look out for in these team fights in this like lane. So I think it's going to be a treat to watch for sure.
I think one thing that I want to shout out at least is how much value, how much skill per amount of time played, Monkey Dong 123 has shown this tournament. Like before he was drafted for this tournament or knew that he was signing up, he's had a very, very low amount of experience playing this game, but he was able to really quickly ramp up and get to a point where he's able to be effective on these picks like the Seraphine against the other players in this tournament. And I
I just
think
want to
it's
say,
extremely impressive.
I called it out during our draft show that Monkey Dong 123 is the faker pick of the tournament. The guy was sleeper OP. I had faith in this dude from the start, just based on the name. I mean, look at that originality. Like, this guy is going places.
Um, but going back to talking about the actual bot lane matchup, I definitely think that the ADCs are a lot closer than they would appear, especially because Pharaoh, uh, 2-3 years ago was a dedicated ADC main. He first hit Diamond playing as a Lucian main.
Wait, but I
So
just want to say 2, 3 years ago, but in this
but
game,
the
changing
the
has become
skills are still
more.
there. They're latent,
Y- Yeah,
They've
yeah,
they've
but
been
don't get
sleeping,
me.
but
I know that Tony Pharaoh has the skills, and I know they're in there, like deep within him somewhere. But Voidless has been on and practicing with Entry Beat back to back this entire for the entirety of these 2 weeks. I and honestly, if you've watched any of these matches for It's an Eighth, the guy has been carrying the team. He's been putting them on his back on Kaiser. Like he's really sharp. He's polished. He's hungry. He's ready to go. I just think that you gotta give this It's an Eighth bot lane the edge, just
I
based on like the regularity of practice.
I I do think that you have to give them the edge in terms of the practice, and also I think even though Monkey Dong 123 has been performing far above expectations, you still have to give the edge to Entropy here. So I think that is where more of the advantage is coming from, between that support difference and the amount of practice that the laners have with each other. But between the actual ADCs themselves and in terms of like their kiting and team fighting, I think that Tony can go toe to toe, or that Pharaoh can go toe to toe with Voidless in these games. So
Oh,
I wouldn't
and
be too
sorry to
concerned about any like late game team fight diff between the ADCs.
And sorry to interrupt, but we have great news. Captain Voidless is back, and we should be able to get the game started shortly. Um, Definitely, good to see that he's in good health and that, you know, it wasn't
We're all
one
rooting
he's
for him.
been
We're all
worried
cheering
about.
for him in these whatever times. Just looking at the ADC's match histories, don't see that much ADC gameplay from them. So it's gonna be a very it's gonna be an interesting thing to watch.
I mean, it's
And
2021. Who chooses to play ADC?
whoa,
Ooh.
I'll have you know, out of the 4 teams that made it through, three of the 4 teams that made it to the semifinals have captains who play the ADC role, and all of them have drafted really high ADCs, or are the ADC players themselves. So I think it actually might be an ADC meta, at least in this tournament. And we have a second update. Um, we got word that Mike Muted has chosen blue side. So we will have Mike Muted on blue side, and It's an Eighth on red side for this first match.
I think this is a big thing to talk about too, because SKT, otherwise known as Mike's Muted, plays with their Mike's Muted. So kind of curious how they're going to be able to play in this best of three with just pings and question marks and um, having their mics muted. Probably they're not going to have their mics muted, but
Yeah,
curious
and
about that.
on the other end of the spectrum, we know that Captain Voidless in particular is very very great at leading his team. There's a lot of team communication inside of it. They have a lot of vocal players between Minge Betty L9, Voidless, and Entropy.
And
Um,
I would say the first match of this best of three series is very crucial. We
oh,
have some very,
extremely.
very tilty people I can think of
Across both teams.
across both
So,
teams,
so
and
team morale is essential for this match.
especially for this first match, if you can crush the other team in just a very, very fast fashion in this first match, it might be strong enough just to tilt the other teammates. So mentality is huge right now. So
So,
watching some players and their performance in this first match.
I mean,
so
I'd say that I don't think that Mike's Muted has that weak of a mental. I think that they'll be fine even if they take a loss. They can come back.
okay, so right, T Max, trusting in the strong mental for Mike's Muted. I just want to ask you guys: do you think there's going to be any, as we head into the pick and ban phase? Are you expecting any contested picks between these two teams? I know Nelson already mentioned Cardinals Cassidon, which SK Telecom Team One is also famous for. Are there any other big picks to look out for these?
Listen, all I'm saying is the big money maker picks for whoever wins it for the teams that won um, yesterday was Orange, Seraphine, and Leona.
Yeah,
Those three picks, those easy picks, because just grouping up as five and team fighting, super crucial. Garen with Ignite, Garen with Ghost, or Darius with Ghost. Top laners without TP, um, we're really struggling, honestly. And it's not even that; it's even knowing when to use your teleport. So the top lane pick is very, very crucial. And the support pick is also very crucial as well, I would say, for these for when teams start contesting Dragon number 3, Dragon number 2, you know, um, that's when even Dragon number 4, because some teams basically just forget that, oh shoot, the team has 3 dragons or 2 dragons already, and then they get into that um, fourth dragon fight for soul, and boom, whoever has a Seraphine Ornn, just wombo combos basically, just the wombo combos win. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, Nelson brings up a great point. We do see the bot lane priority being very crucial for securing those dragons, which means the bot lane duo pick is essential. And we're expecting entropy on these Leonas, on these Nautilus picks, which will really punish, which might really punish Monkey Dong's more enchanter picks, such as Seraphine, Yumi, and Soraka. So we, we will have to see if it's an if can get an advantage through their more aggressive choices.
Mm. I will have to say though, it is gonna be. I'm very excited to see this draft. Honestly, I'm very excited to see which picks are going to be contested and taken. I'm expecting the Kaisen and Jin to be chosen as ADC. Maybe the Samira,
We could
because
also see
Voidless
Lucian.
is known for playing a Samira and a Lucian. Um, I'm very excited to see who does that, and basically, I'm expecting a lot of CC coming from SKT. Really, I feel like their top lane for team, excuse me, what was it? Mike's
Mike's
muted.
muted. Yep, Green Epic.
Yeah, Green Epic. Yeah, I feel like the games we watched with Mike's muted, the mid lane choice made sense. The jungle choice made sense and the bot lane choice made sense. It's just the top lane has always been a question mark, basically. We're always curious about, are we going to get the Alawi, are we going to get the Darius, are we going to get the Garen? And I feel like what other players or even the, what's it called, the guest casters have been saying was just put them on tank, honestly. They need CC, they need the extra oomph. They need that TP for these team fights, basically. And I think another crucial thing that's not less talked about, and of course, Anna, you can talk about this more, is the ward vision, the vision wars, basically. A lot of times you have to be very cognizant and look at the mini map, and you see a lot of these teams aren't warding properly. They don't buy pink wards. You look into the inventories, and it seems like they just left the support role for the they left the vision game for the support, not anyone else. So it's everyone's job to buy pink wards and vision and the clear vision. So
Okay, and with all that insight, we are now going to move on to the picks and bans, where these teams are duking it out. So already we see a Shen, Leona, and Nautilus ban coming out from Mike's Muted, targeting Marcus's pool, as we had warned about.
And I like these
Um,
picks. I like these bans right here.
oh
Shen
yeah,
for this
great
global
bans.
pressure, Leona for the bot lane presence, and Nautilus. They do not want this bot lane to pop off. And looking at TFT's bans, Hecarim makes sense because of the strong jungle presence. Yumi just to control the bot lane because they want to win, and Seraphine because of the strong team fight presence. So we got a first pick Cho'Gath on SKT, and they're just giving that to Green Epic. Thoughts on that?
I mean, this is exactly what we were saying we expected to see from Green Epic. They were going to put him on a low ego top laner. He's going to contribute like CC and be able to make space for his team. And that's the role that they've decided he has to play. And Cho'Gath is a great champion with which to play it.
I find Cho'Gath's AoE silence to be super crucial. I think what separates the good Cho'Gaths from the great Cho'Gaths is knowing when to use that silence. Just if you understand the other champions like rotations, not rotations, but their combos and their abilities. I've noticed in my rank games that a really good Cho'Gath silence is what separates really good Cho'Gath players and can help swing a team fight
Yeah.
instantly.
And Cho'Gath notably is super good into other tanks,
Mm,
especially. And looking at the games yesterday, you have to expect that JTB is there. It is locking in the
there's their
Ornn.
Ornn, yeah. So
So
the
now
Ornn
you've
matchup is very good for Cho'Gath, I'm guessing.
yeah, it's very good for Cho'Gath, and even blind picking first pick blind picking a top laner, they've managed to secure a good lane matchup at least.
Interesting. So the TFT choosing the Ornn, it's a very good pick, honestly, for what they're trying to do. I like it,
Oh,
And then here
and
comes the Kai'Sa to follow
covering
up.
that Kai'Sa.
I would say this is a very good pick to choose. Honestly, Kai'Sa has been S tier in this current patch, and they lock in the Kai'Sa. So we have an Ornn, first pick Ornn Kai'Sa to
And
follow
that
up.
Kai'Sa on Voidless is going to be crucial. We know that Kai'Sa is a premier pick for Voidless, and he's definitely shown that he can carry on that champion.
So what I'm expecting right now is SKT to choose their bot lane into um into TFT right here.
Right, and I'm expecting both the ADC and support duo before It's an Eve gets another chance to squeeze Monkey Dong's champ pool. I mean, at this point, I can only imagine Soraka coming out from Team Mike's Muted, but we'll have to see.
I'll just see what they're trying to play here. They're playing the Senna. Oh, I'm excited to see a Kraken Slayer Senna, or it could be a flex into support. But I'm expecting that to be an ADC Senna. And finally, who is going to join the Senna in the bot lane? That's the question.
The
Oh,
last time that Team Mike's Muted played the Senna, it was the fasting Senna,
Really?
which they played.
oh
They
wow. What did they
they let
do?
Monkey Dong 123 take farm on Seraphine, and part of that ended up leading to them having a massive CS difference spot lane. But I
Mm,
mean, they still won that game. So I would expect to see them have Senna be a fasting Senna, and for them to pick a farming champ to go along with it.
I'm curious who they'll choose in the next 8 seconds for their
We know
support to
that
farm.
Monkey Dong is also familiar with Lulu. Lulu
And the
not being.
Braum.
Oh
Okay, so they're using the
wow.
Braum as a counter pick for Ornn right here for the Ornn ultimates, but Braum has to be very cognizant and know when to use his wall, his E to block the
And
Ornn ultimate.
Braum definitely does not look like a farming champ
No,
bot
it does
lane.
not. So I'm guessing
So
a Kraken
that is
Slayer,
probably going to be the
Kraken Slayer
farming Senna.
Ginsu's
Yeah.
Senna we're getting into. And then finally the last pick, Lulu. So they're really putting all their chips into Voidless right here. I wouldn't say all their chips into Voidless, but with a Lulu on top of an Ornn, Kai'Sa is going to basically have free reign
Now,
in these team fights and positioning
we
wise too.
can't count those chickens quite yet, but because we do have Minge Betty in the jungle, and Minge Betty does prefer playing carry jungle picks, such
That's true.
as we saw in the games last night, Master Yi, Kha'Zix. Um,
Yes.
this guy will play aggressive jungle champs that love to scale into the late game and carry himself. So it might not be
And I'd love to see a
difficult fight
Master
here.
Yi ban here from Mike's Muted. I think that the champion does a lot of things that other champions can't really replicate. Like you said, has the ability to 1v5. And if you know that you're playing on a team that has a wide range of skill, you should just get rid of the Master Yi, because
I
if
think so
Master Yi is
too.
able to prey on someone, he can really get out of hand.
And I feel like just looking at this comp right here, a Master Yi into Senna, Braum, and Cho'Gath is not pretty.
Yeah, it's super free. Brahms ultimate, Master Yi can just sprint right over that ice, puts on his skates, and isn't slowed by anything that the Braum is doing. Doesn't really care about being silenced by the Cho'Gath. So
I
I
think, and we're
do not
seeing
want to see
some
it.
bans targeted toward the mid lane. We see a Diana ban coming from Mike's Muted and an Anivia ban coming out from um, It's an Ave, really pinching that pool. As we had talked about before, Captain SK Telecom T1 and is versing Cardinal. These are two very aggressive mid lane players, um, both of them favoring assassins typically. So we're super interested to see how
And
this will
that
turn
Lucian
out.
ban basically tells me that this guy, Cardinal, wants to play as Cassin. Lucian to Cassin's not a good matchup at all for Cassin. But Cassin, if Cassin's able to survive the laning phase, he can kill the Lucian at level 7. It's kind of a little of an annoying little tidbit right there. But this Lucian pick tells me that he doesn't want to play against a mid Lucian, and he's looking for this Cassin pick, Cardinals' premier Cassin pick. So let's see what their final ban will be. Any thoughts? Will it be the Master Yi? Will it be?
And it's of the Cassidon, quite
Yep,
possibly.
there's the
It's the
Cassin.
Cassidon, so
Just as I said. I mean, you had to do it basically. It just that draft basically screamed he wanted to choose Cassin, and there's the Master Yi.
and is that
Yeah,
actually the Master Yi
I
coming out?
I think the Yi ban would have been much better than the Cassidy ban. I think the Cassidy ban, you get left with a super late game team, and that opens up avenues for the
I see this Master Yi
Mike's
pick.
Muted
It
team.
tells me Master Yi wants to farm. We saw yesterday when TFT played. Minch Bay plays a farm in Master Yi. He just keeps clearing his jungle. He just wants his mythic item. He wants Ginsu's. He looks for ganks of opportunity in top lane. Okay, what does that tell me? I would need to play something aggressive. I need to play something that just applies pressure throughout the entire map to not allow this Master Yi to farm. And boom, the Rammus pick right there. That is a
Wow.
very, very good counter into the Master Yi. And then we get a Victor pick, which is honestly, I think, is a good blind pick into Cardinals champion pool. I think Victor's a solid pick into this comp right here. Very good zone. And I like it because of the fact that what are you supposed to do when Victor throws out his W, honestly? You know, in these fights, in these chokeholds. Because Master, you can
Um,
jump on you, right? But then you throw the W down. And
and
yeah,
he walks out of it.
he could, yeah.
I don't know. I don't think that Victor's W is particularly effective against Master Yi, since Master Yi ignores the slows.
I think it's
And
more intended as a follow-up CC tool. Like we're hoping
Mm.
for a Braum passive clipping and stun. We're hoping for the Rammus
And then we
taunt.
have the Zerath.
And
the most reliable CC coming up from Mike's Muted is definitely the Braum passive and the Rammus taunt. Those are the tools that you really need to land onto the Master Yi in order to shut him down in these fights. But they are very good tools at doing that. So
So if I'm looking
you
at
need
this
to
right,
see a Mikhail's come out, honestly, pretty early.
yes, you do, and I think the Lulu Master Yi combo is really really strong. Honestly, I think it puts a lot of onus on TFT to the Lulu and the Ornn to not fall behind. The Lulu's job is basically to W the Master Yi or just W anyone. The Rammus, for example, if they try to gun the Kaisa, and the Orange job is to be the beefy front line. Like this Ornn cannot fall behind. And I think one of the problems looking at this is Green Epic needs to understand not to push his wave in. I feel that I think I saw yeah, it was Green Epic, for example. He's the one who likes to play super pushed in, which is fine, and Cho'Gath naturally allows that with his Vorpal spikes. But it's all about setting this top laner behind, I think, in this game. Yeah. Looking at the individual lane matchups, I think bot lane, I don't know, I think the edge might be for the Kaisa Lulu. I think Braum can't really do anything to the Lulu harassing, being as a lane bully. Looking at mid
Okay,
lane,
so guys, stepping back for just a second, overall, who do you think won in the picks and bans, and who do you predict to win this first match between Mike's Muted and It's an Eighth?
I definitely think that it's an eighth won the draft, and I'd predict them to win. But I would say that even though I'm quite confident that their draft is better, I don't think it's much better, and I think that Mike's Muted definitely has the tools that they need in order to win the game. So
see,
yeah,
uh, I disagree with you on that. I think Mike's Muted has the better draft. I think that It's an Eighth is looking just to farm up and play passive in their laning phases, while It's an Eighth is looking for just like with the Rammus ganks, and they have better follow-up CC. Like we saw yesterday, it's super easy to follow up a Braum, like just the CC chains basically, Braum ult into Victor W or into Senna Roots, into Cho'Gath Silence or Rupture, and looking at that Rammus making plays. Um, I feel that SKT is looking just straight for picks. Well, It's an Eighth is just looking for farming, basically, to farm up. They're going to give a couple dragons away, I believe, and then just look for opportunity, basically. I think It's an Eighth is looking for Mike's Mute to mess up. So that's my prediction.
I think Mike's Muted has a lot of opportunities to make things happen in the laning phase. But once you get past that stage of the game and you're more into the mid and late game, it just seems very awkward to me for them to try to be looking for picks because their main tool to get picks, Rammus, has to go so far away from the rest of his team. You know, the other four members of the team really want people to be running into them, but then Rammus has to kind of go and chase people down. It seems like there's sort of like a mismatch there to me.
Mm,
And so
interesting.
I'm worried that we're gonna see like this Rammus go really far to like chase down a Kaisa Xerath or Yi, and then be hung out to dry because his team can't follow up. Whereas on the other side, we have, you know, Ornn can engage from range, and Kaisa and Yi can like run in with, Lulu shields on them, and then Xerath can just sit back and follow up from a screen away. So it seems like when we're talking about the ease of execution, yeah, even if Mike's Muted has an advantage in the lanes, I think they really need to use that advantage. Whereas on the other side, the scaling farming team is just very, very easy to execute. They just need to not fall behind too much
I
and
feel like
then
Mike's uh-huh.
do the late game. Yeah.
I feel like Mike's muted. So It's an Eighth. Their team comp. If you look at their team comp, right? Who's their engage? Basically, their engage is Ornn, and the one that can
Mhm.
provide poke is Xerath. So it's pretty balanced. You know, they have engage. They need Ornn to engage. They need Xerath to poke them out around objectives, right?
Mhm.
But Master Yi, the thing about Master Yi is that Master Yi is never going to try to engage. If Mike's Mute is clumped together in a 5-stack,
Mhm.
it's going to zone out the Kaisa and the Master Yi. They do not want to go anywhere near the Rammus. They don't want to go anywhere near the Cho'Gath, for example. and
Mhm.
it's if SKT, if Mike's Community gets ahead and they dictate, they get to the Dragons first, they get to the Barons first, it's very hard for it's an eighth to push them back, in my
Yeah,
opinion. It's
that's
very,
that
very
is
hard.
that is true. You essentially would be relying on only the Xerath, and the Xerath just doesn't have the damage to push back up Braum,
Yes.
Cho, Rammus, especially with Senna healing them. So
Yep.
I definitely agree with that.
So,
But
but again,
we'll
it
see
all
how
depends.
the execution turns out. Yeah.
So now we're moving into right now they're choosing their champions right now, so we'll go live soon in one bit. I'm going live right now, so we're seeing them pick their champions right now.
Okay. I am actually a little worried in particular about twice on Rammus. Um, so the one game that my team's Mike muted actually did lose was against the Bongo Cats. When twice was on Rammus, there was an issue where there was a bit of mismatch between the initiation and the follow up. So I am a bit concerned about how this will turn up. Hopefully, after I know that the team Mike's Muted did get a chance after the game to do a quick VOD review, talk about what happened in that game. So um, hopefully they've fixed that and they're better prepared for today's match.
Yeah, I agree. Um, yeah, it all depends on. I feel like you just have to keep track of the jungler right now too. We just know Master Use is going to try to farm, and he's looking for ganks of opportunity. I think he's going to do a simple path from blue side to red side, just keep going up the map depending where he starts, and it's onus on I think the individual laners to not to overextend. I feel like Xerath is going to poke, or I think the early game between 1 through 6, Xerath is going to have a little bit more control than Victor in the laning phase. If Xerath can land those skill shots, land those Qs onto the Xerath and poke him out, so he might play more behind. But I'm really curious how the top lane is going to be played out. If Cho'Gath plays more aggressive, like which top lane is going to play more aggressive into the other player and push the wave in. I think wave management is super crucial for top lane right now, and that's the thing to watch. For bot lane, I don't expect much to happen from bot lane. I think it's more on Voidless to make something happen than the Senna and Braum. And Senna and Braum are just waiting for the Rams to gank them. So I think in the 2v2, Kaisen and Lulu can maybe win it, but Senna and the Braum are just waiting for the Rams gank. So yeah, I'm really excited to
Yeah,
see this.
Nelson, I'm right there with you. The one lane I am a little bit concerned about is the mid lane. We know Cardinal best for his Zed, for his Rivens, but for his Cassidon, very aggressive mid laners. But and on the other hand, SK Telecom Team One is on his comfort pick. He is on his signature Victor. So this might be a little bit of a mismatch. We'll have to see how well Cardinal knows that Seraph. Um, but as we are waiting for the spectator delay, I want to just drop a quick message from our title sponsors, DropPod. DropPod is a Williams alumni founded social media and gaming startup centered around making it easier to connect with friends to play online multiplayer games. One part gaming community and one part social media app, DropPod just launched and is in open beta. DropPod hopes that the Williams Network will be a major part of its community, so please go check them out in the Apple App Store and Google Play stores. Okay, and now we're back. Do you guys have any predictions on level 1 invade strats by any of these teams?
I mean, come on. I need to see some cheese. I need to see something spicy. and I need to see some level 1 shenanigans. I do not want to see a normal 5 stack. I want to see something very, very mwah, to say the least.
You have Senna, you have Braum. These are really good champions. Cho'Gath also
Yeah,
from Mike's
yeah.
Muted, a
Rammus for that
very like
follow-up taunt.
insane. I don't think Ramus really wants to be
Ram's not
taking
gonna
taunt
start
level one,
taunt, but you have a
but
He
Braum.
doesn't
You have the
want to start that taunt,
he
but
could, he
it's a
could.
great sinking.
Braum
Like,
Yeah.
honestly has the best level 1, one of the best level 1s in this
So
game. Like,
I want
come
to
on.
see it.
I want to see it too.
Will we actually see it? I don't know, but I certainly want to see it.
And now we're getting into the Rift. Now we're getting into the Rift. Seeing, and we have a pause on the screen right now. Looking at the summoner spells, I'm excited right now. All teams, all the top laners took TP, and the mid laners took TP. So I expect some spicy stuff to happen in bot lane or across this map. We really have to watch out who uses teleport. Looking at the it's an eighths team right now. The Kai'Sa took cleanse and the Lulu took heal. So do I expect more of a lane bully happening from Kai'Sa and Lulu? Not really. I do agree with the cleanse. Voidless is just number one job as an ADC, as Def would say, is to survive number one and then do damage. You know, once you
Yeah,
survive, you can do enough damage. So
and
I like the cleanse.
Ramus just cries when he sees that cleanse.
Yeah.
so
I think
on
he's
the other
hoping
hand, mhm.
the Braum will proc it first, proc the stun, but I think Voidless will have more sense to use the cleanse. Looking at the keystones, everything seems standard. See the press attack on Voidless, so interesting. Usually you see Halo Blades, but that's fine. I think press attack will be good. Pharaoh took Glacial Augment, which is standard. I would say you can take 3 different keystones on Senna, so I would say that's pretty standard. And the Phase Rush coming from Victor and the Arcane Comet, Cardinal wants to do the poke from Xerath, so yep. And then top laners took grass, so you're gonna see a lot of trades to get those grass procs in top lane. So top lane looks like it's gonna be a nice little tank slap fest. So yeah,
Guys, I will say I am a bit surprised that Monkey Dong chose to go for the exhaust for this lane, while Senna and while Kai'Sa and Lulu, do deal out some poke. They're not as much of an all-in kind of champ. So I was expecting like an ignite coming out from Mike's muted spot lane, try to follow up on that Braum stun to convert to a kill. But I think they rather just take it slow. They look like they want to farm till the late game. Probably save that exhaust for that mastery later on in the
yes,
team fights.
I think that's what Braum realized. I don't think they realize they're gonna win the laning phase anytime soon against the Kai'Sa and Lulu. And I honestly like the exhaust pickup into the Master Yi. Braum's job is basically to exhaust either primarily 95% of the time Master Yi or the Kai'Sa. But he's
Oh,
looking to
and
exhaust the Master Yi. And
an
we're getting this
exciting
spicy.
start as Mike's
Is
muted looks like they're going for an invade. Does Cardinal
Senna
wander
go for
too
the
close?
W? Oh,
Oh,
Braum
Oh, he
showed.
prom showed though. And I think the
they
pings come
limp
through.
back to their jungle, spreading along.
Yeah, at this
See,
point they have to go and spread back out, and I would love to see that Lulu or Kaisa step up because you've
Right,
seen the
since
blue
you've seen
team.
all five on the
You
top
can go
side,
and grab that cheeky ward.
we
see,
do want that
Madre the
invade.
Flame likes to talk about, Madre likes to talk about how level ones are disrespectful or level ones are just unethical. But take skill, honestly. This level ones take skill, and you saw right there, Monkey Dong walks out of the bush, gets spotted. You know, um, it just is the communication. Honestly, there's skill to these level ones. So
No, at the distance that Cardinal was standing, it would have been very hard for Mike's muted to transition that into a kill unless they were willing to expend multiple
Oh,
flashes.
but you gotta try. You gotta just throw that center route. Make
yep,
sure that he's paying attention, that he has his monitor turned on.
yep. We get some little trades happening right now. I don't agree with Cardinal. So one of the things you have to realize as a mid laner, and you learn this as a basic, is like basic 101. You never want to farm with abilities in mid lane. You always want to use your abilities onto the enemy mid laner and use your auto attacks to farm. It sounds pretty basic enough, but you see a lot of low elo players using their abilities to get the farm. Now with Kai'Sa, it's fine because Kai'Sa has to execute basically on the minions, but I think you can look at the health bars right here. I think, yeah, I think Victor has a little bit of it. Yeah, he has the edge right now on Cardinal because he's using his E to harass the Xerath. Well, Xerath is using his Q to get the minions. So looking at the bot lane right now, I expect this to happen. Kai'Sa is pushing in the Senna Braum right now. You can't really even walk up even close to that wave without Lulu trying to harass you and get those stacks. She took the Spell Thief's, was it knife or something?
Spell Thieves Edge.
Spell Thief's
Yeah,
Edge, there it
and
is.
getting the full crash into the turret, we're seeing a cheetah recall come out for It's an 8th spot lane, and
Really
I'm
like this.
curious.
Really
Yeah,
like
with
this.
3 waves,
nice.
they're going to be able to pick up like a call.
Call,
Yep, there's the
yeah, I
call.
really like
So
this right here.
And
Voidless
committing to that
recognizing
farm plan.
yeah, Voidless recognizing that since Mike's muted is not intending to play this lane aggressively, that he might as well take that for um, take full advantage of the situation. He decides to
I
do the
want you to watch
cheater
this jungle
recall
right
for
now
that
because
one.
we're going to see a Skull Crab
Oh,
Here's the
really
contestation.
fight. Rammus goes in with the power ball.
Ramus,
Looks like he's going to be able to get to the Master
cancels
Yi. There's the
but
taunt onto the Yi, but the Yi's just going
he's
to
going to
flash
force the
out.
flash, yeah.
There's the taunt.
Silence.
Oh, but he gets stunned. And
Oh my!
the silence is what prevents him from being able to flash out of that Victor W, and First Blood goes over to
Very disrespectful right
Mike's
there on Minge Betty. He should have just flashed immediately. I don't think he realized that
There was
because
no
Victor
reason
was
to channel the meditate.
not at all, not at all. I think he was expecting his teammates to follow up, but Victor had priority over Xerath at the moment because he was out trading him.
And
And
that's the
Cho'Gath,
convert
yep.
on the fundamentals that you were talking about earlier.
And and that's how good the Cho'Gath silence was. I think Minchberry was probably spamming flash, but he was silenced by the Cho'Gath. And then Victor followed up with the W, stunning him, and then they got an easy kill. Victor has enough bursts just to help get that kill and give it to Cho'Gath, So now, good fundamentals coming from, yeah.
Mike's muted, yeah. And Green Epic with double buffs might be giving JTB a harder time up in this lane.
And look at this right here. He's just keeping the wave right there. I like this coming from Green Epic. And then Minchbay's going for the steal and Raptor.
A cheeky Raptor steal, but the Rammus is going to be able to catch up. The Powerball comes out, and are we going to see a repeat? Flashes right on.
But he flashes when he's pounded, so he has to walk backwards.
And we're not going to see anything else.
So
a simple flash trade from the junglers.
And SK Telecom T1 has to back right now because he has no mana. But interesting right now. Flashes shade for both junglers.
But super close game overall. I think it's an absolute nail biter and an exciting start. We already had some early fights for that first scuttle grab. Are we going to see any of these teams try to contest to secure that first dragon? I want to say it's gonna be It's an Ape probably clamoring for that first Ocean Drake, as their bot lane typically has a slight advantage. What do you guys think or predict?
Well, on the other side of the Dragon Pit, we're seeing a huge advantage in the pressure generated by the Victor compared to the Xerath. Oh, but there's a stun onto the Xerath, and Caster Curse, I was talking about that advantage, but a good trade from Cardinal onto the Victor puts him a little bit behind in HP, chugging up those potions to try to get it back.
Yeah, but if I'm Victor right now, I'm seeing that Cardinal has no mana, so that's why he's pressing him in as fast as possible. He wants to deny him as much farm as possible because he realizes Cardinal can't trade him back.
On the bottom side, the blue team is definitely behind in pressure. Pharaoh sitting at about half HP after getting chunked out by the Void Seekers and the Lulu Harass. So
10 souls on Senna.
Either team could make an argument for trying to contest for this dragon. I would expect that the early game of blue team is stronger than that of the red team, and they have more CC and more more early game damage. So I want to see them make a play for the dragon and deny the greedy farming team the ability to get an early advantage.
And I think that's what you're seeing right now. It looks like they might be going for a play around Dragon. The Lulu's running with the Master Yi. Are they looking for this victor? Oh no, they're just going for the scuttle and back. And I'm actually really impressed with this Rammus right now. Well, he was keeping in track with the farm with Master Yi. Do you think this gold lead will basically continue for the Master Yi?
I would definitely expect the gold lead, or at least the farm lead, to go for the Master Yi. The champion scale buys damage items where Rammus is not buying damage items. So as the game goes on, he's going to be able to clear faster and faster. But the onus is definitely on the Rammus to get the jungle matchup away from both of them just sitting and clearing. Be the one to make the
And we
proactive plays.
see
But here we see
Vincent
Master Yi
L1.
going for the dragon. It looks like it's being started. Yep, pulling it out, and blue team has no idea. There are some
But
pings though,
Twice
and
is
Victor's coming
looking
down.
around, and there
Oh
is a
god,
teleport.
Master Yi has
Victory
no
L9
flash.
might be caught.
easy taunt, and he's just dead.
Yep.
And now the 5-man, everyone shows up, everyone is here, and an easy chomp by the Cho'Gath. No chance for a steal.
Very good
Rammus going in,
fundamentals.
chasing after the Xerath. Just barely Xerath gets away.
Yeah, very good fundamentals right there come from blue team. That ward in the back of the bush, really punishing the Master Yi for not having red trinket. If Master Yi had red trinket, he would have spotted that ward on Dragon and killed it. But because he did not take red trinket, it just turned the whole play around. With
Yeah,
the Cho'Gath
as a
teleporting in.
jungler who has made that play dozens of times, let me tell you, it always works better when you have the red trinket.
Yeah.
Oh, the cancel on the dash from the Cho'Gath knockup forces a flash from the Ornn.
Here comes
And
the
now
Rammus.
a second knockup comes out, and the Rammus is able to follow up. Unstoppable doesn't block any CC, and Ornn is going to fall, blows
Give the
his
killer
flash,
Rammus.
and Cho'Gath, the blue team, they didn't expend any summoners. What a great play from Mike's Muted.
I mean, it just seems like the Ornn overstayed his welcome right there.
Mhm.
I mean, we're seeing some great roams from Twice overall. He's been at the right place at the right time for all of these plays, really stepping up on the Rammus pick today.
Really
TP
punishing.
comes out for the Ornn, so now he's left with no sums, no pressure on the rest of the map, and we'll have to see how the blue team can exploit that.
Wow. Very good. Oh, seeing the Master Yi spotted though by the sword.
Actually, he comes in for a gank, but I don't think there's anything to be found here.
Though I don't think that Orange TP will be too punishing, as Green Epic did use that teleport to go down to that dragon fight. So both teams are aware that the top laners, neither top laner has TP.
So Ben, a little bit of trading happening right here. What do you think of these CS differences right now in the lanes?
I think that this is about what you would expect. The matchups which are on paper winning are up about 10 CS. Mid lane, it's about even. Top lane, Cho'Gath is up. Bot lane, Kaisa is a little bit up. And then obviously the Master Yi has been spending more time in his forest, so he's going to have more CS. Very, very much at expectation.
At expectations, indeed, as we're going to enter back into another relaxed state in the game. Everyone's going back in the lanes, but we're
Rammus
having a
going
Rammus
in,
gank.
another
But
power
Rammus
ball
going in
bot
at
lane, gets
bot.
right in onto the Kaisa. Kaisa ults away, but it isn't enough to get away from the taunt. Cleanse flash used, flash from the support as well, but the damage is there, and you can't flash away from Senna's range as she picks up that kill.
Twice is crazy this game, honestly. The fact that he's doing exactly what we said in the beginning of this draft. He is making plays throughout the entire map. This man has 100% kill participation in every single in this whole entire game and helped every single lane, mid, top, and bot. Very
I have to
excellent.
say, I definitely doubted at the beginning. I thought that it would be difficult for him to execute on the opportunities that were presented in the lane, but he's done a great job. And now the Ornhorn being sounded misses the Cho'Gath, but the Yi is getting between Cho and his tower. This
Watch the Victor,
should
though.
be a TP coming in from the Victor. Can the Cho'Gath stall long enough? Flashes into his teammate, and Master Yi flashes in place.
Master Yi
Maybe
had. Oh,
and just gets
Oh, and
picked up. Fancy
Cardinal.
the Xerath ults all miss, and Ornn is just going in to try to pick it up, but he doesn't get it. Just barely getting away from the W.
Green
And
Epic plays that amazingly well.
oh
Oh
my
my!
god!
Green Epic right here is really putting on his his. This is the Silver Smurfer indeed. Like, he is showing up very, very well in this top lane, able to call in the Victor to teleport in and literally
Rammus
dodging a gank.
going in, just faking out at the Xerath, just trying to scare him off the CS. But man, yeah, that last play was done so beautifully by Green Epic, flashing towards his teammates' teleport, like showing a really good um, like evaluation of the threat that was placed on his lane and how he could
And
avoid it.
And we're seeing the disrespect a little bit given by Minge Betty to the other teammates, because Minge Betty used the Master Yi used Alpha Strike onto the Cho'Gath, and then Cho'Gath flashed to the Victor. So Victor had all his spells up. He had his Q up, he had his W up, he had his E up, and he had his R up. But then Master Yi, instead of just running away, there was a chance where both they could just let the play off and ran away. But Master Yi's like, no, I want to kill this guy. And without any abilities, he just got bursted by Victor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were probably saying that the Xerath could follow up with ult, but Xerath ult only does damage if you can land the shots.
So now we're seeing some mythic items come through. Got the mythic item on Rammus, the mythic item on Senna, and Cho'Gath.
And if we thought this Rammus was fast, we've seen nothing yet. With Turbo Chem Tank, this guy is gonna zoom across the map, coming from downtown, catching you
Second Dragon started up on the ward. We'll see if
Can we
there's
just
any
say that
response from Red Team. I think they're
no
just
one,
gonna let this go.
no one on Blue Team has Red Trinket right now? I just find that a little comical. But look at the dragon, and Minfei is looking to gank top, but sees nothing.
Unfortunately,
Swapping
Betty
trinkets is hard.
still
Yeah.
doesn't have Red Trinket, so he's just gonna walk through another ward. They'll probably have to keep farming.
It's just the little things really we have to look at, after you do a VOD review. It's just, get a red trinket as a jungler or as support when your support item is finished. It's just the little things, or even have a pink ward, And I like Green Epic. He has a pink ward. I like it a lot. Oh, but
Oh,
we
here's
see
the
a
Ram
gig. But
coming
here comes
in.
the
There's
Master Yi
another
too.
flash. There's
He's
the
taunted.
taunt. Ornhorn coming out, but silenced, not able to use the second part of the Ornn ultimate. And let's see, Master Yi beautifully dodges the Cho'Gath Q, but it doesn't matter. He just gets taunted up afterwards and bursted down.
Oh, Twice is just playing out of his mind this game. Twice and
coming out
Green Epic
huge.
are just playing
And
very, very
let's
good.
not forget SK Telecom T1. I mean, he's using his spells, forcing the minion wave onto Xerath so he can't follow up, and he's
Yeah,
just roaming everywhere.
He's always there. He's at every
always
play,
there.
and Xerath's never nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and Xerath has TP too. Like, one of the things Xerath should have used was use TP in top lane. Just TP, honestly, just TP and help your teammates out. It would have been entirely different if Xerath was there, making a 3-for-2 fight,
Mm-hmm.
But it's just the little things. It's just little things. Not using teleport, Victor getting the roam before Xerath does.
Also, we see a Rift Herald being taken up right now by Blue Team. We'll have to see what they do with that.
And this is the problem with the Master Yi gank or Master Yi pick right here we're watching, because of the fact that Rammus has 6 out of 8 kill participation. They're making so many plays across this map that it's forcing Master Yi to look for these ganks, look for things he doesn't want to look for,
Yeah.
And you can see the panic in Master Yi's eyes right now. He's trying to get ahead. He wants to be the snowball carry, but right now.
And they just need to play it cool. They just need to keep farming up and get to that point where they have those item completions, where Master Yi has things like I don't even know what Master Yi builds. Rage Blade. The items that make him do ridiculous damage. Like once he has those, then
So,
they can start to look for actual team fights.
And I
so
feel like
just want
he's.
to call
Uh-huh.
out that Green Epic used the Herald up in top lane, got himself the first turret goal. This Cho'Gath is stacked. He is the top 1%. This man lives on Wall Street. Look at this Cho'Gath go.
Yeah, 3,500 gold lead for the blue team, and we can see that
Almost
2,000
all of
of
it
that
is
lead
on
is
that
Cho'Gath.
Cho'Gath.
Yeah, I think the only way
Not
it's an
only
eighth is
is
going to come back
he
right now is the Kaisa Lulu.
not only is this Cho'Gath huge, his wallet's huge too. This guy might yeah, I don't know if they can 2v1 him at this point. Just with the
I
advantage that he
would be surprised if they could.
Yeah. We yeah, it's an interesting. I think it's an eighth. Their saving grace right now is the Kaisa Lulu. I don't think Master Yi can even touch this Rammus or Cho'Gath with Bramble Vest right now.
Hmm.
And
It's going to be a long time before the Master Yi is relevant.
and Xerath still needs, I would say, two more items to be a little bit more relevant. He does have the Leandries to kill the tanks, but watch
And the blue team 4-man invade just going and making the enemy jungle their own. Easy pickup onto the Lulu, and now they're setting up for a dive. Nope, they're going back towards the Master Yi, but he's already out of there.
And
oh no, but he
Oh,
turns around, and that's enough time for the Rammus to chase after him, but a good stun from the Xerath prevents that engage from picking off his jungler.
And this is what I'm saying, how much damage this Xerath is doing. He landed every 3 of his spells. He has a 2-level lead on this. Oh, but here
Oh,
comes
and Master Yi just goes all the way over to the other side of the map, tries to make a play, goes for the 2v1 that we were talking about, but once
here's
again,
the
the TP
teleport
comes
from
in from the
Victor.
Victor. Xerath is here this time, so it's going to be a 2v3, but it looks more like a 1v1 between the Cho'Gath and the Master Yi, forcing the Yi to flash away.
And the
And blue team
Master
is
Yi
able
can't
to
do
walk away.
anything to the Cho'Gath. He can't do anything to the Cho'Gath. He's not there yet.
The stats are just too big.
And we're seeing the mid lane difference right now with the Victor literally teleporting.
And
For
look at where the Rammus is. He knows what his job is this game. He's here to stack these dragons, get this early advantage, and snowball it into the late game. As soon as that dragon is spawned, he's on it, hitting it.
Oh, incredible performance right now by Mike's Muted.
For a team whose name implies that they don't have the best communication.
Oh, the Senna ult just barely missing the Lulu, but Voidless ults in.
Look at this
Kind of
Kraken
low,
player
has to flash
class.
away immediately. Those are the desperate plays that you
What are
really
we
don't
doing?
want to be seeing from the red team.
But at the same time, don't you, rather than just going silently in the night, and
the Xerath
Cardinal.
picks off the Senna.
Wow.
Cardinal, showing that Xerath actually does deal damage. You just gotta be the American sniper to hit those marks. But as I was saying, as we're seeing, it's an eighth attempt to crawl back this 3K gold difference. I would rather see them try to make these proactive plays than just roll over silently and die. Yeah, the fact that they're attempting these, even though they might not look very clean, is better than just slowly letting Mike's Muted push their advantage.
Now,
Collect.
normally, I would absolutely agree with you. I've been known to throw my body away trying to make
but
this.
here comes
Oh, the
Victor all
Xerath
in on the
going towards
1v1.
the Victor going towards the
And
Xerath
then
gets
Senna
away.
kills
On
the
the other
Ornn.
side, Ornn looks like he was way too pushed up, gets caught in a 1v3 and taken down by the Senna. But going back to what we were saying earlier, I don't think that the red team should be forcing any plays because they scale so well and their champions are so bad until they get their items that they really just need to wait for these breakpoints before they can look for anything. Like
But
they
we're
still
seeing
only have one item on most of their carries, and it's just not enough for them to ever win any of these fights, which is exactly what we're seeing.
but we're seeing the panic and mentality come through both
Mm-hmm.
sides right now, or not both sides. This is the red team in general. You look on the scoreboard, Orange 0-4-0, Messi 0-4-0. You know, they feel like they're pressured to do something. They see their 3 dragons down, 10-1. You know,
Yeah,
it's
obviously, it's easy to say these things as a caster, but when you're in the game and you feel that pressure, of course
yes,
you're gonna try to make those plays and see what you can bring back.
yep,
Especially if you are like Voidless on as the captain, you know, feeling like he has to carry for his team.
indeed,
So I just want to bring up, since we talked about the three dragons, it is going to be a mountain soul that's in up for contest shortly in 2 minutes. Mountain Soul is devastating as Mike's Muted has really, really tanky front lines with Braum. I mean, we saw that Rammus and this unkillable Cho'Gath. Mountain Soul would be pretty much the death nail
Yeah,
for NCT.
once you get that shield from the Mountain Soul, you might as well delete Xerath from the map. Like this poke champion isn't going to be able to do anything with the shields coming back up every few seconds from the blue team.
yeah. I want to say though that I don't like this cookie cutter build coming from Master Yi. You need a Blade of the Rune King this game. Going Ginsu's, sure you get the true damage proc twice, but these tanks are too fed. You need lifesteal in order to get through this Bramble Vest. Um, Otherwise, you're just going to, every time you smack
Well,
that
he
random.
has the lifesteal from shield though,
Oh, you're right.
but
This is the
I
shield of lifesteal.
I do get what you mean. You
Watch
need
this.
to
Look how
be
much
able
health
to
he
cope.
loses. Half his health from auto attacking the Rammus.
Yep. Oh, and Victor flashes forward and
And
Senna picks it off, snipes the Master Yi down, and Xerath trying to get something back with his artillery isn't quite able to do so.
and yeah, it's this game one's not looking pretty right now. They're going to set up for Dragon in the next 1 minute. Um, their blue team obviously will have priority on this Dragon, and who's going to stop blue team from getting Dragon? You know, they have to send the Ornn in, but Ornn doesn't have that many items, and Ornn went for the Frostfire Gauntlet. What do you guys think about that?
Uh, I I think it's a fine choice. I know that recently the Sunfire Aegis was nerfed compared to some of the other tank items, and Frostfire Gauntlet is, I believe, cheaper than the Sunfire, so that might be a reason to just go for the Iceborne. It seems fine.
Mm,
But I do think that you're right. This next dragon fight is going to be possibly the straw that breaks the camel's back for red team. Um, they really can't be giving up the mountain soul, but at the same time, they are going to need an absolute miracle in order to win this team fight.
and it's up
If
to Mike's
anything,
Mute.
you just go for like a steal with Xerath ult or something.
It's up to
But a
Mike's Mute right now.
steal
It's not to.
against a Cho'Gath with ult? I mean, you're just
I've
hoping
seen
the
it
epic
happen.
R button breaks. And
Oh, and
SK
Victor leads
Telecom.
it off with a pick onto the Lulu. Master Yi flashes and tries to go for the steal, but can't outsmite the Cho'Gath and just dies for free. Now Rammus is chasing down the remaining stragglers. Xerath forced to flash away, but another power ball comes right on out, and he's going down as well. 3-0, and blue team has their choice of the map. Looks like their choice is Baron, and they're going to shamble on over and take it at their leisure.
So Mike's
I'm,
muted putting on a clinic. These guys have been so clean ever since that level 3 contest for that first scuttle. I mean, making really proactive plays, taking advantage of their lane pressures to invade and bully out Minge Betty L9 all throughout this game. These guys are doing a fantastic job showing up for this game one.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself, Anna. This has been a very clean performance right now by Mike's Muted. They they're just their macro has been extraordinary this game. You know, showing the difference between the macro of their opponents right now. The TP usage, being at the right place in the right time, twice has been coming up huge in the jungle.
Oh yeah,
really punishing this Master Yi.
I was really worried about this Rammus pick initially, but Twice proved me very wrong, and I am glad to say that this guy is, he's the Sonic of this map. He goes fast.
And look at this Zareth putting in so many abilities to try to knock these shields off of these members, and 4 seconds later, it just comes right back up.
And can we just
Sad.
mention right now that Senna has over 61 stacks right now, and Cho'Gath has 9 stacks, around 28-minute mark. That's insane. The
Yeah.
Senna's doing so much damage. The Cho'Gath is so tanky.
Oh,
But
and the Rammus just chasing down the Master Yi.
oh no,
Master
this
Yi
is
makes it away using the ultimate, but man, being pushed off of every single ounce of gold that the Master Yi is trying to cobble together, absolutely destroyed in the jungle here.
indeed. When you see your Master Yi running away from the Rammus, you know that the gold difference is not in the Master Yi's favor whatsoever. And this Rammus has too much presence on this map. Everyone's afraid of this Rammus. Who's going to kill this Rammus? Who's going to kill the Cho'Gath? It's not good.
I mean, if we take a look at the Kai'Sa's build, straight from the Kraken Slayer right into Lord Dominic's second item.
Wow.
Voidless knows that he knows that he's hitting tanks who have a ton of armor, and so he decides to rush the Lord Dominic's, but don't really think it's going to be enough.
He needs the Lulu buffs on him. He needs the Lulu W. He needs the Lulu E shield on him just to do more damage, just to work front to back. I think Master Yi's job is just try to kill the Victor and the Senna, but it's just so hard dealing with the Rammus, dealing with the Cho'Gath, and dealing with this Braum, and the Mountain Soul. It's just they're flexing their gold.
If the Braum or the Rammus just click their CC on the Master Yi, this is what you're saying earlier. Like, he has no space. The Rammus just walks right by the Lulu, doesn't care at all, sees his target, laser focused on the Master Yi, takes him out of the fight, and now chasing down, coming back for the Lulu, saying, I didn't forget about you. And the Cho'Gath rupture, Braum ult lands, Lulu deleted off the map.
And these plays are just beautiful, back to back, very well layered CC and precise target selection. We are talking just about how clean these guys are. They're basically a Lysol ad. These guys are just killing 99% of all bacteria and viruses. Like, they are just wiping this map.
Then we get to see how
completely ignoring. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say we get to see how easy Blue Comp's comp works. It's just easy CC, easy like.
Rammus go fast, push his face on somebody, and then Cho'Gath follows up with a knock-up, and everybody shoots their lasers and kills them.
Yep. Looks like the blue team isn't trying to end on this push. They're going to go ahead and wait for the next round of objectives, which of course will be Elder. Do we have the objective timer for when Elder is going to be spawning? It's got to be
1
pretty
minute.
soon here.
1 minute right here.
Yeah, they see that Elder and they see the Nexus, right?
I mean, this is disgusting. Look at Senna and Victor's. They both have stopwatches, and have Hex Drinkers too. Or Senna has the Hex Drinker. Senna has so many, 72 stacks.
Victor has the Mage Eyes also.
Oh, but watch this Rammus.
And White finding Minbetty once again.
Scuttle Crab. 2-level difference.
I feel like we've been here before. Rammus
he's as fast
just
as the Master
walks
Yi with...
after the Master Yi with ult.
And Tony,
oh my god.
Pharaoh's range is so long after all these soul stacks that, even if he's not fasting Senna, this guy just collected souls like a Hoover.
This is the build. This is
I
the
don't know
Kraken
where
Slayer.
he found them.
The Kraken Slayer Ginsu's build is doing so much work, so much damage. But can we just say how fast Twice was chasing after a Master Yi and ult?
He wasn't using any of his abilities. He was just walking after the Master Yi, and Master Yi couldn't get away. That's absurd.
Wow. This is where you start saying jungle difference, and you see in the solo queue team chat, like
Oh,
insane.
here's the desperation ult from the Ornn, hits the Cho'Gath and the Senna, but easy to kite back, and you can't imagine that with a goal difference this massive, the red team is going to be able to get anything. Senna ult comes through, hits 3 members, and Victor is just walking up to the enemy fountain, throwing his spells down, forcing the members to flash even further back onto the fountain. And
And
that'll be game 1 for Mike's Muted.
really love the shot calling from Mike's Mute. They've been focusing the Master Yi in 100% of all the fights. They always go for the Master Yi first, and then they focus on the rest. And that's it. Game 1 goes to Mike's Muted.
I'm right there with you, Nelson. I don't know who does the shot calling for mics muted, but they are doing a phenomenal job. If their mics truly are muted and they're just communicating with pigs, then they are fantastic at that too. This team, I gotta ask you guys, who do you think is the MVP for game 1?
Twice. What do you think, Ben?
Twice.
Yep.
Unanimous.
Yep.
Instant.
Unanimous. Yep.
It's twice.
It's just twice, honestly.
Yeah, twice, shrugging off the naysayers. This guy really showing what a high value pick he is. We'll have to see if Ramis will get through the picks and bans for game 2, because if I'm it's an eighth, I might just ban that Ramis.
I want to give a shout out to Green Epic. He just stepped up from yesterday. I mean, dodging that gank from Master Yi and the Ornn and
turning it around. He just
turning
didn't
around.
dodge it. He got the kill after.
He played so solid. Bought Pink Ward, I just gotta give a shout out to Green Epic. But just twice his performance throughout the entire game was like I wish there was a second most valuable player, but just MVP goes to twice, of course. So, all right, then. What do you think will happen for game number 2 then?
Well, revisiting your earlier point about mentalities, we'll have to see if team It's an Eighth can keep it together and stop it from actually being an eighth. They lost the first round, and I'm a little bit worried about what might be going through their heads.
Oh, most definitely. Hopefully, It's an Eighth will pull it back together for game 2. What do you think? What do you think they have to do to turn it around to win game 2, so that we can see that third game?
For game 2, I think that they either need more pressure from their mid lane pick or more pressure from their jungle pick. They, as we could see, just weren't able to win any fights before the 15-minute mark, and then once they hit that mark, they were too far behind in gold. So I'd like to see them be just a little bit less greedy. I get the idea of these games tend to go into the late game, and there tends to be a lot of room for people to farm up, but they just took the farming greed a little bit too far, and they really paid for it.
So, in particular, who do you want to see on that early game aggressive champ to really, help transition the rest of the team into the scaling comp? Who do we want?
I
Something.
I would want to see Cardinal on a pick that he's more familiar with. I know that in that last game it would be kind of iffy to give him the Zed because they would have had a very heavy
AD comp into a
AD
Ramus.
comp and Zed isn't great into the tanks. But even if Zed isn't great into the tanks, he's great into Victor and into these control mages. So just find that Zed angle, find that Riven angle. Put Cardinal on his comfort picks and trust him to win that lane.
Yeah, great point. Nelson, do you have any thoughts on what you want It's an Eighth to do? Oh, oops, never mind. Sorry about that. Nelson is taking a quick break. Ben, going back to you, is there anything that you think Mike's Muted need to do different going into game 2?
Nope. Just obviously that last game was extremely one-sided. But I have to say, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. just do the same things that they did in that game. Maybe the Rammus was seen as a bit of an opportunistic pick against like the Master Yi and the Kaisa, but find that ganking jungler, have pressure from the mid lane, and just make those jungle mid roams into the into the jungle, into the top lane, into the bot lane, and if they do that again, it was beautiful in this game, and I'm sure that they could use that to win the entire series.
Yeah, great point. And we just got word back from our other sister stream, Williams College LoL 2, that Shorting Jian Lu did take game one over Sammy Diff. It was a slightly closer game, going 17 kills to 8 kills on the other side, and 27 minutes. So shorter game, but a lot more back and forth in the early portions.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see who wins on the other side of the bracket. I definitely would put my money on shorting Jianlu. I got wrecked by their team many times in scrims and yesterday in the tournament, but I would be very excited if Sammy Diff was able to pull off the upset.
Yeah. So looking at the stats on the other side of the bracket, we see that Dougie, JP Morgan, and um, really carried that game. They have 4-1 and 7 on both of them. Stellar performance coming again from that top jungle synergy. Like while team shorting Jian Lu is renowned for their captain Madre the Flame, um, very vocal personality himself. You gotta be scared of Ducky and JP Morgan, and they're a bit more I wouldn't say quiet when describing JP Morgan and personally, but these guys they definitely pull their weight class. They are abusive. Again, I don't know how to describe them. They're just a force to reckon with.
Yeah, and it's the real question: is Eric on track for his third Williams Winter LoL title?
So Eric must have some strategy or secret sauce that he's not sharing, because how could one man win back to back to back winter lulls?
I think obviously I can't speak for Eric, but if I were going to attempt to speak for Eric, he would definitely say that you just outplay them. That's the secret, Anna. Just
That's the
outplay them.
secret. Well, mechanics aren't my forte. That's why I'm up here casting. Um, so I can let the players play and appreciate it from the sidelines. But all the best for Sammy Diff and Shorting Jian Lu in our sister channel. Um, Coming up for our side, we are gonna transition soon to the game two of Mike's Muted versus It's an Eighth. We will do picks and bans shortly.
Do we say already which side the it's an eighth? All right, we're still
So,
waiting on the side selection,
So what do
but
you guys
we'll
think about
update
these?
as best we can.
What do you guys think about the picks now coming for the next game too? I don't expect a Master Yi pick to be chosen by It's an Eighth, but do you think we're going to see something different comp styles, different switches and lanes? What do you think?
welcome back, Nelson. We Ben and I really talked about this. We think that Mike's Muted should, you know, stick to the recipe, stick to the OG classic. Why change what's not broken? While we want to see a more aggressive pick from It's an Ave, especially coming out from Cardinal, Cardinal on Seraph did get pushed in quite a bit, didn't get to transition or follow SK Telecom during his roams. So we want to see that Zed, you know? We want to
Mm.
see that Riven. We want to
Give the
see,
people what they want, and what they
yeah,
want is an edgy ninja mid laner.
we
And
want
we have an
blood
update
from
right
Blood
now.
God.
We have an update right now. Blue side is chosen by Void, so Void chooses blue side. So we're gonna see it's an eighth choose blue side and get that first pick. So any priorities you think?
You know, priority picks. I honestly don't know if there are highly contested picks coming out for this tournament. Um,
Mm.
what was the first pick for game one? Do we
Cho'Gath
remember?
was the first pick in game one.
Ah,
Um, I don't think that the first pick is going to be used to contest anything. We can see that the champ pools for like at least a lot of the solo laners and the junglers are pretty disjoint. So first pick, I don't think is really going to matter. I would expect to just see another tank, another blind pickable champion at the beginning of the draft, and once again, really only seeing those solo laners, like the mid laners and like junglers, get locked in towards the end of the draft when they can try to trade counter picks back and forth.
you know, I know we talked about aggressive picks in the mid lane from Cardinal, but if we're talking really about what the audience wants, what the people want, I want to see Green Epic unleashed. This guy had a stellar performance on Cho'Gath, but I want to see him on Kled. I want to
But
see him
he's
on a
doing his
Lowry.
No,
job.
no,
He's
he's doing his
doing what
job.
he
He's
needs his
You
team
know,
to do.
it's not enough just
Respect
to
his
do your
sacrifice.
it's not enough just to do the bare minimums of your job. I want to
It's
see
not
this
the
man
bare minimum.
excel. I want to see him having fun. Yeah,
Just read
Green
the
Epic
Twitch chat.
himself piping up from the stands. He says, "Be quiet, P. Jews. Let him have this." Free Green Epic. The people want it. We want to see him on a bruiser. We want to see him carry.
Listen, man, I adopted Green Epic a while back, and I have to agree with Beedrews right now. He played his role so well with what his team needed. Just keep him on that leash, you know? Just
We understand that the overall team has a need, but we want him unleashed. You know,
Now is not the time. Not the
open
time.
Pandora's box.
here comes pick and ban though, and we got the Yumi ban from
I think the Yumi pen is great. It just gets rid of very easy to execute support,
Mhm.
and forces Monkey Dong onto something that could perhaps be a little bit more vulnerable. Although in the last game, he showed that he's perfectly comfortable playing Braum, which is not at all a vulnerable support. So who knows if that strategy is going to be able to work out this time.
I really like the Yumi ban because of the fact that Yumi, like when you have a ADC and a support, the ADC and its support can mess up in lane, and you can punish the support or ADC for messing up positionally in lane. But if you play against a Yumi and another ADC, it's on the ADC's positioning to mess up basically in laning. So banning the Yumi is very smart because it allows more opportunities for the bot lane to win. So we see the Leona ban
Actually,
and Hecarim ban.
seeing these support bands, I've been reminded, does Entropy play Seraphine? Because if Blue Side has priority pick, I actually want to see a Seraphine first pick coming out for it's an eighth. Seraphine is a very abusive support lane champion. She has a great ults for either following up or starting fights in chokeholds. Great for setting up lane ganks. And this might be the aggressiveness that we need from that bot lane. Entropy on Lulu, it wasn't the same as his Leona or Nautilus. And I want to see blood. I want to see some hunger coming down there.
We see the Rammus ban right
Stalking.
now.
Oh, the Rammus ban. Yeah, stalking Entropy's OB.GG. Uh, we see that he has won Seraphine game like about a week ago, and that's it. So, he's willing to play the champ, but certainly isn't practiced on it.
And they
Oh,
take the Senna away from Mike's Muted. Interesting.
in a quick Senna pick, does this mean we're gonna see Monkey Dong back on his signature champ, back on that Seraphine?
And there's a leash going through telling Green Epic to play, hold, and play.
No, Green Epic put back in jail. You know, the man plays a mean Cho'Gath, but sadly he is not unleashed today.
It's just too good, especially in this kind of game where they know that they are expecting another tank on the other side. Being able to blind a Cho'Gath is incredibly strong.
It's not that I don't like the pick. I think he'll do a great job.
You can only complain about the pick so many times before you're not allowed to say that you don't like it.
The pick is fine. The pick is like what's something I'm okay with but not loving. I can't use white bread because I do love white bread. Uh, it's like whole grain bread, you know. I'll eat it if it's in front of me. I just prefer white bread.
And it's healthy. It's what you should eat. What a
Yeah,
great analogy.
yeah. So yeah, I know it's better for the system, better for the team, but I just I just want to see him on a carry.
And also opting for the Braum again.
You know,
Pretty
I,
much
I
what we
guess
were saying.
yeah,
Don't
they're going
if it
with the
isn't broke,
strat.
don't fix it.
But crucially, they do not have access to Rammus this game. So what will Twice substitute that Rammus with? I'm expecting an
And they choose the
easy
Seraphine. Wow.
wow. And Seraphine for Marcus. Surprisingly enough, they did not do that first pick and gave Monkey Dong the chance to play it, but of course,
I think they
Mike's getting
definitely
bumped for that
want the
Braum.
Seraphine only if they have the Senna, right? They're looking for a champ to actually farm. This time it's definitely going to be the fasting Senna. And Seraphine's able to easily wave clear. Gangplank locked in for JTB. Uh,
Wow.
Totally throwing out what I was saying about guaranteeing a tank v tank matchup.
Let's go! We want aggression. The people want blood, and JTB delivered. We have the captain himself, Captain Gangplank.
That being said,
It's
GP
all
is a notoriously difficult pick to execute on, and even though he technically counters a lot of tanks, he can also get run over by a Cho'Gath.
But he can
So
also get going.
we'll
Let's
we'll
think
we'll see how it goes.
positively and let's say, let's go. It's an Ave. We want to see game 3, and I want to see JTB pop off on this Gangplank.
I'm very curious about this Gangplank and these team fights. It's a really and they choose Master Yi.
Oh, no respect, not a shred of respect in SKT's
Oh
repertoire.
my
Like
god.
Master Yi locked in after
No,
completely getting destroyed
no. Well,
by
we can
Twice's
say,
Rammus.
Twice might be BMing after showing Ninja Betty what's up and trying to do the reverse. Uh, it's not entirely unfair, or it's not entirely BM on Twice's part. Twice is a renowned Master E player. The guy,
Twice's Smurf being named, of course, Jaxie Rammus.
yeah. So you know, these are his bread and butter.
I mean,
So
this man right here just said to Minge Betty, I will destroy you on Rammus, and then I'll just do you one better, play your champion that you just got destroyed on, and be. If I haven't heard BM like this, it's incredible, honestly. Just
and he's throwing down the gauntlet. We wanted spice for that cheddar, and we got it. This is some spicy pepper jack cheese coming out to you live for game 2.
but I like the Master Yi pick into Senna, into Seraphine, into Gangplank. What are you supposed to
Yeah,
do as Gangplank into a Master Yi? Seraphine can only ult, right? But against Senna, shoot, like you run Master Yi into squishy comps, so I like it.
Yeah, a nice interaction between Master Yi and Seraphine. Master Yi cannot get snared by Seraphine E because he can't get slowed. And that means that the second one will also attempt to slow and won't be able to snare. So Master Yi can run right through Seraphine's snare without a care in the world.
Wow, so a great so it's an eighth having their mid lane champion pool definitely squeezed on with a Zed and Diana ban. We gotta wonder what we're gonna see at a Cardinal today. Following up, it's an eighth does do a ban onto Victor, not wanting to see a repeat of last game. And what else are we going to see? I don't quite know what we're gonna see out of Captain Tofu this game. Do you guys have any predictions?
Uh, I would predict to see another control mage. I don't think that he's going to veer into anything too unconventional, but probably something that gives pressure and protects his Master Yi. Hopefully not a Zareth.
We could see an Oriana, we could see an Ari. Um, I
I
want to
agree with
see a
what Ben said.
Cassidy. I know it's not going to be the best pick, but I just
I
want
I would
action.
hate to see a Cassidon
I just
here.
want to see action.
I mean,
I actually would kind of like to see maybe like a
hmm,
Lucian, if they're
really,
able to find magic damage in their bot lane, if they're comfortable playing that. But we'll
Oh, if
see.
we're talking about comfort and flexibility, this is the team to look for it. Um, and they go for an Ash. Great CC and follow up and initiation from this champion. I always love to see an Ash.
the Freljord bot lane. I really like this. Once you make a pick, you can follow up with the. It's very good initiation. You follow up with the Braum ult. Very good for team fights. I like it a lot.
Yep,
So
and I do wonder what's gonna round out the blue side composition.
Are we
You
going to see a mom? Are we going to see a tanky boy?
They can just do the same strategy that Mike's Muta did last time. They saw the Rammus, or I'm sorry, they saw the Master Yi, and then they picked the Rammus, right? Just
The
this.
Rammus is banned,
No,
so
no,
it's
but
not an
just this
option.
champion that can click on the Master Yi and CC him. That's what you need here.
See, but what options do we have? That's the question.
Plenty of options exist, but we'll see if they pick any of them up. I think Agragus is a pretty good one.
Okay, so Gragas, is this for Minge Betty or Cardinal?
Definitely for Minge Betty. I don't think I've seen Cardinal play the Gragas much, and I have seen Minge Betty play the Gragas. So
And we're just waiting for their final pick. Cardinal thinking long and hard about what is best to secure that win for his team.
all I'm saying is you want a champion that can easily CC Master Yi, and even though it's short, Riven has a very consistent stun, so it's an option.
let's see if they hopefully do the Riven pick. If they do the Riven pick, it'll be oof
Oh, I
spicy.
would love to see the Riven pick. And it is! We do get
Oh my
Cardinal's
god.
Riven.
Believed
Cardinal
it
says
existed.
if he's going down on his main pick. And we're gonna see the exile
The man
herself.
himself choose. Oof, Riven. I'm excited.
Now, Nell, do you think that this is going to be a AP Gragas or a tank Gragas?
They have to go AP Gragas on this one. I mean,
Okay.
Minge Betty likes to play carries. He's probably going to go. I don't know what you go first item on AP Gragas, but probably Proto Belt maybe.
You
But
get
and
Night
the army,
Yeah, I think it is
Night
Night Harvest.
Harvester. Yeah,
on
Night Harvester.
Gragas. And Captain Tofu, Captain SK Telecom T1 on his Ari. I don't quite know how the Ari Riven matchup goes in the mid lane, but
I mean, mid lane's gonna be very, very spicy right now. Looking at
Oh yeah.
Mike's muted team comp is pretty standard, I would say. Assassin in the jungle, a mage assassin in mid lane, tank in the top lane, tank support, and then like a really solid ADC. They can look for picks, they can set up. Like they have it all basically. And looking at TFT right there, I don't know. What do you think about that team comp?
It's spicy and it's gonna try to run you over early game with like aggressive Gragas ganks and uh, attempt to do much of what Mike's Muted was able to do to the Master Yi pick last game, where the Rammus is just able to get off a bunch of early ganks and snowball the entire map. But man, without any consistent front line, I'm not sure how well they're going to be able to transition into that mid game, and fight over those dragons. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to snowball all of the stacking dragon souls the same way that Mike's Muted were able to do. But
So
they
I
got a
would say
lot of damage.
it's an eighth comp is pretty. Weirdly enough, I like it because with Gourd Drink or Riven, she can kind of act as a pseudo frontline, and
hmm
they have disengaged with Gragas, they have engaged with Seraphine, and they have the
hmm
GP ult. And a lot
And
of
the
people don't
GP
like
ult actually great at helping start the engage. That
exactly.
giant AoE slow going to be great for setting up the Seraphine E, because she's not reliant on just her own slows. Any slow coming out from Senna autos, Senna snare can transition into an immediate stun. Like there's a lot to look for on this team.
I, I mean, you have to look at the healing and shielding with Seraphine and Senna onto their front line, Gragas and like Riven. It's gonna be interesting, really. And
I
I think
think
a lot of
the
this,
Riven is going to be the big barometer for this team's
yes,
performance.
Oh,
yes,
most definitely.
and
The
I think the
Riven and
barometer.
Gragas, I think they have to work together to secure that lead so that they can transition to a great mid game.
I think the big barometer on Mike's mute is that Master Yi. That Master Yi needs to kill the backline. He needs to be able to just cause enough chaos where the Gragas can't be in the front line with Riven, but has to be trying to peel this Master Yi off and letting
Or
the
we
Ashe
can
do
see
consistent damage and the
Captain
Ari
Tofu.
to move around.
If Tofu gets going on that Ari, if he gets those charms, he gets those picks with Ash, it might not matter how fed any of those members on It's an Eighth get, because these guys can just probably pop them.
Yeah,
So.
they have a bunch of really easy targets on It's an Eighth, and you just have to be so concerned about an Ash arrow landing from a screen away, and the Ari just dashing in and getting a free combo off on your squishy teammates. GP, of course, has the orange to get out of this,
Yeah,
but
so
the other members of the team have to be really on the lookout for these arrows, and a lot of the onus is going to be on Pharaoh to make things happen with the engage.
I think the biggest thing is that which team sets up first around these objectives. If like either team sets up first, they have the clear advantage. GP wants to set up his barrels around Dragon, and I mean Mike's muted. If they set up around Dragon, they can just look for picks with Ash Arrow or Ari Charm. So
And to follow up that question about who's going to be able to set up first, it's who's going to be able to get the waves pushing in and who's going to be able to secure that lane priority. Last game, we saw that Victor had total lane priority over the Xerath, while the bot lane, the Lulu and Kaisa started out with more priority over the Braum lane. But now this time, Ari versus Riven, Ari has the range advantage, but I'm pretty sure that Riven is going to be able to slice through those minions faster. And we'll see if that difference in mid lane pushing power is going to lead to like different outcomes this game.
So we're just seeing the teams do their pick and ban in the client once again. They're doing this, of course, because not all the players have access to all the champs. So we're making sure that the players who don't have any unfair disadvantage because they can't trade with their teammates. Um, So we see here it is for sure that Cardinal Ribbon um, and Pharaoh on Ash. You never know with Team Mike's Muted because SK like Telecom Team 1 and Pharaoh can actually switch roles. They both are willing to play mid lane and ADC. So just good to see some confirmation there. Guys, before this game starts, do we have any predictions on who you think will take this match, who you think won the pick and ban phase, and just overall thoughts going into this?
My money is on Mike's Muted. We saw them dismantle It's an Eighth in the last game, and I think their comp this game is easier to execute, and they have the momentum going in. So last time I didn't believe in them. This time I've learned my lesson. All my money on Mike's Muted.
Nope, I'm switching with you. I'm saying it's an eighth on this one. They changed up their style. I'm being dead serious right here. They changed up their style. I don't think Midge Betty is playing. Well, Midge Betty's not going to tilt this game, in my opinion. I think a lot of it was on the top lane and the jungle just beating a lot in the early game, and they changed up their champions. Top lane's not playing a tank; he's playing a carry, and then Gragas is playing like a pseudo carry in a sense, but he's playing the main engage. He decides when they go in, when they don't go in. So, and the Riven basically, he's playing what Cardinal plays a comfort pick Riven. So, yeah, I think It's an Eighth might have this game.
Well, if last game's prediction accuracy is anything to go by, It's an Eighth coming in with a huge advantage this time.
I mean, we never know, Ben. Like, we're just casters. We could only make a prediction based on, some rough idea of the game that we got. But
I just feel it in my bones, Anna.
feel in your
It's
bones.
it's gonna
Your
rain
left knee
tomorrow.
aches. That means
Yeah,
red team's gonna win. Your right knee aches. That means blue team's gonna win.
and that's how I make my decisions. Simple
You
as that.
put your Weatherstone outside. Um,
Do my rain dance. You know.
And you better dance furiously because this game is coming up and it is spicy. Will It's an Eighth be able to defend their dreams of making it to the finals and taking it all for Winter LoL? We have again JTB 102 up in the top lane, Minjbetty L9 in the jungle, Cardinal in the mid lane, Voidless, Captain Voidless in as the ADC, and Entropy as support. On the other side, for Mike's Muted, we have the crowd favorite, the Silver Smurfer himself, Green Epic up in the top lane, followed by MVP of last game, twice in the jungle, Captain SK Telecom T1 in the mid lane, Pharaoh on that Ash ADC, and Monkey Dong 123 as Braum. And
So,
before we, sorry,
I was going to say,
before,
tell us more about our sponsor right here.
oh yeah, so our title sponsor is Drop Pod. Drop Pod is a Williams alumni founded social media and gaming startup, guys, and they are centered around making it easier to connect with your friends to play online multiplayer games. One part gaming community and one part social media app. You guys have heard me say it again. DropPod just launched and they are in open beta. DropPod hopes that
What?
the Williams Network will be a major part of its community, so go check them out in the Apple and Google Play Store. Yeah, definitely. We're gonna just drop the ad in a second, but download this app, guys.
Nice. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get into a spicy game, too, between Mike's Muted and It's an Eighth. Ben, what do you think about going to this level 1? Are we going to see a spicy tree strat, or are we going to see a standard 5 stat?
Once again, there's a Braum. there's a Cho'Gath. We saw them tentatively look for a level 1 in the last game. I want to see them commit and actually follow through with it this time. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think that both teams are just going to sort of sit on the 5 point. Although I
But
will say
then,
this
wait,
time,
this
Seraphine,
time we have a Seraphine and Senna on
yeah,
It's and Ave. Those are some fantastic level 1 champions. Gragas himself, if he gets his belly jump, is not one to scoff at, along with Riven. You know, Riven, either with her Qs or her stun, is going to be some great follow up. So I wouldn't knock out It's an Ave for their level 1 potential either.
yeah.
So now looking into the Rift right now, looking at the summer spells and keystones. I don't agree with Braum taking exhaust this game. I mean, I guess he's going to try to focus on the Riven, but I don't like the exhaust on Braum. I think he needs more of an ignite, but everything else seems a little standard. SK Telecom took ignite into the Riven, and Riven has teleport, so this might be a little spicy. And then looking at the keystones, keystone seems very, very standard. And yeah, Predator on Gragas, so we're going to see a lot of ganking happen from Minchbetty.
One
Yes.
difference between last game's Match E and this game's Match E is, of course, that Keystone. Conqueror was the choice for Minge Betty's Master Yi, but Twice is instead opting for the Hail of Blades.
Well, that makes sense because Minchbetty had to go through Rammus and Cho'Gath, so that's why you take the Conqueror for the tanks. But if you're
Yeah.
going for squishies, you want Hail of Blades. You don't really need you just need more bursts, really, for these squishy targets, so.
Yep, and no level 1 shenanigans. Both teams feeling the pressure, don't want a coin flip, and they decide not to cheat, as Madre would say,
Hey,
and
nothing
just
wrong with a good Gouda or pepper jack juice. Uh, while we want these teams to showcase their finest in a great,
hey,
back and
their
forth game.
finest starts at level 1. I
Exactly,
do firmly
exactly.
believe
The
that.
game starts when the game starts. There's no the gentleman's agreement is a thing of the past.
Never heard anyone not liking level 1 starts, really. Never heard that before, but getting into this game right here, little trades between grass top laners right now. Looks pretty easy. Looking at the jungle pathing, Master Yi is going for the full clear, while Gragas is going for the early level 3. He's on his blue buff right now, so it looks like he might invade or gank topside after blue Gromp, so exciting to see
Yeah.
that.
It's looking like a very potent topside gank setup here. The Cho'Gath. Can we see how the lane is pushing top lane? I think the Cho'Gath is pushing ever so slightly. Yep, into the GP, and GP has his Gragas about to hit level 3 after this Gromp is finished. I would be very scared if I was this Cho'Gath, and let's see if he recognizes the danger that he's in.
I don't think he's warded yet, so no.
So
It looks like bot
meanwhile,
lane's in.
in the mid lane, I just want to say I am so happy to see Cardinal on
And
this Riven
here's the
team.
gank starting.
Oh, here we
Gragas
go.
going around, going through the try, getting behind the Cho'Gath, and Cho'Gath has no idea. This is a perfect gank setup. Let's see if Cho'Gath can outplay it. Rupture misses, Body Slam lands, and that's going to be a pretty easy pickup. I think even if he flashes, he shouldn't be able to get away. Oh, no, he does, just
Oh, and he
barely.
just barely
Oh,
gets.
but
Oh,
Minchbody
but
goes for
Minchmany
more.
going in, but
Absolutely
he's
flubs it and
silent.
just gives away first blood. He was so attached to picking up that Cho'Gath that he totally overcommitted, and the
And
play
tragedy
swings
strikes for
back.
It's and Ave.
I I don't know what to say about that. I don't know if that's lingering mental boom from last game or you got the top laner's flash. There's no need to do that. Why do that?
Do you know that meme of a skater doing like a kick flip off of a railing and then landing right on a rake, which smacks him in the face? I feel like that's what we witnessed in the top lane. The setup was so good for the gank, but the execution
And
was
Green
terrible. And Greedy
Epic.
Pig picks up another solo kill onto the GP. This is what I was saying, where GP technically the counter, but you give the Cho'Gath an inch and he'll take a mile.
That's insane. Honestly, let's watch this. He's just using red buff slows, and GP's not flashing.
Yeah, so it's that unfortunate level 3 gank that went wrong, really turning in the favor of Green Epic. This guy showcasing how potent Cho'Gath silence is, denying Gragas that flash by silencing him when he was under turret and converting that into a double buff transfer. Green Epic, he might not be unleashed on the champions that he wanna play, but he is certainly unleashed on this Cho'Gath.
Yeah, if he wants to play the Alawi, he's really got to int more on these tanks. He's playing too well. All right. Well, it looks like we just have some lanes in a relatively even state. Seraphine going for the root, doesn't land. Just a little bit of poke being traded back and forth. Not too much. Eyes on the junglers. Master Yi still full clearing. Let's see if he spots this control ward. Oh, and a root
Oh,
lands the Braum shield in the wrong direction, and
and a
then the Senna
follow-up.
following up. This might be a kill. Flash is forced out from both of the bot laners. If you're the
I
Gragas, you have to see a giant target painted on that Ashen Braum right now.
Oh, most definitely. I am so glad that we are seeing Voidless and Entropy on these slightly more aggressive comp. I just didn't feel like they got a chance to really spread their wings and flaunt their skill set in that previous match, but we're seeing it here today. We're seeing it here in game 2. I just love the vitality showing up on It's an Eighth.
Yep, and we see that Cardinal on the Riven, 10 CS up, pushes a wave all the way into Ari's turret, really making the Riven pick work, taking advantage of the wave clear that the champion offers, honestly. And this time we see a very different story from the early game that happened last game, where we have farm leads in the bot lane and the mid lane.
Oh, and sorry, a quick message coming in from our sister broadcast. It turns out that Shorting Jian Lu did rocket to the moon. They have secured their place in the finals, winning a 2-0 game over Sammy Diff. We will see them face the winner of this series at. Are we coming back at 7 p.m. or 6 p.m.?
When the schedule says we will be back, we'll be back with that game after this.
Yeah. After just 7 p.m.
Okay.
Eastern Standard
Now
Time.
we should really watch the spot lane here, because if you look at the wave, it's in a really bad spot for the red side. That wave isn't going to make it into turret, and it's going to be in a position to freeze. But the Gragas doesn't look for the gank,
Right, he chose to
and instead
reset
resets.
twice,
Very,
taking
very
his
interesting.
chance to solo that first Drake. It's going to be uncontested as It's Nave have no idea that this is happening in the back.
They're really letting Master Yi play the game that he wants. Last game we saw the Master Yi go for a lot of ganks, a lot of attempted kills on the top lane, but this time, wait, maybe we are going to see a gank from the Master Yi. I would expect for this to just be waiting for the Ahri, but the Ahri is moving back mid, so we're probably just going to see this play fizzle out and Master Yi go back to farming his jungle.
I just think it's going to be a little too hard. Voidless still has Cleanse and Flash. Entropy again also has Flash. While Pharaoh is level 6, it's just a really hard gank to pull off.
Yeah, and we see Gragas taking the Rift Herald right now, making use of that information that Master Yi just soloed the dragon and is going to be on the bot side of the map. But the lane pressure from both solo lanes means that this Gragas is getting collapsed on and is going to be pushed off of.
This
And
is
the
a play
charm
that I've
lands.
seen.
the flash from the Gragas ult, but Ari is
A
able to get to the
great
other side of the cask and finish off the
dash
Gragas. Now
by
GP in a
SK
bad spot, doesn't
Telecom.
have a flash. The Senna ult comes through, but now the Master Yi is able to pick up Riven. GP gets his flash away, but once again, it's too late, just barely. And a 3-for-1 in favor of Mike's Muted.
And we're gonna do a quick replay of that match, of that skirmish. I mean, it is a bloody and brutal fight. We see it time and time again. Green Epic and SK Telecom T1 just pushing their lane priority, collapsing onto Minjibiti L9 first, and just pushing that advantage. This fight is a disaster for It's an eighth.
Yeah,
As
and we do have to note that Cardinal was able to pick up the return kill onto the Ari, so a little bit of gold back into his pocket. But this time, compared to last game, SK Telecom was able to get off a lot of the roams because there just wasn't pressure from the Xerath. This time, the lane is in an even spot, but the Ari is just first to the play. Makes the faster move. And looks like we're gonna have a little bit of action coming up in this bot lane. Let's see what happens. Level 6 on all of the bot laners, ultimates at the ready, and these ultimates can do a lot of work here. Snare lands, Seraphine
beautiful
ultimate
play by
not blocked by the
Entropy.
shield onto the Ashe, and that's a clean pickup. Flash blown by the Seraphine, and they're looking to put some more damage onto the Braum. Probably not going to be able
So
to pick him up,
the Entropy Voidless
and
bot
he gets
lane
out.
taking advantage of that early flash that they had gotten out of Ashe and Braum. That
Gragas looking for the Braum behind the tower. Is he going to find him? Gets the body slam, but the cask just barely misses, and Braum's able to walk that one off. Hopping back to live, we can see that not too much has changed. A slight gold lead, just about 600 up for Mike's Muted. The farm really balancing out the kills that are going over. And let's see how this game progresses. Can we get the objective timer for the next dragon? Looks like 90 seconds. Those teams can start setting up relevant vision around now, and we'll see how they decide to play out this next dragon.
Ben, I am so excited for this game. I mean,
And a sneaky gank. The Master Yi slips into the bush, knows that the enemy bot lane is trying to play aggressive. The Ashe arrow lands. The Master Yi goes in, but gets hit by the snare. The Braum lands onto the Seraphine. Seraphine has no flash. Remember, she used it to pick up that last kill. And now the TP comes in a little bit late, kiting back. Oh, the Riven is not too late at all. Picks up the Braum and pushes back Ashe and Master Yi.
a
1-for-1.
great roam by Cardinal to collect that kill. Mini Betty L9 trying to hold mid lane as best as he can. I I love this game. Compared to game one, we see It's an Ave really showcasing their familiarity with their champions. They're a lot more aggressive and proactive all around. You gotta love it. Like this
Mm-hmm.
back and forth is what
Oh,
we're
Charm
here to
lands onto the
see.
Gragas, loses 60% of his HP, but that's probably going to amount to not much. Although, maybe this is the Herald being dropped mid lane. Let's see how much Mike's Muted are trying to take with this play. Is it just the 2 plates? It looks like it's just the 2 plates that they're going for. And then probably they're going to turn and look at the dragon. Oh, 3 plates.
So a great funnel of gold into that Ari, really helping her transition into these fights later on, where she can possibly one shot any of the squishies on its eighth side. I think Twice is doing a great job of enabling his laners as best as he can, while also, lining his own pockets. This mastery is scaling beautifully. He's already 2-0, finished his Dustblade.
Mm-hmm. And the Duskblade, departure from what we saw from the Master Yi last game. Well, once again, it's going to be a function of the fact that last game Master Yi had to hit a bunch of tanks, and this time Master Yi has the luxury of just trying to attack carries. So a totally different build, Hail of Blades and Duskblade. coming out pretty early into the game for the Master Yi, who's now trying to start up the dragon solo. But we saw this last game from Minjbetty's Master Yi, where he gets spotted out on this ward trying to solo dragon, but the pressure from mid lane is enough to dissuade blue team from trying to contest. It looks like they were low on Seraphine mana, and Gragas was on the other side of the map. So that's 2 dragons given over to Mike's Muted.
A phenomenal macro decision again by Mike's Muted. These guys are very clean, very
They
certain
have the
of,
focus.
yeah.
They see the dragons, and they let that one sit on the map for a little bit, but they made sure to come and collect it at least faster than their opponents.
But thankfully, the goal difference isn't that large quite yet. About a 1.5k gold lead for Mike's Muted. Still, while it is significant, it is definitely possible for It's an Ave to come back.
Mm-hmm. Also, I want to take a second to. Oh, wait, looks like we have some action. Ari trying to poke at the Gragas, gets spotted by the Riven, but a quick Everfrost lets her escape scot-free. As I was about to say, earlier in the draft, I remarked that this was definitely going to be a fasting Senna, and I was wrong. It is a farming Senna. So, something to note. No fasting Sennas have been seen as of yet in the series.
But
Cardinal going in onto the Ari. GP is roamed down, but Ari dashes away twice. The barrel doesn't quite chain, and now Riven is actually forced to flash away as Master Yi comes ulting into the lane.
Master Yi had also flashed, so it is a summoner spell trade for those two, but Ari still has hers, which means she might be able to punish Riven.
Yes, indeed. And Cho'Gath roaming down, trying to look for something. If I'm on red team, I would love to see this Cho'Gath just start up the Rift Herald. He has all of this pressure top lane. No one can fight him. No one can walk into him. So rather than like just pushing these top waves, I want to see him go for that objective. He doesn't need his jungler. He has his chomp. He could just take it on his own. Although bot lane, Master Yi lurking, waiting for that Ashe arrow. And there it is, goes wide. And is there a return play from the Seraphine? Nope. Looks like everything fizzles out, and Master Yi's just going to go back to farming.
A great dodge by Entropy and Voilis, really taking advantage of that shroud of Senna's to prevent the engage. Great job by them staying alive.
Yep, and now we see Riven and Gragas pick up the Scuttle Crab, and now they're here for the 3v1 onto the Cho'Gath. Let's see if we can pick it up. Rupture doesn't manage to connect. A great cast knocks Cho'Gath back in, but he flashes out, silences 2 of them. Now the Rupture lands. Arya's joined the fray, and a bite plus a few Ari's skill shots is enough to clean up the Gragas, but with the shutdown gold, you have to think that that's positive for the blue side.
It's totally worth. I mean, Green Epic was an absolute final boss. It took 3 champions just wailing on him to get him into that state. A great job by SK Telecom Team 1 roaming around, getting that return kill onto Minjbetty, but
And I mean, just a beautiful Gragas ultimate there. Like gets the
phenomenal.
full knockback onto the Cho'Gath, forces his flash, and even then, Cho'Gath isn't able to make up enough distance to get away.
Yeah, so great play by Minjbetty, great play by It's an Ape. Showing that there's still
Master
a lot.
Yi looking for the recalling Gangplank. Is he going to find him? Gangplank cancels his recall. I don't think he was going to make it anyway. Let's see if he can win the 1v1. The first barrel gets taken down by twice. The second barrel lands, and
He
that's a
turns it
solo kill.
around!
Gets the shutdown onto the Master Yi.
JTB doing a phenomenal job. Really, this guy has been playing Gangplank just phenomenally. I know that he had a hard time in lane against
Riven
Green
trading
Epic.
for the Cho'Gath, landing a lot of skills, dashing all around, but it doesn't matter. Cho'Gath just takes a bite out of this fighter, and Cho'Gath is forced to flash away afterwards. Ashe arrow coming in from downtown, trying to support the Cho'Gath, but Cho'Gath says, I can win it on my own.
And Green Epic is a big boy. He takes a bite out of the world. He takes a bite out of Cardinal. What can't this guy do? And here he is once again, teleporting down to the bot lane.
Yep. We see that in this team fight, the Cho'Gath and the Ahri working to zone the rest of the team off of the dragon. Ash getting caught out. Gale forces away, but has been chunked really low. The charm misses. The Q misses. Let's see if blue side can make something happen here. The dragon not quite low yet. GP ult burned, but now the Riven and Gangplank are joining, and the health bars are pretty low on red team. Seraphine ult catches Ahri and Cho'Gath. This might be the engage. Lots of CCUs. The Master Yi chunked down, bursted out immediately. And the Riven is going forward, sees these low health bars. Oh! And the Cho'Gath gets taken down. An absolute
Phenomenal
disaster.
settle by Voidless. I mean, just saving his teammate Cardinal and converting it into a kill. A 2 for 0 and a dragon secured for its an 8. This team is not going down silently. They are here, they are present, and they did a fantastic job. I want to say Voidless really, really showing his chops as the champ. I mean, first chunking out Pharaoh, making him back off, not having putting it almost out of 4v5, and then kiting constantly. We see a great follow up ult by Entropy that catching both Ari and Shogov. It was great play overall.
Yeah, I think that the momentum is definitely shifted in this game. We see that the gold is back to even, but the last few plays certainly going in favor of team It's an eighth. I am really curious how this is going to develop.
So we actually have a guest caster joining us here today, Eric Johnson, captain of Shorting Gion Lu, better known as Madre the Flame. Welcome, Eric.
Thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
So what do you think about the state of this game so far, Eric? Who do you think has the upper hand, and
Well, let me
where are you
summarize
putting
it
your
by
money?
saying it seems that I'm brought up to cast when there is a certain virus that infects the teams. The name of that is Master Yi. So my evaluation can be summarized by which team fell for it this game. I favor blue side.
All right. You're betting against the Master Yi. You don't think that this pick is going to work out?
Now, I think it's a little complicated by the GP. Like if they had, I don't know what the pick bans were, but if they had like a CC tank top, then for sure they would win. But yeah, I still favor blue side. Cardinals, Riven, scaling Senna, scaling Seraphine.
Yeah, the Gragas and Riven have been doing a really good job of shutting the Master Yi out of these past few skirmishes. We'll see if he's able to find a moment. Right now, a lot of the gold on red side on Mike's Muted is on the Cho'Gath, whereas the gold on blue side is on the Senna and on the Riven, which seems like a much better distribution.
So we just want to bring up that the observers have noted that Cho'Gath has 8 stacks, while Senna has 50. Voidless really approaching that 60 stack mark, where he will be a daunting force to reckon with.
Yeah, I'm a little.
Oh, Ash Arrow comes out, lands on Senna, an easy cleanse, gets away from the charm,
Nice
and
cleanse.
a good look
Beautiful
from
cleanse. It's a
Pharaoh.
Captain Jack. Voidless popping that immediately after it landed, able to dodge that follow up by SK Telecom Team 1, saving his life. Phenomenal moves.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I would prefer to have farming Seraphine in the bot lane.
Hmm.
Like Fasting Sun is so good right now. He would have upwards of 100 souls for sure by this point. And Seraphine's someone whose farm is pretty good on.
Yeah. I do agree. In the draft, we did note that we thought for sure it was going to be Fasting Senna, but it looks like the supports both in the previous game and in this game just aren't quite comfortable taking on that farming role. And so we've seen 2 farming Sennas so far this series.
Bit of a tragedy, you know, as someone who really looks forward to the aggressive, bloodthirsty supports. We
Top
always want to
laners
see.
making some trades, both of them thinking that they have the upper hand, and it looks
You
like
can just dive
Cho'Gath is
him.
the one who forces the flash out of the GP advantage.
I mean,
Red
Green
side.
Epic just slapping JTB with the force of his wallet. This guy is, you know, he's Wall Street bets on opening day. This, you know, rising up with the stocks that he likes.
And we see that the Ash arrow is coming back up, and so is the dragon. I really want to see Pharaoh look for another one of these picks on maybe someone, one of these squishy targets that can get blown up by the Ari. He knows that Senna doesn't have the cleanse this time.
Oh no, and
Oh, Ari
JTB.
waiting in the bush. JTB walks right in, gets charmed up, hit by the Everfrost, hit by the Ash Arrow after he eats the oranges. There's his ultimate gone, and an easy pick into what's now going to be a 4v5 over this third dragon.
You know,
Fourth dragon, third dragon for red team.
a great choice macro decision by SK Telecom Team 1 and Green Epic where they lied in wait in that bush, but we see
Cho'Gath
that
making space. You see that the Gragas is getting antsy, goes for the cask, looking for the steal, but gets hit by the charm. A nice Seraphine ult hits the Cho'Gath, gets through. Riven into the backline, gets exhausted. Master Yi starting to cut up the enemy team, gets a reset, gets 2. A third one gets chomped by Cho'Gath, but Gragas keeps his cool, steals the dragon, and ease on out. But you have to think that that's going to be Baron over to the red team.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason not to contest there. Even if you think you have a slight chance of getting the Drake, they're just gonna go straight to Baron, and it's not being Soul. Not a great trade for blue side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll have to check the gold after this Baron is done resolving, but I would expect this to be a big swing in favor of Mike's Muted. Yeah, now we can see that they are 3,500 gold up, breaking away from that even point we were at before that last dragon fight.
so Green Epic all throughout that fight. I mean, Voidless was wailing on him, but he still lived with over half his health. Who can kill this Cho'Gath? Like in these chaotic team fights where he has the support of his like back line of that Ari and that Ash, it's just so hard to deal that finishing
If the
blow.
Senna isn't able to just sit there and auto attack him for, you know, a straight minute, it is very difficult for them to eat through this Cho'Gath. And in that last fight, we could see that Riven was able to beautifully dive onto the back line of the red team, but a nice exhaust and getting tagged by the Braum passive. Oh, and another fight, Everfrost lands onto the Riven, easily picked up. Seraphine ult hits the Ari. Cask just barely misses. Ari ulting out of the way. Gragas now in an uncomfortable position, flashes away, but gets picked up by Ari. Now Master Yi has the ultimate, has the extended duration, goes very deep, gets 2 before eventually dropping to Gangplank, and that's going to be a 4-for-1. With Baron, you have to think that this is going to be the inhibitor.
So Twice doing a great job, you know, giving up his life to make sure that the two bot lane duo for it's an eighth go down with him. He is playing phenomenally all series long. And this guy might be the MVP contender for the series.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. After the first game's performance and then this game getting all of these kills and, you know, mopping up these team fights with Master Yi, Twice is making a strong case for him as a series MVP.
So, Eric, did Twice's play convince you about the viability of Mastery in this tournament, or do you still think it's a plague upon this land?
Hmm. I definitely still think it's a plague. You know, maybe the plague is killing the other team, but still a nefarious force. I will probably have to reverse my prediction here. Red side. Looking really clean, honestly. Been continually impressed by the improvement that Tofu's team has seen. Mike muted. I'm just in terms of like the coordination, the rotations, and even like breaking out new picks like the Ari. It's cool.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, looking a little bit past this game, if the red side is able to close out this 5,000 gold lead that they have, of course, your team is going to be facing them in the finals. Oh, and we get some action. Master Yi getting picked off gives a shutdown over to
The people
Cardinal.
rejoice.
And that's exactly the kind of play that you need to make to get back into it as the blue side.
Yeah, Cardinal making a fantastic play, just popping that Mastery on
Gragas
Mastery.
and GP looking for the Cho'Gath. No, nope,
No,
not
nope,
quite.
nope.
Nope, that's not it.
Abort.
And I think that was the right decision.
Oh,
I don't
JTB
think
wants
these
to get the
two
Q.
can get Green Epic. This guy is a skyscraper. I mean, look at him, the Everest of the fucking Rift. Oh, I mean, excuse me. Um,
Whoa.
language. Uh, yeah,
One strike, by the way.
my bad. Uh, it's I just don't know who can take down Green Epic. He is an epic monster himself. The guy the guy can waddle anywhere, frankly.
Yep, and
Yep.
he's gonna waddle over to this Drake up in 10 seconds. So this is not soul for either team, so don't lose the game over this. But definitely both teams want a
Ooh, a
chance.
Rupture lands onto the bot lane, but no follow-up.
And while we do have this spicy fight coming up, I do want to say a warm welcome to Abraham Park, who is joining us on this casting desk. Hello,
Oh,
Abe.
thanks. Hello.
All right. Looks like the Cho'Gath is making space. Both teams hesitant to actually start the dragon. Maybe an Ash arrow or a Seraphine ult could look to start this fight off. Let's see how antsy these teams get and how patient they're willing to play it. A Rupture misses.
Man, this Shogath is
And
doing so well. He's a one-man army in the front.
yeah, he just is making so much space. And all 10 members have just been standing around this dragon for the past 30 seconds. And now the red team's slowly starting to concede the position. Master Yi getting distracted a little bit by a blue buff, handing it over to the Ari.
But
Also,
I think. Oh, go ahead, Abe.
I was gonna just say that Cho'Gath is also just sitting on 2,000 gold right now. He's not
Oh,
even like
Cho'Gath gets rooted,
closing.
and it looks like
Half
they
health.
are gonna walk away. But Cho'Gath is at half health now. We have to see how the
Yes,
rest of
but
the fight's
half
gonna
elf
play
is
out.
how much exactly?
Oh, and a charm,
Oh,
beautiful charm
Wow.
lands. Snipes the Seraphine. There's a Braum ult, forces the blue team back in. Master Yi is running in. Ari is following up on the flank. Master Yi has to go right back out, dies to the dragon. But the
Ribbon
Ribbon
game
flashes in, gets exhausted. And now we have a 3 versus 3 happening on the. Oh, yep, now it's a 3v2 as Ash falls and Ari Braum, the only ones
wow.
left alive on
And
the
a
map.
surprising turnaround. I mean, I really thought that um, SK Telecom's team had it after that quick pick by him onto the Seraphine, but Voidless and Cardinal turn it around in this beautiful fight. I mean, they just kited it so well, slowly whittling Green Epic down over the Eon, and they finally did get their man.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Cardinal had a beautiful timing on his EQW onto Yi, and then he got picked off by the dragon at the end. And then Cardinal did the same thing with his flash to get into the backside and kill Ash.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really, the Riven play absolutely putting the team on his back in that fight.
Look at these cancels.
That is the
So
reason
clean.
why I ban Ribbon every game against him.
But I think we saw the fundamental way to beat this Cho'Gath is to play around it, right? Cho'Gath is unkillable and strong, but if you can flip the switch and turn onto the back line while Cho'Gath is kind of out of position and trying to dive. Doesn't matter that he's slowly like Qing and Wing everyone, but
Well, on the other hand, we also saw the blue team spend a bunch of time just using their range advantage to whittle away at the Cho'Gath's HP. Seemed pretty effective.
Red is such a good pick comp, right? But after that initial like pick, I definitely favor blue side. We saw that Yi wants to dive in, he has no one to dive with him. After
Yeah.
Ari uses
Oh, and
here comes
Ash
the
Arrow
pick.
lands onto the Gragas. The silence isn't quite quick enough, and Gragas able to body slam away. A Rupture lands onto Seraphine, but
And
that's not going to
importantly,
be the
twice.
re-engage. Oh, Ari into the backline, misses the charm onto the Senna, has to retreat. A TP coming in from the Riven, and now Cardinal has joined the fray.
You have to favor
Both
blue
teams.
side here, right?
Yeah.
They have all their ultis up, except for a cannon barrage, and red side's pick potential is gone. I would like to see them just, I mean, make them start the Baron, make them run into you, but then look to turn, look to take the fight.
Yep.
I'd like to see a Seraphine
Another
over
charm
here
misses.
in this choke
Yeah,
point.
I'd love to see a Seraphine. Rupture lands, but not much is going to come from it. Silence prevents the Gragas from getting in, but he waits it out, throws another cask, isn't able to knock anyone into his team.
Cardinal
Gargoyle
dodges the
Stoneplate
charm.
out from the Cho'Gath. Cardinal in
Oh, and
onto
a
the
great
Ahri,
Seraphine roll
but
on the
Ahri gets
side.
away. And the health bar is just so healthy on blue side. A big Rupture, but Braum is dead, Ashe is dead. And it's an 8th swinging back into this game.
So it's this classic Senna Seraphine. I mean, look at the sustain that they bring for their team. That Seraphine shield, the Senna heals from those Qs, especially as her team is lined up chasing these fights.
Oh, but a
Oh, they're
TP comes in
contesting.
from the Cho'Gath. They're looking to contest. Ari ults through, but is getting chased down by the
He
Senna.
did.
Flashes away, but the notes follow, and Ari drops. Cho'Gath eats a Seraphine, but that's not going to be of much consequence.
And oh man, it's an Abe just really bringing it back. These guys are doing a phenomenal job kiting and doing these sustained fights. And we might see them secure this Baron.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the red side is going to go for the third contest onto the Baron. Looking to just let this one go, lick their wounds, group up, and see if they can take the next fight.
Yeah, a huge swing here. We see that both comps operating fundamentally as you'd expect. The pick doesn't work for red side, and these prolonged fights will always just favor, right? Like I said, the Seraphine and Senna, and especially notable Tofu with that huge flank, as you said, kind of whiffing everything. Pretty pivotal moment there.
Yeah, if the charm lands and that damage connects, it's a totally different fight there.
Yeah, the pressure is on for SK Telecom T1 to land these charms on this Senna, try to pick her off in these fights so that she can't whittle down that Cho'Gath, so Green Epic can continue being the menacing Godzilla on the rift that he was earlier in this game. We'll have to see as these teams are starting to loop around for this potential Infernal Dragon Soul. And guys, I would say that this Infernal Soul going forward, team It's an Eighth might be a death nail and help them clutch out this game.
I don't know if anything can be a death knell just yet. The Ari and the Ashe always have the ability to find these picks and get their team back in the game, but definitely would be a large advantage from a game which the blue side has been chronically behind in.
As you see them posturing, the targets are pretty limited though. I would say just so Senna has cleanse, Gragas has Zonias, and GP has oranges. So it's really just okay.
And
As we
there's
see,
the Ashe arrow
Senna.
lands. Master G dives into the back line, but he's getting blown up, absolutely deleted. The Cho'Gath flash ults onto the Senna, but a GA gets popped, and now Riven is just
huge
chasing
Senna
down
ult.
the backline members. Ari waiting in the bush, but gets collapsed on by the Riven, and that's just a absolute rout by Team It's an 8.
And Voidless's Guardian Angel really coming in clutch, letting him come back and having Team Mike's Muted overextend for this fight. I mean, they did a great job clawing back after being in a 4.5k deficit. We we might see a game 3 coming up, and um, observers just told me that we have 100 souls for this Senna. Talk about range.
Yeah, Voidless, an absolute monster on this pick, doing so much damage in these fights.
Gotta love the late game scaling, right? Red side goes for their pick. Target has GA. Shows how, you trust that they're tracking the cleanse at least, because it barely wasn't up, but it just shows how intentional you have to be with the tools you have on red side, right? And that really is the theme of their comp, I think, is intentionality, because if you see Master E go in like 5 seconds too early when some key CCs are still up, it's totally useless. And it's that 5 second difference that could be between totally running it down and a pentakill.
Mm-hmm.
So blowing the Ash Bolt, blowing the Charm, Mastery engages, they're bouncing on this knife's edge, and we see that
I
it's just
really want to see the Master Yi hang back in these fights.
yeah.
Let the Ari, let the Ash go for these picks. But then once the Riven and the Gragas and the GP are diving onto your backline, take that time to just use the fact that you have an insanely high DPS character and chew through that Riven while they're overextending. Get the reset and then try to take over the fight that way. Don't be diving in with the rest of your team onto the Ari onto the Senna or whoever they're trying to pick off,
And that's
Play a little
yeah.
peel.
That's the advantage of this Cho'Gath is time, right? You have the ability to like choose your time because you have this hugely fed Cho'Gath that can just run interference with the other team and give you some maneuverability.
But now that the Baron and the Dragon Soul have gone over, it looks like time is running out a bit for the red side.
Voidless's range, he's just whacking on this
Oh, Riven
Cho'Gath.
falls though, twice barely surviving.
Looks
Array
like
of hope.
the end of this push, perhaps, or they still go strong 4v5.
I think they're strong enough. Look at him, just he's dead.
Oh,
No.
the Gargoyle Stoneplate keeps him alive just barely.
Oh
And it
my
looks
god.
like they have total confidence in their Senna here. They know that they've scaled, and they know that the range advantage is huge.
And no
They
ult,
grab the
no ults
inhibitor,
for the other
and
team.
then they're done.
I cut off Abe, but oh my god, Voidless just chunked Pharaoh for half his health on that one auto attack. This guy is an absolute menace. Someone to really, really fear in these late game team fights.
He has that giant slayer, finally able to just beat Cho'Gath down.
Yeah, and if this does go to a game 3, I'm kind of expecting Mike's Muted to pick that blue side and first pick away the Senna. I thought that there wasn't going to be too many contested picks in the series, but from these last 2 games, it really looks like every game that Senna is picked, she has a huge impact.
Has Seraphine had a similar priority?
Seraphine
no?
has not had a similar priority.
That's interesting.
It was banned actually, I think, in the first game though.
Yeah, I think Monkey Dongs looked really good on Seraphine, as we see. Riven kind of caught out, but can get away.
Uses those mobility skills, gets away. There's no ultimates on Ashe or Ari now for this fight, and this Baron is dropping really quickly. Red team has to make something happen. Cho'Gath looking for the steal, but isn't quite able to get into it, and that's an easy smite for the Gragas.
Gragas cask, wow, pushing Cho'Gath
Yeah,
away.
ulted him away.
Seal.
Can blue side just run it down mid? Probably. Use that range advantage. And we see Mikhail's on Seraphine. It's so hard. Like, they're playing so well around this pick comp from red side. Looking to end.
Can we get a hover over for exactly how effective this Moonstone Renewer has been on this Seraphine? $4,600 healing.
Seems balanced.
This looks like it's got to be the last hurrah before
Oh
the
my
Good
Senna
job,
just
god!
Master Yi.
destroys their team. Master Yi barely gets to the fountain with his life, but this has to be all she wrote. Ari dies to the Senna on the back line, and now
And
Riven
Cardinal!
beautifully flashes onto 3 members of the enemy team and says, "This is how the game is going to end," picking up the win and pushing this into a 1-1 series.
And we are going to get that game 3 as It's an Apes wins game 2. I mean, guys, it has been riveting. It's been a great back and forth game number 2 as finally It's an Apes scales to the point that they want. Their Senna, their Riven, their Seraphine has transitioned really well into the late game. I want to also call out a great game by JTB, persevering after the disastrous level 3 gank. Um, guys, what do you think that these teams have to do to get that third game on their side to finally win this series?
Well, it looks like the winning strategy is convincing the enemy team to pick Master Yi. That has
You
had a
beat me to
100%
it.
win rate so far in the series. Honestly, I think that the Senna is going to be the priority going into this third game. The pick has looked extremely effective in the hands of both Pharaoh and Voidless, so I would expect that to be a priority.
Who do you guys?
You
Who do
definitely
you
want
guys?
to go blue side for game 3 if you're Tofu's team. I'd first pick Senna for sure. Ban Riven also. I would keep the Shen ban because I don't know exactly what the bans are, but I assume that's how they forced him onto GP. We saw that as kind of the major weakness. But like you said, Senna priority. Ban Riven, ban Shen.
So just looping back to game 2, who do you guys think was the MVP of that match?
Cardinal. Like,
Seems like between Cardinal and
absolutely.
Voidless, right?
I think that
You
Voidless
gotta
was
pick
able
one.
to put in the damage in the late game, but the person who played the largest role in the Crux team fights to bring them back from their 4 or 5,000 gold deficit was Cardinal, able to like
I
killing the Master Yi and then flashing onto the back line and uh like cutting through the enemy back line while his team was really far behind in gold. It
Yeah.
was absolutely the Riven who
I
had
agree.
the biggest role.
He's created so much space in those team fights. It was like him versus Ash and Braum in the back and Ari sometimes, and that clears up so much space for Senna to just have to focus on Cho'Gath.
So you
Agreed.
heard it here from this side. The casters loving Cardinals Riven pick. Do you think he will get to play Riven for game 3?
I,
Nope.
I actually think that they're going to keep leaving it up. It looks like the ban strategy for Mike's Muted has sort of relied upon not banning either the Zed or the Riven. And
What were the
I'd
3
expect them to.
bans?
I believe their first bans were someone refresh me. I forget what it was, but
I
I
believe it
assume they
was
banned Shen.
Leona and Nautilus for the first 2, and we got a Shen on for, banned
Yeah.
against JTB. So those were the first 3, and then the next 2, because those are typically reserved for mid lane, were was a Diana ban and a Zed.
Oh, wait, he got second rotation Riven?
Yes, so
yeah.
he got second
That's just
rotation Riven.
very egregious. I mean, I was gonna say like you're saying about, well, you leave up Riven and Zed and it makes him pick one. I think the drop off from Riven to Zed is actually big enough that I would just ban Riven. And not banning Riven, like banning many other champs before Riven, it seems just insane.
I would like to say that from last season, this man Cardinal has played for his Zed games. He's only played 156 games of Zed last season. He's played over 250 games last season with Riven. His most played champion was Riven from last season. So
Yeah, I mean, I said before the last game that I wanted to see the Riven, And now I want to see the Riven ban.
Okay. So we are going to take a quick break, but don't turn off the stream because we will be right back for game number 3. We're just taking a quick bathroom and water break, but tune in and don't turn off the channel. Okay, folks. So we just got word back. So instead of doing game three now, we will actually take a quick dinner break as one of the players is unavailable. So we'll take a quick dinner break now and we'll reconvene at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for game three. And then instead of the game dinner break being after the series, we will immediately go from the end of game three to finals, where the winner of this series will face um, Captain Madre Flames, shorting Jian Lu for the title of Winter LoL 2021 champion. So please enjoy your dinners and then come back at 7 for a spicy finisher between It's an Eighth and Mike's muted.
Faint lights in the distance, the thin line that separates your shadows from my soul. As these walls begin to fold, head lost in the silence, cold stars illuminate the secrets on your tongue and the poison in my lungs. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth. Blind eyes in the darkness, frail hands reaching out, sword echoes in the smoke as the doors behind me close. No cure for the madness, each turn tangled in the fear of losing sight of the slowly fading light. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth. You have brought me to a new place. I don't want to wait for the future, and I just want to say I love you now. It feels like yesterday is fading far away, and it's already changed. Everything changed so that I'd cross your path one day. I'm changed in every way. I was beginning to think what I see is only a dream, and then you taught me how to breathe again. I don't want to wait for the future, and I just want to say I love you now, and everything that I needed to erase has already changed, guiding me to eventually cross your path one day. I'm changed in every way. I cannot deny this feeling. You are made for me. Can you be the one to say, please forget the past, please forget yesterday. Forget yesterday. Forget yesterday. Who am I to say what you wanna hear? I will bite my tongue till I disappear. Take me apart, let the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. I'll play the part of whomever you want me to be, 'cause my identity has been lost my sanity has been lost to me, lost to me, lost to me, lost to me. To say what you wanna hear, I will bite my tongue till I disappear. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you, and I'll go. And I'll go. And I'll go. I lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. As I walk alone in amongst the strangers, as I float along, ghost upon a hill. None of this is real. I'm waiting for the sun to come up. I'm anonymous, feel as if I'm sleeping under. Open my eyes, it's beautiful. time is lost, walls are closing in. How did I get here? I'm still alone amongst the strangers. I'm anonymous. Through the clouds I see an angel. Gotta open up my eyes, open up my eyes. It's beautiful. Gotta open up my eyes, open up my eyes. It's beautiful. I can feel sunshine. Don't give up, you will get by. The tide is turning, I feel alright. Who am I to say what you wanna hear? I will bite my tongue till I disappear. Take me apart, let the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. me apart. Let the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. I'm hanging on to every word that you breathe, because my sanity has been lost to me, lost to me, lost to me, lost to me. To say what you wanna hear, I will bite my tongue till I disappear.
Keep everything that spills out of the dark locked up behind your lips. It's blooming out of nothing but a thought, like secrets that slowly slip. Shadow in the spotlight, no stars inside, chasing the daylight. If you don't care, I don't care. We're out after midnight. You're glowing like the writing on the wall. I finally meet you again. We're slowing.
Um,
And welcome back, audience. You are coming in for game 3 between Mike Muted and It's an Eighth. This is the final game of the semifinals, and we are eager to see exactly who will prevail. Um, I'm joined by fellow casters Riot, Z Max, Madre the Flame, and Nelson. Um, guys, who do you think is going to take it today?
It's anyone's game, but my money's going to be going to Mike Muted. I think they had strong early leads in the first and second games, and I'm looking for them to repeat that early strategy a third time and close out.
Yeah.
I would. Oh,
Go
I would
ahead,
say
Nell.
the. Thank you. I would say my prediction goes to. I think it's an eighth. Honestly, I think that they are running off the high of game number 2, and they're going to draft something really spicy in anticipation for this next game.
I'm gonna go for option C, the team without Master Yi. You know, it's been a sticking point this whole series. The team with Yi is not the team winning. So I think it really comes down to pick and ban.
Do you think we're going to see a team with Master Yi, though?
Well, then my metric and my heuristic would be useless. I really don't. I hope we don't, and I don't think we will. Both these games have the first one was very one-sided, but the competitive game did go to those 5v5s late game, and we saw that the Yi just didn't fit it well into the comps. Wasn't piloted correctly.
So you heard our wonderful caster desk give their opinion on who they think is going to win the game between SKT and TFT. Audience, if you guys are on Twitch, you can vote in the chat by doing exclamation vote either SKT or TFT. We have a poll going on. Definitely show your support for the team that you are representing here today. Like, show them some love. And we are going to go into pick and ban shortly. Do we have any highly contested picks for this matchup?
We
Senna.
cannot mention the Senna. Like the Senna is going to be a huge pick for either side.
Senna was on the opposite team of Master Yi in both the first and second games. And I think that it's going to be first picked or either first picked or banned in this third draft.
Yeah, so we're looking to Tofu's team, Mike Muted, as the losing team to have side selection, and for that reason, the Senna. Hopefully they pick blue side. I think we're all in agreement that that's the right call. The clear number 1 priority pick.
Are there any other highly contested picks or bans that we must do for this matchup? I know you guys had mentioned Cardinals Riven, but is there anything else that you think either team should be out on the lookout for?
Yeah, I think after last game, especially Cardinals Riven, it's got to go. His next best is probably Zed. And while Zed does have the ability to shut down one player on the other team, I don't think it has the same 1v5 potential. And then we're also talking about the Monkey Dong support pool getting pinched. I don't know if either of you want to talk about that. Idris, take it away, Monkey Dong expert.
I mean, I know that we were going back and forth on this. I don't think there is a ton of value in trying to pinch Monkey Dong off of the Seraphine, even though it has a large presence in team fights with the W and the ultimate. I think that it honestly is a vulnerable pick to be playing in a lane, and it is a possibility that it can get exploited. So I don't think that it's worth the same ban priority as maybe just like taking away Ramus or taking away the Yumi. But I know that you disagreed. So what's your take on this, Eric?
Oh, and we are getting into the draft here. You know, like you're saying, we've seen the Yumi ban, both games of the series away from Monkey Dong. Oh, and so we'll see if we see that again. So far, it is Nautilus and Leona, the same bans for Tofu's team, but we see a change up from the red side. Mike muted, or not Mike muted, the other team going for the Senna ban because they are on red side.
There's the rivet band that we were clamoring for, and we do see the strategy of sort of dropping those bans that are being aimed at Monkey Dong 123, because honestly, this player is so new that the difference in comfort between the champions that he's played, 5 times versus 2 times, I mean, I don't think it's worth like the marginal utility of burning those bans. And
Wait, hold
it
up.
seems that it's an 8th agrees.
I would actually, I would actually argue against that. I think Monkey Dong Seraphine is a force to reckon with. I don't know if you have seen some of those scrim matches, but this guy has landed 3, 4, 5 man Seraphine ults, really changing the pace and flow of a team fight. Um, it's even when being targeted and having the jungler camp that bottom lane, like this I don't know, this guy is just so effective on that pick. I think it would be foolish for It's an Eighth not to either steal the Seraphine or ban it.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on the Seraphine. You see kind of a complete turn, unexpected for the first pick Hecarim, which I believe has 0% presence this series.
Nope, it was banned in both
It's
games.
been banned for
It's been
both games,
banned.
so we do know
Mhm.
that Twice is a mean Hecarim that sent a ban, relieving that for him, and we see a
Ah,
possible Seraphine pickup for It's an Eighth.
that's my bad there. So that's the cost of the Senna.
Yep.
Giving them the Hecarim over. So they're not playing Master Yi. So 1 point for the blue side, unless they like run it top or something. But it's answered by the Seraphine.
Talking about top lane, are we gonna see Green Epic unleashed? Will he be able to play something other than a mom, other than a tank? Let him carry, since he has had such a stellar performance in both game 1 and 2.
Hey
He's
Ben.
had a stellar performance, so just keep doing it.
Yeah,
The
Ben.
Cho'Gath worked out twice. Go for the three-peat.
I think the team went to Pet Supply Plus, to get that nice diamond collared leash, and I think we're gonna see that leash show up in this game right here.
Yeah.
As
So, you're hearing it here once again. The caster desk is gonna leash Green Epic back onto tank duty, will but the final call doesn't come to us. The final call comes from his actual team, from probably his captain. Will SK Telecom unleash the beast, unleash the silver smurfer? Will we see Jaquan, the Green Epic, on something else?
I like this Kaisa pick into the Hecarim. Kaisa dives in. All he needs is one auto attack to just reposition to remove the Hecarim off him. So I do like this bot lane right now coming from Kaisa Seraphine.
Yeah, I do have a little concern with like Kaisa usually wants to be paired with someone with a melee with hard CC, someone to proc her passive for her. I feel like the Seraphine, it's a good denial pick, but it might come at the cost of some of that bot lane aggression.
Oh, and an early Anivia pick coming for SK Telecom. This has been traditionally a second round ban against him, but they are confident that he can carry even with a blind pick.
So I think Anivia's been banned on against him for so long now that he wants to blind pick the Anivia. So I'm excited to see what the counter is for this the mid lane matchup.
I mean, I want to see the Zed come out. That's
Maybe
what I want to see.
Kassadin?
I think Kassadin will be really good into the Anivia. I think we saw It's an Eighth run the Kassadin yesterday. Yeah, he ran the Kassadin into
Anivia
Anivia.
and just
Yeah,
dumpstered him, right?
Oh,
exactly.
but a Lucian pick. That means if they pick Cassidon, they could actually rotate Lucian into the mid lane and have Anivia go bot.
No,
Since
no.
No,
Tofu's not
no.
playing Lucian. I hope for their
no, no,
sake.
no,
No,
Pharaoh
no,
can go
no.
mid lane and
Yeah,
Tofu can
Tony
hit the
Nivea
plays
Nivea
Lucian
bot.
mid.
this is the benefit of Mike's Muted in that Tofu Pharaoh and SK Telecom 2-1 are very flexible in exactly which lane they can go.
Line
That's
pick
a good
Shen.
call. Interesting point.
Oh,
Nivea bot
great
seems a
pick
little.
for JTB. Usually that Shen has been banned against them, but banning the Riven has freed the Shen.
Oh, it looks like it's an ape taking the leash out themselves.
Reverse leash.
Whoa, banning Alawi into the Shen. I mean, that's one of Shen's worst matchup is into Alawi. So they respect a
I
lot of
have
respect
to
shown to Green
imagine.
Epic.
I have to imagine that the next ban is going to be a Darius then, right?
Probably.
Putting the man in shackles. It's an eighth. Putting tears in Green Epic's eyes.
I think It's an Eighth needs to ban the Nautilus. I think the Nautilus applies really good setup for the Lucian and Hecarim just for bot lane ganks and also in team
Nautilus is
fights.
already banned.
Oh, Nautilus is banned? Oh shoot, I did not see that part right.
Mike Muted banned Leona and Nautilus all 3 games. A target towards entropy in.
Oh, Backcaster didn't read that. I think the Lucian needs a really good engaged champion. He needs a really good engaging support. So they see the casting and banned. That was
So you think
obvious.
about what they've played Braum both games, Tofu's team.
Yeah, I'd
And now that they
expect
have
them to
Lucian,
Braum.
you gotta expect the Lucian Braum, a classic combo. We'll see if Red Side thinks it's worth banning away or whether they want to keep I don't know, layering on the leashes. I feel like our analogy's kind of suffering at
If-
this point, but
If the Darius is left up, what's the point of the Alawi ban? Those are both picks that Green Epic is very familiar with, and picks that punish the Shen really hard in that lane.
good point. I feel like he definitely is better on Alawi than Darius, but maybe it's the same effect. We see the cast and ban, so I think it was really a smart point about the flex pick, but it seems like it wasn't what Blue Side was going for.
Hmm.
If they're banning out Caston, it shows that they're not thinking about that flex potential. They don't want to put
As
Anivia in the bot lane.
predicted, we do have that Darius ban and a quick
It's
Zed
Zed,
ban
right? Yeah.
towards Cardinal. What can Cardinal play now?
So Xerath ranges Anivia pretty well, right?
I
And
don't want
he's
to see
gone to
Cardinal on
that
Zareth.
before.
Let's not see a Xerath. I think that the champion doesn't have a lot of pressure in the lane, can't clear the waves as fast as Nivea can. And that was a big issue for them in the control mage sort of mirror game 1. And Tofu has just showed that he's able to translate that wave pressure into game pressure. So I don't think they should opt into that a second time.
So what's left here? I've seen Cardinal play Oriana. That's one possibility. He played Diana one game, but I heard from an inside source that apparently his team picked it for him. Oh,
Yes,
wow.
and a Diana pick.
So
What's
to
the
finish
inside
this
source here?
anecdote, they just assumed that he could play Diana, and he had never played Diana, and they just picked it for him because it's a good matchup, and he proceeded to not do very well with it.
What?
Because
Wow.
he doesn't play the champ.
Oh.
So we see clearly either there's a disconnect in the memory of the red side, or Cardinal has his ego is coming to the fore, and he believes he can.
Hey,
So
he played it
while
once.
there is that story, apparently there were rumors to the contrary because SK Telecom's team has banned Diana for both games. So it must be formidable, or we wouldn't have seen it banned.
There's the Braum locked in, as
Yeah.
expected.
Guys,
Riding
you're
out
right. You're right.
the Lucian Braum.
So who do you think is gonna be in top lane? I would.
I just hope they don't pick Kled.
Yeah, I know Green Epic himself has talked about the poor matchup there, and that's why Red Side can get away with banning only 2 of his 3 potential carries.
They really want him to choose Kled.
Yeah, looking back at actually the match history, looks like Cardinal
Can you
on
do a
Diana
curveball?
actually went 9-2 and 17 on Diana. So
Okay.
maybe a bit of sandbagging from him.
Can you
with
do
that
Urgot
story.
into Shen?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, it's okay, but I don't think that Urgot
Gonna pick
is
Cho'Gath, right?
the most
Yeah, they're gonna give
comfortable
him
champ.
Cho'Gath. I think Cho'Gath would be the best pick here for them.
Yep,
Yep.
and there it is.
And back on Cho'Gath duty, Green Epic is, he might be a bit
Jaquan
sad.
howling in rage.
I think It's an Eighth needs to choose like a Gragas. Just to like
Not Master Yi. Gragas would be fine.
They have plenty of AP damage. I actually want to see a J4. I want to see an AD but tanky jungler who sets up a lot of engage, who does a lot of fights, doing roams
Yeah.
early game.
Yeah, Gragas makes the Merc Treads value a little too high.
I
Yeah, so
believe
I
he
want to
played
see a
Kane against
J4.
us.
I want to see a Kane. That would be great. A red
Red
Kane.
Kane
Red
would be
Cane would be really
fantastic
good.
here.
Red Cane would be
Yeah.
really
Did
good.
pick Kane in the group stage against my team.
But I do say J4 because
Let's see who
Minifay
they're gonna
is
pick.
a renowned
Olaf.
J4 player, but an Olaf into
That
an India
works.
Not
wall,
locked in, but
a
it's
little
hovered.
bit.
I think it's
It's
bad
locked
against
in.
Anivia,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
It's kited very easily.
Okay,
Anivia is one of the only champions in the game that's actually able to peel herself off from the Olaf. So
so now that we see the picks, do you guys have any predictions for who is
Alright.
expected to
I'll
win? Who do you think did the better pick and ban?
let go Ben go first.
oh man, you're just gonna take the opposite of whatever I say, I swear. I mean, I think that this draft favors SKT. I think that Lucian Braum is a potent lane. Hopefully, they'll be able to push out the Seraphine Kaisa. Just in general, I think they have advantage through their champions in all three lanes, and they've shown that they have enough macro sense to turn that lane pressure into objective pressure, into like game pressure. And so I think that they'll be able to do that and get another one of their early game advantages this game.
Nell, should you decimate him or should I?
I'll decimate
Guys,
him. I think
alright.
it's gonna be It's an Eighth because of the fact that I'm looking at the engage on It's an Eighth. Basically, the Diana followed by Shen ult, and then the follow up is basically Seraphine ult, and then them just rushing into you. I don't think that It's an Eighth can deal with this hardcore engage before they blow. They're gonna blow someone up basically, and if they blow up the Lucian or Nivea, then they don't have enough consistent damage in order to win that team fight. So I would say It's an Eighth has the edge in team fights, and I would say for the laning phase right now, I think Olaf's gonna power form faster than the Hecarim and provide stronger early game ganks. And I honestly think that Diana is gonna beat this Nivea pre-6. So that's my prediction.
Yeah.
I think the mid jungle matchup is definitely the most volatile and where this game is hinging. You're right. If the red team is able to make it into the mid game relatively unscathed, like even or ahead in gold, then they have the ability to absolutely run down their opponents around objectives. But I'm really looking at the blue team to find that advantage in the laning phase where I think they have the advantage.
Alright, well, here's why Ben's wrong and red side is gonna win. So, first of all, the bot lane, Lucian Braum, while synergizing well with itself, it actually takes a surprising amount of coordination and playing to strength of and level power spikes that I don't think blue side's bot lane has. See, this is like his third game of Braum, and the Kaisa Seraphine, the double ranged matchup is actually just naturally advantageous, and I think we'll just win lane against Lucian Braum. I also think top lane, Shen is a huge upgrade for red side, and there's a reason it's always banned against them. It lends itself so well to full map play, and he pilots it so much better than the GP, which you saw last game. And yeah, this Olaf, we talked about Kane being a good pick, but Olaf gives them that nice bridge to the late game that I think will just take him over the line. So I think red side Smurf draft, I think they're going to take it away.
Okay, viewers, as we see the picks and bans, don't forget to make some noise and support the team of your choice by voting in chat. Do exclamation point vote SKT or TFT to show your support. We will close voting at the start of the game.
You see the players just picking the champions they've already gone through the draft of. Do you care to revise your statements, Emax? This is your last chance to retain
Nope.
a shred of credibility. Oh,
Nope, I've been wrong twice, and I'm down to be wrong 3 times in a row.
Okay, guys, what do you think is the win con needed for each side? Like, what does SKT got to do to win? What does TFT got to do on their side?
So these fights are probably going to pivot around the engage from the red side, right? The Kaisa, Seraphine, Diana, Shen, Olaf just running at their opponents. If they can kill enough priority targets and get enough of a fight advantage during that engage, they'll win the fight. And if they're not able to get that, they end up only maybe getting some chunk damage in and then getting kited out. The Anivia, Cho'Gath, Braum will be able to come back through and clean things up. So I think we just need to watch like the start of these fights and how coordinated the red team can be.
yeah. I think those zoning tools are really important for the blue side, right? Anivia and Cho'Gath. Like, I'm envisioning a scenario where we see like Diana ult E in and hit a big ult, but Anivia wall does go up and Olaf just can't follow if he doesn't have flash. So I do see like, some potential advantages for blue side in team fights, and they really have to play around those two zoning champions.
I think that Cho'Gath is kind of useless in this draft because for what's going to start these team fights is Diana engaging or Olaf engaging, and as soon as Diana engages, she uses all her abilities Q, E, and W, and R2. And Cho'Gath, as soon as he throws that silence, he's going to hit like Olaf and Diana. And Diana doesn't care; she's auto attacking with her passive, and Olaf is CC immune. So I don't think it's all about just holding the silence for Green Epic.
My counter to that is that Cho'Gath is really good against Olaf because he just chomps him when he goes in, right? The big counter to Olaf is if he just dies when he runs in, and Cho'Gath is really good at providing that extra bit of damage to burn through an Olaf.
Yeah,
Okay.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Anna.
sorry to cut you off, Eric. But before we continue on, I just want to say a quick message from our title sponsors, DropPod. DropPod is a Williams alumni founded social media and gaming startup centered around making it easier to connect with friends to play online multiplayer games. Y'all have heard me say this time and time again, but one part gaming community and one part social media app. DropPod just launched and is in open beta. DropPod hopes that the Williams Network will be a major part of its community, so please go check them out in the Apple App Store and Google Play stores. And we're going to just drop a quick ad for them. Okay, and welcome back. As we load into this rift, or as we are going to load into this rift, do we expect any early game plans or jungle ganking patterns for either Hecarim or Olaf?
Take it away, Ben.
If
Jungle
I'm
Master.
if I'm looking at this from the perspective of the Hecarim, I want to start topside, and I want to try to get an early gank onto the Seraphine Kaisa double range matchup. They're probably going to be pushing in their opponents, and their champions are extremely vulnerable in the early game. So from the Hecarim's perspective, I'm looking bot. From the Olaf's perspective, I think Shen has a lot of setup, and you can definitely kill a Cho'Gath in the early game if you're able to just dodge the Q. So I'd be looking towards the top side. Hecarim could also look to take the 2v2, but I would opt for the bot lane focus.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Shen might have good setup, but I would like to see this Olaf sometimes shadowing bot lane. I think you're right that Hecarim will be pathing there. I think the game might be decided there. If Voidless and Entropy can just bully out the Lucian Braum, they'll have a great time of it. They'll have Prio. Olaf can start stacking these drags, super strong early, and red side will have a clear win con.
Yeah, all right. Well, thank you for that biased take, bot lane player. But
I mean, what do we? Yeah, mid lane.
no, I do think
Anivia.
that would be a smart way for Olaf to play this.
So Anivia should have Prio like post 6, but
Mhm.
early on, I think Nell, you're talking about how Diana
Yeah.
seems favored.
It is still a ranged into melee matchup, though. So Anivia can get pressure, and the Q is very threatening.
Yeah, I really like how both supports took Ignite in this matchups. They're looking for blood. You know, the Brahm's like, I don't need to take Exhaust anymore.
Exactly. I am looking forward to that, as a support main myself, you gotta love it when supports take that initiative. We're all about bloodthirsty.
And I'm expecting that cheese right now. I expect both sides to go into the enemy jungle and expect that cheesy level 1 play.
Yes, Nelson and his very bad French accent is
Infamous,
crave
really.
yeah, infamous is craving for some pepper jack. Do you guys think we're gonna see some level 1 shenanigans as these teams are clamoring for that win?
I really hope that we do, given the champions that they picked. But they had similar champs last game, and we didn't see any shenanigans. Although blue team,
Yes, it is. Yes, there is. Mwah.
And we always say that Seraphine best level 1 champ, but
Mhm.
blue side's level 1's pretty nasty. I
Yeah,
think
blue side definitely
blue
has a
wins
lot of
level
very
1.
good level 1 champions.
Kind of
Uh,
close.
oh, and they are all grouped. Now, Kaisa
Boy,
gonna
this should
spot
be
this invade
chill.
out really early. Should be able to just walk away. And now I really want to see either the Olaf or the Shen go and get a ward down on the far side of the map. You saw all 5 members.
They
Yeah,
tried, but then they failed.
inertia is a strong force, and they do not move from their spots. It's like a local rel ult at their position. They cannot move their champions.
They're respecting the invisible barriers.
Yes, and or maybe they read too many Wall Street bets and they've learned to hold their position.
Diamond hands from the red side.
Yeah, we
They've
saw
learned that
both.
it's the winning strat.
Looks like both bot laners on red side use their ward, which I think is a pretty big mistake. Like they're just, it's the kind of automatic response where it's like, oh, I see them, I'll just put down my ward. But for both of them to do it, gonna be a little exposed.
That's a
As a bot lane
single.
expert, I can.
Oh
I
yeah.
can.
Contrary to what I predicted, we see Hecarim starting bot side and moving up towards the top side. So, whereas the Olaf is starting top side and heading towards bot side. So, complete opposite of what I had predicted.
Blue side's gonna get Cho'Gath another 4K gold league and lose the game. Woo. A standard play for this team. Put him on a leash, then feed him all the biscuits.
I mean, it's
Very
not a bad
suspicious.
leash, to be honest. This
Oh,
team.
and looks like there are some early trades from the double ranged lane. Pharaoh definitely getting low, being forced to burn his potion and still landing at a low HP total.
This is the thing
Yeah,
about the Lucian Braum lane is like, you have that great ability to stack Braum passive, but you need to be level 2 or
level
level
2.
3.
Yep,
Yeah, and against this range matchup, you're never gonna
Ooh.
hit 2 first.
yep.
And now they're
And
too
Kaisa,
low to pressure at all.
Kaisa has that advantage too with her passive, so level 1 trades is not good to take with Kaisa. So bot lane's getting punished right now.
Yeah, we could even see Olaf path for a dive bot lane. I doubt this team will try that just because that's can often go awry, but definitely an option.
Yeah, they don't have any eyes on the Hecarim yet, although Hecarim did just reveal that he was topside. So maybe.
I don't
But
think
no, it
there's any
doesn't
way
look
that
like
they
there's
do it.
Hmm.
At this level, I think coordinating dives like that, it can be really good, but it could also go really terribly and tilt your team. So I think it's fine.
Interesting. Hecarim opted to skip the Scuttle Crab and immediately reset for a longsword.
Yeah, do you
And
think that's
boots,
just like not tracking Olaf, or do you think that's like because it seems like a big mistake to not just trade scuttles?
Yeah, I have. I'm not sure what that's about. It's a very farm efficient path. You can see that he gets right back in onto his side of the jungle and is going to be clearing these raptors right after they spawn. But it definitely feels like a missed opportunity to not take that scuttle crab when he was in the area.
I think
Olaf
Olaf
heading into
realizes,
a double
yeah,
scuttle.
he's happy.
Spotted out though. Cho'Gath in a vulnerable position. Let's see if he respects the Olaf showing on his ward.
Oh, Hecarim, what are you doing, baby?
Walking a
Oh,
bit too far up.
he's getting the ward. Okay, I thought he was gonna
There
go
he
into.
walks back.
Yeah, so
So
Green Epic should know that Olaf's here, the wave is pushing towards him, totally fine.
say back. What minute do you think? Who's gonna get the red trinket first? Red side or blue side?
I'm saying no red trinkets this entire game. That's my bet.
Is this a recurring theme?
Yeah,
It might
junglers
be.
don't get red trinkets and they do dragon and then they die. So
The junglers in this lobby certainly like to walk over wards on their way to gank.
hmm
Whoa, I thought we wanted to keep this stream positive. No flaming.
Of course, it's not
People
flaming. It's
trying
more
their
just
best.
the
It's
plays itself. It's more of a criticism of something.
we've all
That
been
Yeah,
there.
I'm sure they're great people. I'm sure they're nice people. They just don't buy Red Trigger when they should.
They just like being seen.
They just
Yeah.
like being in that public limelight.
They're honest people. They don't want to sneak around. Ooh, Anivia Q goes
Uh-oh.
Okay,
wide.
wait, this could be good.
Here's the
Get the
Braum. The
stun,
Braum
force the
Lucian
flash on
combination
Kaisa.
forces flash.
That is a bold flash from the Braum, overextending.
Oh no.
Yeah, kind of just losing a flash for nothing there. But overall, it seems like the pressure works out in favor of the Braum Lucian lane. Although now Lucian is left with no mana, and both junglers should be eyeing this bot
ease
lane.
in.
Oh my god, ease in, but gets hit by the root. Has the flash, cues in, but a trade from the ADCs. First blood. Oh no, the Seraphine picks up the Lucian kill. So first blood over to Lucian.
Yeah, and honestly, really impressed by Fire Resolution. I've seen him play it a bunch, and he looks very comfortable on it. Oh, as Olaf comes in with the
Olaf
Shen.
and Shen come in. Braum absolutely dead here. Twice walks away, and that's a
Just
clean
TP
1
top.
for 0.
Shen has to TP top up to this lane, otherwise he's gonna miss a farm. That's what Shen mains say. But they want to
Looks
do
like
the
he's
dragon.
sticking around for the dragon first.
Yeah, I
Wants
don't.
to help drag. Yeah, I don't. So mid does have Prio, which is why I think this is maybe necessary for the Shen. But in general, you can kind of tell from the rhythm of those plays that blue side's gonna probably give drag. So I'd like to see a kind of a min max here, like you're saying.
But
They'll just
if
TP
the
top.
Shen does TP top, then that opens up Cho'Gath's option to TP to dragon also. So that's something to keep in mind.
That's very true. So
This is a couple waves, but again, we're feeding biscuits, but the dog is on a leash, so unclear how much those 2 waves will do for this Cho'Gath.
we'll see as we reset now, and this Kaisa has a huge CS lead. Well, the wave's crashing, so we'll see. Should even itself out, but this range matchup is really strong. I think it might swing at 6 with the Braum ults. What do you guys think?
But Serafino and
Oh,
Kaiser
Hecarim
are
coming in for a
really
gank, charging
strong.
up his E, seeing if he
Battle,
can
battle.
land the ult. The ult
Yeah,
pushes the Seraphine away, easily flashes out of that one, and the play just fizzles out.
they didn't keep track of the summer spells. They should have known that Kaisa blew flash, and they should have focused the Kaisa. And you were right, Eric. It was a battle. It didn't hit the Kaisa or knock her toward the your team,
Yeah.
their team.
With that
Mhm.
directional fear, if he just kept running, he had the boosted move speed and ult behind Kaisa. Like you said, no flash, easy kill.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Bit of botch execution.
Just a little bit further needed on that ultimate.
Well,
It's definitely the right
watching.
idea, I think, Hecarim, like camping this bot lane. We do see CS disparities across pretty much all lanes. Olaf
Oh,
comes up.
Olaf looking for the gank. Now being spotted by the Cho'Gath, but he's
Shen has
definitely out of
flash.
position.
But he
Has the flash, burns it immediately, knows what he has to do, doesn't get tagged by the X.
good flash right there. We've been seeing so many times where people hold the flash and they end up dying while flashing. So I really like the
Mhm.
flash right there by Green Epic.
Yep.
Agreed. So like I was saying, we see some CS disparities. Bot lane's about back to even, but blue side actually top lane about 30
Oh,
CS.
Lucian
Should be
bringing out
on
the
advantage.
ultimate, eating in, but autos the minion, and Seraphine just sneaks out of that one.
Yeah,
Really,
I think
really
Braum
close
might have
look.
been able to ignite. I don't know if it was come off cooldown, but I think Braum should have ignited there.
Yeah, it was definitely a close play and a very aggressive look from the Lucian, which I love to see, but just a little bit of missed execution on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the solution's definitely Lucian Braum is playing well.
Here
As you
comes the
see the
Olaf.
Olaf.
Yeah,
Does
Olaf
Shen
coming in for
evolve?
the gank. Shen is fighting the
Comes
Cho'Gath. Probably won't
Nivea
be
TP
ulted.
and
Two
Shogat
TPs
TP.
in coming in from blue side, and red team just walks away. Oh, and a
Wow.
flash wall from the Anivia isn't going to find anything at all. A rupture, but they're really overreaching here. 5 members of blue team committing to the bot side and getting nothing.
No dragon up either, so there's no like conciliatory prize for the blue side. It's just like the observer
Yeah.
showing free ways for Shed, free ways for Diana.
And Shen
Really
needs
hate
that
to see
too
it.
to get back into this game with the CS. And show Diana, so free reset for her. But yeah, seeing that play right there is nothing more disheartening. You saw the desperation too when they realized they TP'd too early. Nivea flashes, tries to wall off the Olaf, but misses the Q, and then Shogath lands the rupture, but it was a little too late. Olaf was under tower, so.
And even if the Olaf ends up in a bad position, still holding on to both an ultimate and a flash. So Olaf really not in any danger there at all.
No, diamond hands from the Olaf right there.
Okay, so looks like Hecarim's getting onto the Rift Herald here.
And Olaf is walking over to contest it.
Diana off a reset,
Anivia
but does have
has the
TP.
priority. So does Cho'Gath. Hecarim pulling it out. Gonna continue hitting. Anivia trying to... Oh, gets the Olaf ult. And this should be Rift Herald over to blue team.
Yeah, let's see if red team calls to just give it. Looks like that is the call. Getting some push on bot wave, but yeah, nice zoning by Nivea aware that Diana can't be there. I would have loved to see a TP from Diana maybe to mid and pincer if you call Olaf to go.
Oh, nice cancel on the Kaisa recall by Lucian with the W.
Also, I want to mention that Hecarim has red trinket. You can't see it, but he's the first person to get red trinket, so props to him.
Yeah, we got a dragon fight coming up. Let's see if the red team can continue stacking these dragons, or if blue team can use the pressure that they have from bot lane to secure this one.
Yeah, so you see Hecarim top side. He's clearing down. Olaf also gonna be off a reset. As Lucian is playing really far into the turret. I don't know about that one.
Cho'Gath spotting out the Olaf on the top side, so Lucian knows that he's not under threat right here. Feels like he can play very far up.
I want to see some TP plays by Diana and Shen right now. They both have TP. Shen has
Double
ult,
TP
so
advantage.
yeah.
Yeah,
They need to do things with that.
it's not even hard to track because it's a very salient event of like blue team and team both of their TPs. So it should be obvious to red side that they should look for these. Even in bot lane, like when Lucian's there, if you can just Seraphine ult him and get a Shen ult, like you can create a lot of pressure.
Well, here we go. This is going to be one of the game-deciding fights right here, I would say, for the next 10 minutes. Whoever wins this dragon fight, in my opinion. Both sides feel like strong enough to fight each other, so.
It's a 5v4 though, no Cho'Gath. No Cho'Gath TP, so
That's true.
unless they're
So
calling
they.
for him
as
to
long
walk,
as as long as Cho'Gath keeps pressure on the Shen, he should be able to.
Oh, but
to
they
get
found
the
a
cancel.
pick and they got a
Olaf
pick on
running
Anivia.
towards the Anivia. Anivia forced into the egg and given over for free. That's going to be the dragon picked up for red team.
Yeah, really good pick found by the Diana. I think Diana found QE, ulted, and then they caught the Anivia. And then Olaf and Diana ran her down. So mispositioning on Anivia's part, and a free dragon given to red side.
And it's going to be that Ocean Soul. So very scary dragon stacking that has been started.
Yeah. So we're going to get a very, very early Ocean Soul right now. Probably around 21 minutes. Or 26 minutes Ocean Soul, correct?
Mhm.
So.
they get both drags like right when they come up. We
Yep.
see that Anivia burning flash bot lane is just so punishing. When you're Anivia against Diana Olaf, you really need that summoner spell as your only piece of mobility.
I'm going to watch
So
Hecarim right now.
Okay.
Looks like he's
Hecarim
he's
looping
waiting.
Braum's a
around,
little behind.
but they shouldn't need a Braum in order to make this play.
Well,
Some
Shen
are
ult,
up.
Shen ult.
Shen has not ulted yet. Seraphine ults. There's the Shen ult, a little bit late. Isn't able to save the Seraphine. Kaisa dives in, gets the kill, but is going to get traded back. Should be an easy
Lucian
pickup
E.
for Lucian.
There it is.
The late Shen ult. We saw so Shen was channeling his recall and really wanted to finish before he ulted.
Now Olaf looking for the counterpunch top lane onto the Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath has his flash up again. Let's see if they can finish off this kill.
But
All
watch
right,
Diana,
Olaf
though.
goes unstoppable. Doesn't pick up the
Cho'Gath
axe.
still has flash.
Really
It
holding
doesn't
onto the
matter.
flash this time. And gets taken down. So this is sort of the opposite scenario of.
Yeah, but watch
the
what
last
Nivea
time
took.
we got ganked.
Nivea took first tower, though, so there's a give and take.
True. And Olaf
And a
trading
bot
his
turret.
flash.
Yeah, they don't even get top turret, so that's 2 turrets for the blue side. Definitely winning that trade super hard.
Mhm.
We saw a couple mis-executions. Shen needs to just ult right away to get to the play faster as Diana. Going in on Anivia, but knows that Jungler
Looks
goes
like-
probably.
Yeah, that play's just gonna fizzle out. No one wants to take anything with the map so dark.
But yeah, Shen needs to be there right away, and then the Kaisa ult in. You saw he ulted behind for the last hit, just ult in front so you can run away. Because you're never going to continue that play after Shen ulti is cancelled by the target dying.
So they're saying they're bot lane to the top lane right now. So this will be
Yeah,
interesting.
they want to knock down that last outer turret.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
like that
then-
rotation actually.
The Braum's not there in time to push up the turret, so Lucian has to play back.
You need to be cognizant that you only have about, I'd say, a minute and a half until you want to start setting up for this dragon and have your bot lane be in the area. Because
Mhm.
I wouldn't want to give red side sold point. It just makes every
life so much
dragon
harder.
a coin flip. Yeah.
Yep.
So let's keep an eye on whether they rotate down in time.
Looking at these builds right here before this next dragon, is there anything come out to your mind right now?
There's one difference in the mythic completions. We can see that there's no mythic on only the Shen and the Braum. So those 2 characters behind their respective opponents in itemization. Other than that, nothing really comes to mind.
Oh,
It's under
aggressive
turret.
taunt.
A good taunt onto the Lucian. Looks like he is able to get away, throws an ult back, pushes the Shen off the turret, and is going to collect
Oh,
that
watch
one.
Kaisa and Olaf Roman top. And he's
Hecarim
spotted
is
out by this
shadowing.
ward.
Seraphine also in that top lane stack. But there's no play to be found.
I mean, it's interesting to see both teams play top side. It seems like I guess they'll have time to reset, but it really is important to get first to that drag, set up vision.
Yep,
Mhm.
1 minute till dragon right now, and this is gonna be very contingent for Mike's muted to get this dragon to
And
prevent this soul.
shadowing the Cho'Gath here, putting down some deep vision. A very good ward to help them prepare for this dragon. Let's see if it gets sweeped out.
So everyone's
Thinking
TP
about
is
a
up.
reset. Hecarim Path's top. Looks like they're gonna trade Rift, I guess. That's a big call when
That does
the
not seem like what you want to be doing.
Yeah, red team has
To be
everyone on the
fair,
same page. They're saying
Hecarim,
everyone down.
Hecarim absolutely can make it there in time. Has the moves.
look at the bot lane. Like they
Bot
reset
lane
so late.
Definitely too late to this play.
Red side needs to just force this. Please
Mhm.
get the vision, make them come into you. Like we see the good zonal control from Cho'Gath and
Start the
Anivia.
dragon.
It's hard to run in with it, right? It's not, you want them to run into you. This comp.
Yep.
Pulling at the dragon, and now they're starting it.
So red team has the positional advantage.
Cho'Gath's
coming
flanking
into
from
the fight.
bottom, and Anivia and Lucian and Hecarim from
Cho'Gath going
top
for the
lane.
flank, but
They're getting
Braum
pinsert
is
here.
way away from
Yeah.
everyone. Anivia throws an ult down onto the dragon. Olaf taking a ton of damage.
Here's the
Seraphine
dragon.
ult hits 3. Dragon goes over to the red team, but now it looks like Diana is in a risky position, flashes out, gets to safety. And Hecarim trying to chase it down, but I don't think there's much more to this play.
At the end of the day, it's just one for they got dragon, so that's a
Totally
win for
worth.
100% worth. They didn't want to fight. Olaf's like, I'm trying to get this dragon. I'm gonna stay on this dragon, just keep distracting them. And he got the smite secure on the dragon. Gave his
Mhm.
life for it, but it's so worth for this Ocean Soul. He's gonna lose. They're gonna lose tier 2 bot tower, but at the end of the day, these dragons now are going to be coin flips. They have to fight every dragon now.
Yep.
So
They are going to be coming into the 4th dragon fight with this gold lead, though. So we'll see if they can really leverage that to actually take a fight and be in the correct position.
the problem is, though, is one of the scary parts about these soul point dragons is that you cannot die within 1 minute of the dragon. You know, you're trying to set up vision for these dragons. You're trying to set up like wards and position, and it just takes one pick. You know, one pick on the support, on the AD. God help if it's the jungler, and then you basically secured yourself this dragon. You know, or force the enemy team to run into you suicidally to prevent you from getting Ocean Soul.
Right.
So
Or it's like some flash Cho'Gath player or something.
It's totally possible for blue side to leverage this gold advantage and contest every Drake, but right, it just gives so much less margin for error, like Nell's talking about. I do think, yeah, like Cho'Gath is another factor with his ult to secure Drake. I don't know, does Cho'Gath always just outsmite you as a jungler? Or
Yeah, Cho'Gath ult will always do more damage than Smite.
okay, maybe going for a pick here.
oh no.
Twice
the
getting
taunt.
caught out, taunt landing onto the Hecarim, but the Anivia is able to kite Cho'Gath in an awkward position. Wall comes through, kind of putting
Kaisa
a
wasn't there.
stopper on the play, and everyone walks away.
They didn't have the Kaisa there for the consistent damage.
Yeah, I would love to see a rotate mid from red side here, get the inner track, maybe pressure that outer turret. As you see, they're going for it.
And watch this
Here.
bot lane. This bot lane's farm right here, so it's going to force the Cho'Gath to go bot right now because bot lane's pushed. If all your lanes are pushed, it's easier life for you basically. So
I think you just have to give
Oh,
this up.
Hecarim looking for
Yeah.
something, but yeah, just nothing to be found. They say goodbye to their outer turret mid, and it's a absolutely free turret for red side.
I just have to commend just the sheer like vision coverage on it's an eighth. You know, oh well, they have more pink wards, I would say, but they have the river. I think the biggest thing they have right now is the river coverage, and I think the river coverage is more critical than again the deep wards at the moment. But they have to kill that tier 1 in order to now go into the enemy jungle. So expect to see more wards into the enemy jungle now that the tier 1 mid is gone. So
Yep.
Yeah, I think overall this just feels like a very high level game. Like we see a lot of good proactive plays. We see like pushing for vision, good rotations, and I think it's clear to me that when all is on the line, both teams want something solid. They want to be in control, and we see like gold advantage trade for stacking drakes, which is very topical for all League of Legends, especially at higher levels. So I'm just happy to be here, scouting out my next opponent. I think both these teams look very strong.
I love how all the team members on both sides have pink wards. You know, they heard our casters, they heard our casting, and they took the advice of just buying pink
I
wards. You
I
know,
think something that's really important to track here, going into this fourth dragon fight, is we can see the effect of this gold lead on the blue side. Second item completions in for almost every champion, whereas there are almost no second items completed on the red team.
how do
That's
you guys
big.
feel about this Kaisa building Less Whisper right now?
Seems
We
bad.
saw this in the first game as well, right?
So
Knowing
he's
that
not even getting. I guess okay. So it gets EQ evolve. I see the point, but it's just Cho'Gath really that's stacking armor.
Yeah.
And in a team fight, the great thing about Kaisa is you can just dive their backline, right? You can
Like,
ult in off of Diana ult. And at
yeah,
that
with your
point, you have
passive
like
too. You
a
do
Last
AP.
Whisper hitting Lucian and hitting Nivea. It's like, it's not worth it. You'd rather be going
I think
towards Collector.
will
all right,
Ninja run
blue
in there with
team
ult?
this time
He
has
is.
Going
the
for the
oh yeah,
steal.
Olaf
And
ulting in, has
Olaf
the
gets
Shen on
the
him. Cho easily secures the
a
dragon.
huge ult
Hecarim
right
ults
there.
into the back line, but a big Seraphine ult, and now we're seeing that the fight is being kited out by the blue team.
Flash
Diana and
taunt.
Hecarim going down, a beautiful flash taunt by the Shen. Looks like it's going to be able to pick up the Anivia, or
Watch
at
this
least carry
Lucian
it to
though.
the egg, but Lucian is free firing on the back line, picks up the Seraphine,
Watch
picks
this
up the
Lucian.
double. Lucian
Oh.
gets taunted up by the Shen, but now it's Anivia, doesn't have to worry about the Olaf ult, and is able to easily kite out both Olaf and the Shen, picking up the final 2 kills of the fight, and that is 5 for 4 in favor of Mike's Muted.
And securing the all-important Drake, denying the soul. So wow, that was a sick fight. We saw that red side, even despite their like 4K gold disadvantage, or maybe it's less by then, but still able to play it so close, getting huge Seraphine ult, layering their CC. Whew.
Just impressive performance, impressive team fighting by both sides there. Really like the Lucian. Just he presented such a threat that everyone forgot about the Anivia responding with her passive. And
And
Pharaoh right there showing his skill with
played
the Braum.
played so well, hiding in that bush, waiting for the
hmm
bot lane to walk up too far, so that he's able to pop out and like easily swat down both Kaisa and Seraphine.
And you can kind of see right now how future team fights are going to go in this matchup. It's more of a front to back in a sense. Like they had like 4 people were on the Diana, and then 4 people were on I think the Hecarim when he jumped in. So both sides have someone who's going to dive in, and both sides are going to be trying to kill the divers first before going onto the back line. And it's just the longer these fights go on, the more Braum can auto attack every single champion and apply his passive. And that's what happened in those last fights. Basically, the Lucian was really strong, was able to pop off basically with the help of the Braum with his passive. So very well done on Mike's Muted.
Oh, and blue team sees the Shen is bot lane and just immediately starts up the Baron, knows that they can shred through this objective, and they have Cho'Gath for the extra secure. Are they going to turn Shen going into the ulted Olaf? Seraphine ult only hits a few people, and the Baron getting low
Three
at
man
1600,
down.
1100. Cho'Gath eats it up, but now the team fight, Lucian in the back, able to free fire. All of the blue team members going down, but Lucian's still alive. Kills the Seraphine. The Olaf is down. Only the Shen remains, and the carries are alive on blue team. Mike's Muted with a decisive team fight victory, 5 for 3, and the Baron.
I have to say it was so impressive to see Mike's Muted. They got the Baron down to 1900 health, and they stopped doing the Baron. They stopped doing the Baron, and they focused the Olaf and focused the Shen who are in the pit. Olaf can't do anything right now. Olaf was more focused on hitting the Baron than just even attacking the other champions, because Olaf's job was to secure the Baron. But they knew that with the Cho'Gath Cho'Gath Feast, they can stay on that Baron, and they know they can secure the Baron. And very good for Pharaoh and Anivia for just staying alive. So
Yeah,
Just
Yeah.
honestly,
amazing call. Amazing.
beautifully
Super
done.
interesting fight, I think. So we thought, from the perspective of Diana, there is a critical moment where she's walking in, and in the pit, there's a great opportunity. Shogath, Hecarim, and Braum, three undesirable targets but stacked on top of each other. And he does end up going for that ult. He hesitated for a moment, because you want to hit the carries. And we saw the downside of they got onto those three guys and got sick wombo, but then Anivia and Lucian, when the enemy team is funneled into the pit like that, just clean up. So really, interesting decision making there. It's like, do you take the 3-man ult on undesirable targets, or do you wait for something else?
And I think that the blue team, with that Baron call, really put the pressure on red team and forced
Amazing.
them to make these very difficult decisions. And I love to see that.
And now we have a little fight here.
Olaf
Yeah,
getting caught out.
Anivia finds the Olaf with
Here
the
comes the
wall.
TF play
Hecarim
here.
pushes him over. Lucian
Oh, the
shoots down
3-man.
the Olaf, and now the
Diana.
Diana goes in, isn't able to find either of the
Oh
heroes once again.
no.
It's just an absolute rout.
And
That's
I think they're
5
gonna go for the
a
end.
clean ace, and that should be the game.
Wow.
Went from
Yeah.
very competitive to very one-sided.
And
Big
this is the
team-fight
effect of
wins.
taking that gold lead over the stacking dragons. You're right that it closes the margin of error, but it does put more agency into the team with the gold advantage.
Do they
Very
go for
good
the
game.
end? Looks
They're
like
gonna
it.
go for the end. They have the
8
Baron.
seconds on Olaf, 10 seconds on
Yeah,
Seraphine.
this should be it. An easy cleanup.
Amazing. Whoever did that shot calling a Baron to not finish the Baron and leave it at 1900 has to be commended right there. That was, or
Olaf
even just
going
start
in for
Baron.
the desperation play, but the Nexus is open and all 5 are firing it down.
GG. And
Mike's
Ben
muted,
wins.
picks up the series.
And
My
he
first prediction, correct.
Oh, amazing. So now let's discuss who do you guys think is MVP for this game?
Gotta be Lucian. my
The
opinion.
Lucian?
Yeah, I agree. I think the Lucian played these team fights beautifully, especially that fight where he's able to pop out of the bush and get onto the Kaisa and Seraphine immediately.
I
That
would
seemed to be the crux play of this game to me.
I would have to agree with you myself. The Lucian was amazing in these team fights, was able to stay alive. He allowed he just played off his teammates and even protected his mid laner when the Nivea's passive was going off. I
So,
think
Yeah.
guys, after watching that amazing third game between TFT and SKT, do you guys have, and all of y'all have unanimously said that Pharaoh on that Lucian was MVP for this game, but who do you think was the MVP of the whole entire series?
That's a really tough one. But if I was going to give an MVP for the entire series,
I would say Green Epic. I honestly, I'm saying this right now for the entire series. It has to be Green Epic because twice for game one popped off, and then sure the Lucian for this game, but Green Epic was the rock basically for this entire series. And Green Epic is the one who also secured all the major objectives, Baron and even the Dragon for the Soul.
I
I think Green
agree.
Epic is like
I
average,
think this last game especially puts Green Epic ahead of the curve for series MVP because of the soul that he's able to secure, the Baron that he's able to secure, just the amount of pressure that he's able to take off of his entire team throughout the entire series, consistently doing his job. It has to be Green Epic for the entire series.
Yeah. I mean, I'll defer to you guys as I didn't catch all of the first 2 games. Definitely. So is this a triple header Cho'Gath performance?
It was. It was 3 games of Cho'Gath where Green Epic, even though he didn't want to be on the leash, was put on the leash, and boy, did he perform. Guys,
Yeah.
it was a
I have a
close, nail-biting 2-1 series with Mike muted, prevailing over It's an Eighth. We want to say a huge thank you for all 10 players who showed up today. They did a standout performance. We've seen Voidless on that Senna is absolutely a force to reckon with. Entropy landed some great multi-man Seraphine ults. JTB with his clutch Shen ultimate. The team really showed up.
Yeah, definitely kudos to them. Playing a super close series. But sadly, there can only be one challenger in the finals. I have to share one little anecdote. So in a past year of this tournament, I actually played against Green Epic in the top lane, and we won the first game. I was against him. Game two, he picks his Kled and proceeds to just eradicate us. Like by the end of this game, I was like a Pavlovian dog, where the sound of Kled ult would just like I would start quivering, and he smashes us. Game three, fateful moment. His captain puts him on the scion. Back to the doghouse, Green Epic. And you know what happened? They lost.
Oh my
And so
god.
I'm just saying, we'll keep an eye on the leashes, on how many dog biscuits get fed. Might be a deciding factor this finals.
Oh, it will be a finals to look out for. Hopefully, Jaquan or Green Epic will carry on his carrying performance, and we are actually gonna have Jaquan up here for an MVP interview um, shortly in a bit, guys. You know, how do you think? Like, what do you think we'll expect for this finals matchup? I know Eric himself is a little biased. Oh, and oh, actually, let's hold that thought as we do have MVP of the semifinals, Green Epic, here with us right now. Jaquan, share us some thoughts. Say hello to the audience.
Give him a
Hello
woof.
everyone. Yeah, woof woof. Very riveting gameplay top. Like, how did you guys pan your camera away from top when you just see me just auto attack those minions at such precision? Yeah, that's the word.
Well, you did earn our ardor as the series MVP, so
Yeah,
congrats on that.
I was given the ultimate dog treat of all.
Is it too
The
late?
audience approval.
Is it too late to take this back? His ego's a little too high right now.
Yeah. No. You know, Tofu, before the tournament, he promised me that he would unleash me in any way I wanted. And then, first draft, he just goes, so, they have a tank. How do you feel about Cho'Gath?
Seems like a broken promise to me. Going into the
Mm-hmm.
finals, do you have any words for your captain?
Just don't first pick Cho'Gath. At least leave it a little later.
Revolt, Jaquan. Break the chains.
That's
Blocking
that's
Teemo.
interesting because we were on the cast. I was actually talking about how I thought that first picking the Cho'Gath was an extremely smart draft move.
It
Since
would
you
be,
know
but it
that
makes
your
me more
opponent
depressed.
is going to be picking a tank.
Orn.
So, so,
Uh,
Jaquan, your captain in the chat says, "Listen, buddy, they banned Alawi Darius. Were you even given an option to be
Oh
off
yeah,
that leash?"
he acts as if this is like he was like, this is the one game we'll let you off, and he goes, oh, he used two bans at the end there. Wonder what they'll ban here after we pick all their prio picks already. Wonder what else there's to ban anymore.
All right. The question that's on everyone's minds: which do you prefer, Cho'Gath or Scion?
Cho'Gath. Because apparently with Sion, dude, you don't even do damage with Sion half the time. Cho'Gath does so much damage. Just like you have to really extend the timeline. Like his numbers are huge, but if you ever like look at a single trade, it's like 2 damage. The difference is I can heal all the damage they do and slowly technically win over the course of 2 minutes of fighting.
And how did you feel in that game about the pressure that was on you to secure both that Dragon Soul objective and then the Baron immediately after?
Oh, I checked the number. I was like 300 above their smite, so I was like, oh, this should not be the most difficult to cure out there.
So
Like
no sweat.
they're at
Cool as a
700.
cucumber.
They're at 700 smite. I had 1200 chomp.
Not a
And
worry
in
in
the
the
Baron
world.
pit, like everyone else is like hitting Olaf, and I just auto Baron and like just kept my eye on the health bar and kept my finger on the R key. I didn't
Yeah.
bother trying to CC the Olaf. He was ulted anyway, and I don't do damage. So I'm like, you know what? You know those carnival games where you just try to like hit the light when it hits the middle?
Mm-hmm.
I was just playing that, except a little easier.
Well, it sounds like you thoroughly enjoyed making the game-winning plays for your team.
Yes, the highlight for my highlights of each game is when I see the champions, enemy champions, have this like red circle floating around them. I'm like, oh, I can press R now.
So Green Epic, I have to ask you, if you win this tournament, what are you going to do with your 1820 skin?
Mm-hmm. Where's it going?
I don't know yet. I was like,
You
for
have
this
Disney World?
tournament, yeah, maybe that's like I bought Darkstar Choga because I'm like, oh, it's so OP. They'll put me on it 1 or 2 games. I want to look cool, don't want to be basic skin Cho'Gath, and then I buy the skin, and then the next day I'm on it every single game. I'm like, oh, the
You look
worst
super
investment.
cool.
Really, really getting the value out of your investment.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The 10 gemstones could not have been used more often than this.
So, my boy Green Epic, you do realize that Eric's also in this call, the enemy team captain. So he's been hearing all this
Oh.
Cho'Gath talk. So
Interesting. My former captain's here, who decided that he didn't want to win with me on his team, but now decides he's not going to jump into Nunu Snowball.
a little
Maybe.
vendetta here.
So
Maybe
do
I'll
you
pay
guys
you
have
back. Maybe
any
I'll give you that
spicy
win.
trash talk? Anything you want to say to each other before we go into the finals match?
Are you going to support the leash on me, Eric? Put it that way.
Back to the doghouse.
Not like this.
Might
Not
need a
like
muzzle
this.
after this series.
No.
Oof.
All right, some fighting words.
I see how it is, Eric.
Wow. Fighting words indeed.
All right, I think we're gonna get right into the game. So I might probably have to leave, go prep, go devise
right.
all the ways I can leave up Cho'Gath.
Okay. Well, it has been a pleasure. Thank you for joining us, Eric and Jaquan, Madre de Flame, and Green Epic. We look extremely forward to seeing the finals match between you guys. Good luck to both of you.
All right.
Yep.
Good luck,
Good
Eric.
luck, Justin.
I'll see you out there.
Down under the moon, painted trails where we've been. Shadow in the spotlight, no stars inside. Chasing the daylight. If you don't care, I don't care. We're out after midnight. We're out after midnight.
from places I've never been, in colors I've never seen, colors that I've never seen. 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 Is this what I was hoping for? Was hoping for. Was hoping for. To live by my uncertainty principles. Cause I think it might be the perfect time. Yeah, to let my head and my heart decide. From places I've never been, in colors I've never seen, from places I've never been, in colors I've never seen, colors that I've never seen.
Keep everything that spills out of the dark locked up behind your lips. It's blooming out of nothing but a thought, like secrets that slowly slip. Shadow in the spotlight, no stars inside, chasing the daylight. If you don't care, I don't care. We're out after midnight.
So, welcome back. We are going to start the finals of Williams College Winter LoL 2021 shortly. But first, we're joined by a new round of casters. We still have Riot CMAX. And today, we are also joined by King of Conquest and Rich Game Buddy. So, Vincent and Sammy, welcome to the desk.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Glad to
great
be
to be
here.
here.
So, do you guys have any takes on who will take it? Who will take the crown? Will it be SKT or GME?
Well, so I have played both of these teams this tournament. Definitely our game against Mike Muted was quite a bit closer than our games against Shredding Jianlu. So based on that, I would favor Shredding Jianlu. I think these are both very solid teams. They both have multiple ways to play through their teams, like multiple ways of sort of drafting winning team comps. So I think it's definitely interesting to see. I think either team can take it, but I would favor Showing Jianlu.
We got the
Okay.
draft going. Let's get it.
Yeah, so it looks like we have Heckerman Victor ban coming out from Shorting Jianlu, followed by the Anivia ban, and then the requisite Singed ban from Mike's Muted, along with a Leona ban, looking to trim some of the power off of Cherry Boba.
This definitely looks like a Seraphine first pick from the blue side. I think Seraphine or Malzahar first pick right here. Maybe even an Udyr. I think SKT Telecom should really consider Udyr ban. Just because I think it has fantastic matchup against basically every single champion that Zihan plays. But this is very interesting.
As you said, there's the Seraphine first pick, and Nautilus the final ban on the red side.
Let's open the gates, boys and girls. Let's see the Udyr pick. Let's see the Udyr stomp the finals. Let's get it. Open the gates, guys.
Yeah, but can you really condone an Udyr that puts points into their W, Vincent? I know that you yourself have not espoused such a treacherous gameplay.
Yeah, I feel like it's not very, it doesn't do as much damage. Like, when you're trying to tank all of this stuff, man, it's not worth it. I think when you can press E, Q, and then R and kill them in one rotation, why would you ever W?
Yeah, and if you level your W, you might accidentally hit it, and that would be a tragedy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Senna, the first pick, probably going over to Pharaoh. If their games earlier today are any indication, it'll most likely be a farming Senna.
I think one thing that's very interesting is that Monkey Down generally defaults to two champions. One is Seraphine, and the second is Yumi. Both of these champions has been picked or banned away from them in the semifinal. So we're looking at definitely, I think, picking Seraphine first, and then following up with a Senna pick. You're really not expecting a Yumi pick right here. So I think default, it probably is going to be Senna Braum, something of that sort, just in the bot lane.
Yeah. The third pick, of course, that Monkey Dong has played throughout this tournament has been the past 3 games, all of which were on Braum.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Yep. Oh, Senna Braum. I think this is a very classic. Like, this is a very, like, when Senna was like pretty good, it was Senna Braum or Senna TK. Those were like the two primary dominant lane.
Yeah.
Oh, and we see the Lucian right here. The Lucian plus the Udyr. I think this is going basically exactly as we expected from blue team. Pretty similar as the semifinal draft here and there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see the
kind
answers.
of like a Chad angle from Eric. He's basically saying like, yeah, I'm gonna take this champ. I'm gonna dominate my lane. I'm gonna win this on my own. Put the team on his back.
Yeah, what kind of support are you thinking of playing with Lucian at this point? Because one angle that you could pinch is Cherry Boba. I don't think Cherry Boba will ever be on Seraphine duty. I think it will be heavy engaged support from Cherry Boba. So,
Yeah,
um,
I'd honestly
which
like to see
champion do you think will
the
good?
Gragas pick come out. Sort of like the secret, sauce. You know,
Mhm.
Cherry Boba's like former main champ.
Oh.
It gives you a lot of like 2v2 pressure. Gives you
Mhm.
good burst, good engage.
Do we
Yeah.
know if Cherry Boba has been playing Rel at all? Because that is a champion that I think pairs super well with both Lucian and Seraphine.
Yeah. So currently, Tofu is going with the Caston counter pick. I think Caston versus Seraphine is extremely favorable for Caston.
Mhm.
As long as you take TP, you take fleet, and there's basically no way you can lose the lane. And
JS
you,
Spock, known Seraphine one trick, has gone on record stating that the only lane that he really dreads is Caston with Seraphine.
yeah. Oh,
Ooh.
and here comes the Gragas band. This is a very, very good band. I think they're pinching Cherry Boba on away from the engage and roaming support archetype. And what other supports would you play from Cherry Boba around here?
I'm not sure. I mean, I know that he's played things like Morgana, for instance. So
Morgana
maybe,
Lucian is probably not something that Eric wants to play.
yeah, Lucian or Eric in general has been very vocal about how much he hates playing with Morgana, and Morgana is banned anyway. So 4 bans targeted at Cherry Boba, only the singed ban
Mhm.
going to someone else, really
Yeah.
drawing a lot of the draft pressure.
Yeah. I think this is probably an Aura angle from top side with a Kled counter pick from SKT.
Or Cho'Gath's open. You know, it's been working pretty well.
Cho'Gath good into Ornn.
Yeah. I think or the other play here, I think one of the members in Twitch chat, does Cherry Boba play Seraphine? You can go Lucian Seraphine and then pick like a Malzahar mid or some sort of AD mid if Coleman plays any sort of that.
I don't think that Cherry Boba is going to be taking the Seraphine. I think they've had Coleman on like Seraphine and Malzahar pretty much the
Mhm.
entire time, and I don't think they're going to
Okay.
deviate from that at all. Looks like the Ornn is being taken away, picked up by Red Side, or at least the hover.
Okay, I really, really enjoy this pick. I think this might be this is pretty good. Also, one thing that Eric Johnson loves to do against Cassidy whenever he picks Lucian is you could consider a Seraphine bot angle with Lucian mid. I think that could also be something that could happen on the blue side.
Oh, absolutely. I would love to see that swap come out from the blue team. I think
Yeah.
that would be really potent and would totally flip the lanes on their head.
Mhm. And we're saving jungle for the last pick, which I think is going to be very interesting. I think Ornn is not as strong of a power pick as you might think it is. Oh, here comes the Alistair. The Alistair Lucian lane. I feel like by picking Alistair, you're indicating that there's probably no way it will be a Seraphine Alistair lane bot lane. Or is
I
there?
guess technically it's a possibility, but I'd be very surprised if they actually, because it's not just a champ swap, it's a player swap. So
Yeah.
they'd have basically uh Cole in the bot lane. Like I doubt he's been like laning with Cherry Boba that much.
Mhm. Yeah. I think this game they're just testing the water so far. I
Yeah,
think
but
the
also
player
like
that's probably gonna be tested here is the Seraphine mid against the Casta and also Cherry Boba getting 4 support bans, picking the Alistair against Senna Braum.
yeah, but I mean I already see some sort of kind of like difficulties with shorting Jianlu, like because they picked the solution bot and like Lucian like really needs to uh get an early game lead, but Senna Brahm's pretty safe and Alistar's not exactly the strongest, you know, early game support unless you're like really hitting those like flash cues,
Yeah.
kind of like smurfing on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, leaving the top lane pick for last. Let's see what it is that JP Morgan picks up for the top lane champion.
I kind of like Mordekaiser here. I think if that were possible, they would pick the Mordekaiser right here.
Looks like it was a Cho'Gath picked into
It's
the
a
Ultimate.
Cho'Gath. Okay, JP Morgan and respecting Green Epic right here. Picking a almost 50-50 matchup.
I
would say.
love this Kane pick.
Yeah. Kane is fantastic here. It's absolutely. I think Kane is, if play well, can definitely match the pace of Udyr by the time he hits his form. And basically, if you're looking at the lane, like basically Alistair, Cho'Gath, and Udyr has to physically run into a Red King. And Red King W and Q and R is just, there's just so much kiting potential from Kassadin, Braum, Ornn, and Kane. It's how do you even get to the backline here?
Yeah, Red Kane offers so much disruption, so much percentage HP damage, and it's just so difficult to pin down that I definitely am gonna have eyes on Twice here to be putting through a good Kane performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at
And
the same
also-
time, like I think we can all agree that the red team definitely scales better. Like they pretty much picked a full scaling comp. Like they're gonna be waiting for Caston to get levels, wait for Kane to get his form, Warren to get levels, Sen to get her souls. So they definitely have a lot of scaling and a really kind of easy to execute team comp. But at the same time, like the sort of like lever that Shuang Jianlu has is the Udyr and Kane matchup, where Udyr is a far stronger early game jungler. Like he can really bully this Kane if he gets like these pushing lanes in and is able to invade. So it still gives them quite a bit of room to, sort of figure out how to win.
Yeah, definitely. If you're looking at the mid lane, Kane Kassadin is kind of a joke compared to Seraphine and Udyr. I think overall the top lane should go even. Bot lane should be not very, very volatile. So I think mid lane, it only snowballs in one direction. That's the Kassadin direction. I think the Udyr really has to outpace the Kane here in the early game. And basically, I think once you get to late game, I think blue team starts to lack damage to kill the Ornn and to kill the red Kane. And also, with all the projectile that's blocking from Braum, it seems very difficult to get to the backline here.
Yeah, they really need to find an early game advantage and make sure that they don't fumble at any point. One team fight going awry, giving a shutdown over to a Caston or over to a Kane, and the game, even if the blue team gets out to an early lead, the game could at any time swing back to the red side. So definitely a scaling advantage, but the agency for the early game over to Shorty Jianlu.
Yeah.
All right, question from the chat: can Udyr do gates if they can't team fight? So typically we're seeing, the standard Udyr build now is to go full tank, and that's what we've seen. That's what we've seen throughout this tournament. And when you do that build, you like really can't really do the gates.
Yeah.
It's you don't have the damage on your autos really, and you don't have attack speed because you're not leveling up Tiger form.
Yep. I think honestly, as a Udyr no W player myself, I think if I'm the Udyr player, I'm never putting up points in my W this game. I'm splitting the whole entire game. Cho'Gath is gonna just flash over the wall and get some objectives while I'm top lane just going away.
Yeah, and I've said this before when I watched you play no W Udyr, but I think you're absolutely insane. So we'll see if the actual Udyr build is able to do enough to keep shorting Jianlu in the early game here.
Yep.
All right, now we're getting into the draft, and we have 3 minutes to fill before we actually get into game here. We can see the players picking the champions that they've already decided on.
Yeah.
All right, for you guys, who's your player to watch? Which player's performance on each team do you think is going to be the most indicative of their team's overall performance?
I think SK Telecom T1 on definitely on the red side. I think the cast-in player in a losing jungle matchup will really have to losing mid jungle matchup, we really have to kind of find a way to make it to the mid game, make it to the late game. And hopefully once they're there, I think red team is off and good to go, I think.
Yeah, the way I'm sort of looking at it is mid lane should be sort of, unexciting. Nothing really happens. I think both of these champs really just want to farm up. Now there's a lot of pressure on shorting Jianlu. Like Lucian really needs to make stuff happen early, and Udyr needs to make stuff happen early. But also, I'm looking at the top lane matchup. Like even though it's a tank v tank matchup, there's sort of a lot of I put a lot of pressure on JP Morgan on the Cho'Gath to really, not necessarily win, but like really kind of ease the job of Udyr, like making sure you get good vision into the jungle, making sure you're quick on rotations to help him out. There's like a lot of there's sort of a lot that he can do to help sort of get this early game lead that they need.
Yeah, I think this is I think there are definitely both sides. I think blue side is definitely a little bit heavier on the early game, red side is a little bit heavier on the late game. But overall, I think this is a great game to watch. And also, one thing we do know from Moders the Flame is that they have not dropped a game this tournament, which means they generally get leads and they keep them. And so that's something quite exciting to watch. So how are we feeling for the rest of the tournament? Basically, we're in the finals. We have watched a bunch of different games. How's the cast feeling about the previous semifinals? Any takeaways? Any exciting news?
Well, I only saw the half of the semifinals that I was casting, but I thought that there were some really good games, especially the second and third games of the series. The middle game had a lot of back and forth, ended up being like a huge comeback, and the third game was really close until it wasn't. And so I'm super excited to see how this last series is going to pan out because it's been a day of great games so far.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
definitely
kind of want
agree
to
with
put
you there.
the spotlight on, some of the some of the more less notable players going in, like sort of the players taken later in the draft. Like looking at the last semifinal we just watched, like Monkey Dong and Green Epic. These are players that are really put in some good work. Like this Braum, he had some really good plays early to sort of open up some kills for their team, and then Green Epic really farming up a Storm, getting really strong pretty much every game. So like both of these teams, I think they have really like 5 really solid players that are all putting their work to help the team.
Yeah.
I think Monkey Dong has been punching way above his weight in terms of what people honestly had as expectation, and that's been really key for Team Mike's Muted to
Yeah.
get here to the
Yeah,
finals.
I think
I highly agree. I think Monkey Dong is doing great. But before we continue discussing his stellar performance, I just have a really quick message from our title sponsor, DropPod. DropPod is a Williams alumni founded social media and gaming startup centered around making it easier to connect with friends to play online multiplayer games. One part gaming community and one part social media app, DropPod just launched and is in open beta. DropPod hopes that the Williams Network will be a major part of its community, so please go check them out in the Apple App Store and Google Play Store. And we just want to run a quick ad for you guys, and we'll be back to the scheduled content.
I have fire. Hey, looks.
Hopping into this game, tell me, do you guys expect to see anything level 1 here?
One thing I love to do as Kane is just like group S5, run into their jungle. Hopefully, you get 1 or 2 hit off, get some red orb, blue orb, whatever you want. Sometimes it works, especially if they're 5 pointing. You can get like 1 person low and maybe get some extra orbs here and there, but this is not solo queue.
Inting for form, perhaps not the way to start the finals, but something to consider.
Yeah, so we're seeing pretty standard 5-point, although something to point out is that the Lucian's actually in the mid lane. Now we'll see if this is an actual swap or if it's just posturing for the level 1.
Yeah. Oh, this is an electrocute teleport cast then. And Lucian did take ignite for your information. So this is definitely looking like a swap.
I think this is a swap.
Yeah, so this is kind of flips the game on its head because now there's way more opportunities for Lucian to sort of abuse his lane opponent. And there shouldn't really be endangered bot lane. Like, there shouldn't be much pressure from the Senna, Braum into Seraphine Alistar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if I were the red team, I would call for a swap with the top lane. I think Ornn to Lucian or Senna into Lucian is a lot easier.
And you can see that here in the level 1, Lucian already trying to zone Kassadin away from the minions, possibly even away from the XP.
Yeah, and I'm gonna guess that Kassadin probably took MR runes. So that
yes,
could be
he did.
put him in even
He did 38. Yep,
yeah.
38
So
MR.
he is at a huge disadvantage in this matchup, even more than normal.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really rough for the Kassadin player. But I think overall, it's like as long as Kassadin can make it to Seekers, this matchup gets easier this season, just because of how cheap Seeker is and how strong it is. And considering that Lucian did not take teleport, one thing you can do is you give up all these early CS. Lucian takes a tower shot right there, and maybe hope for some jungle ganks.
Yeah, but also your jungler's Kane, still not exactly the terrifying combo that Kassadin Kane. Not much CC, and also not a ton of damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. But one thing to note is that Kane is clearing at about the same speed that Udyr is clearing. So Kane and Udyr have 2 of the fastest clear, but they both are probably meeting towards the top side scuttle. And if I were Kane, I would just finish the camp recall and go bot. Definitely do not want to front.
No possible way that the Kane gets this top side scuttle.
Yeah, he has absolutely zero mid prio. He should know that Udyr's around there. If he goes to check, it's like definitely better just to recall, catch your respawning Grom.
Oh, Kane wandering into the river, looking for a play onto the Cho'Gath. Actually, the Udyr has left and gone bot lane, but Udyr turning around.
Super good.
Udyr's going to be able to get here. Cho'Gath flashes to his jungler, and
they keep chasing. This could be a turn, although they are just running away.
Nope, they say we've got the flash, and that's good enough. And Kane backs off.
Yeah, and right now Udyr is going to be the first to the bot side scuttle. So, Kane definitely did cost Kane the blue scuttle or the bot side scuttle for making that gank.
Yeah, although given that Udyr was already pathing towards mid, that bot scuttle is probably already gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So overall, like, I'm happy if I'm red team. Like, you got the flash off Cho'Gath. Probably not the biggest deal. Orange shouldn't really have much kill pressure, but they do, somewhat slow down the game, which is to their benefit.
Yeah, one thing to note is that Koma
look
is
at Udyr
actually
invading onto the Kane, trying to push him off the Gromp.
Yeah.
Yep, and let's see if there are smites up for the junglers. Udyr
that feels really bad for the K.
And now also heads over to the Wolves.
Yeah,
Kassadin getting pushed off of his inner turret, and now you're really, really sad if you're the Kane, desperately trying to make a play onto this Alistar Seraphine, but they're just going to be able to walk away.
If I'm the Udyr, I'm walking through the mid lane tower to his raid.
Yeah, I think Ben can tell us about that sort of jungle pathing.
let's not bring up any past traumas now. But yeah, totally getting routed out of his own jungle by the Udyr.
Yeah.
Twice. Really, really sad about how that exchange
Yeah.
panned out.
I think this all stemmed from the first gank top lane. I think the opportunity cost for making that gank is a little bit too high. And definitely set came very, very far behind.
I don't know. I think Udyr just kind of won a 50-50 on the smite there.
Well, not exactly 50. He did have level advantage, so he did have that
I think
advantage.
he leveled off the smite, so it was
Yeah.
even when he cast it.
Yeah. Also, another thing to note is that I feel like Kane and Udyr both didn't clear as optimally as possible. So for
But action in
Udyr,
the bot lane, a short trade, but both supports end up disengaging and no one's committing.
yeah, I think there's gonna be very very low amount of kill pressure with Seraphine and Alistair. As to the points that I was previously making, I feel like both Kane and Udyr are
Wait,
if
but
they're
here's another gank going in top lane. He knows that the Cho'Gath doesn't have the flash. Ornn doesn't look like he really wants it. Walks back a little bit, but now committing to the play a bit late, and Cho'Gath is able to just walk away. But some orbs picked up for Kane, slowly working towards that form.
Yeah.
Back to what you're saying about jungle efficiency.
I think Udyr should hit Scuttle at given if he's clearing both blue buff and Gromp, he should hit Scuttle about 309. And for Kane, I think definitely you full clear the rest of your jungle around 315 and immediately recalls and go to the bot scuttles. I think there were precious seconds lost in the jungle
Here,
clear.
we can see the effect of the mid priority and the bot lane priority, allowing Udyr to once again waltz into Kane's bot side jungle and take whatever he pleases. And this Kassadin just looks absolutely miserable.
Kassadin, please ask for a lane swap. Oh my god. There
First
is
blood
no reason
goes
you should
over
be
the
in this
Lucian.
lane.
Taking two turret shots for free, like it doesn't even matter because it does not matter.
Yeah, absolutely just destroying, outclassing his lane opponent here. Captain v Captain in the mid lane.
Yeah, although
Oh,
there's
root
a
lands, Alistar combos in Seraphine ult to follow up an exhaust onto the Alistar. Let's see if they can take down the Senna, force the flash out, get the exhaust onto the Senna. Udyr here for the tower dive. Flash bear slaps onto the Senna, but she barely walks away. Alistar flashes to finish it off. Now a combo onto Braum, who flashes back under his turret, but he doesn't have anywhere to go, and Udyr is just going to continue the dive. Nope, looks like he's scared by the possible Kassadin roam. And a 1-for-0 on that tower dive being traded back on the top side of the map. And we're hopping back into a replay of how Cho'Gath fell top lane. Looks like a clean Ornn ult into a Kayn ult, and just getting picked off going down into the river looking for a ward, it seems.
Yeah, so some really, I mean, I'm not sure if the game will continue blowing up like this, but a lot of action breaking out. It's really cleanly executed dive for blue team. They really juggled the turret aggro really, really nicely, so that no one would die from it, and getting the kill and all the sums from bot lane.
Still don't know why Tofu is in this lane. This is you gotta call your team to do something. I think just sitting under tower for the whole entire game while this Udyr and this Lucian is running for getting mid prio and Udyr is running in your jungle is definitely not the right play here. And from my knowledge, Pharaoh is a mid laner originally, so he should know how to play the lane very well.
Are you suggesting that they swap Senna mid?
Yeah, they either swap Senna mid or swap Green Epic mid. I think either one is okay.
Cho'Gath starting up the Rift Herald solo, taking advantage of the reset from Ornn. Looks like it's just going to be a free pickup.
Yeah. This looks like there is probably going to be quite a bit of lull in this game for now. I think they're just trying to play very defensive, both mid lane and also the jungle. They're both extremely far behind.
Udyr going in for the gank bot lane, gets right on top of the Senna. Now Alistar coming down, collapsing on the other side. A huge pulverize hits all 3 members of red team into a Seraphine ult to follow up. And now trapped in a 4v2, it's going to be an absolute stomp. Blue team picking up 3 members for free. Not a single casualty on their side.
Yeah, so now we're looking like, you know, as blue team, this is sort of the position, exact position they want to be at, where they are now 4k gold ahead, but even before that fight, they were almost 3k gold ahead. So they're pretty much free to take any fight. Like, they don't even have to look for these fights, because they can probably just slowly take these dragons, get soul, be happy with that. But, you know, they'll take these fights, and they'll continue growing their gold lead. So now it's just, you know, they're in the position they want. It's just a matter of seeing if they can snowball this into, you know, a bigger gold lead to make up for the scaling disadvantage.
This definitely looks like it's going to be a rough game for the red team. But I think if they ever give away the shutdown on Udyr or on the Alistar, away to Kassadin or away to Kayn or Senna, this game is definitely comebackable. I think without a doubt. I think Kayn has not looked for a lot of plays around mid lane or, oh my god, Kassadin is going in.
Man. Instantly popping the ignite, Lucian trading back onto the Kayn, saying, no, you cannot ult towards me. Kassadin being forced back to base while the Herald goes crashing through the mid lane. Second charge going to be going off of the Herald, and it looks like they want to take the mid lane turret as well. A Rupture lands onto the Kayn, but they can't quite complete that dive there. Lucian auto-attacking the turret, and it's going to fall without much of a worry.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is actually pretty huge for blue team. Both mid turrets are down, so it gives them a ton of room to be able to put these deep wards into the red team jungle. And that'll make it even harder for this Kayn to even farm. It gives Udyr a lot of you know, space to look for dives or just, you know, bully this Kayn even more.
Yeah. And if you look at the Kassadin, like, how does the Kassadin even farm without 2 towers?
Yeah, 3,000 gold down. Lucian almost doubling the gold of the Kassadin.
Yeah.
Absolutely an absurd advantage.
I guess Lucian is just playing rings around the rosies with that wall right there. He walked around and just sitting on a pink wall right here.
Some skill shots being traded back and forth, but not much happening. Both teams posturing around this dragon, which is going to be coming up fairly soon, trying to get the vision. But I don't really see a world where red team is able to contest this. They still don't have a completed item on any of their carries, and Kayn, still formless, is trying to eke out those orbs.
Yeah. I think one thing as Kayn, the one advantage you have early game compared to Udyr is that you are a much more mobile in the jungle compared to the Udyr. So you can hop over a wall and go for those invades and maybe go for like a smite steal at Udyr's blue, because those plays are basically free because there's no way Udyr can chase you down through Kayn's Q or Kayn's E. So
I wouldn't say that those plays are basically free. There's definitely a large cost to not farming and going for those plays if you don't hit the smite.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Yeah, it's also hard to, you know, kind of take that aggressive pathing when
all of your lanes are losing and the Lucian
Yeah.
can collapse on you at any time.
Yeah.
The
I think
gold
this
lead has
game you
to
definitely have to
up.
look in the mid lane for definitely jungle has to give some help to the Kassadin. I think this is Lucian was just up in the tower constantly. And I understand that Kayn does not want blue form, but I think Kassadin being this far behind is going to be pretty tough.
You have to hit the Kassadin, or you have to hit the Lucian there. Like,
Yeah.
the weakness of mid lane Lucian is the fact that he's very susceptible to ganks.
Okay,
And
here comes.
there he is, getting shut down twice, picking up Madre the Flame.
Okay, here comes the Kassadin.
He has the TP. Cho'Gath flashes away. Alistar now has joined the fray. It looks to be a 2v2 if they want to take it, but they're backing off. Not sure if the Kayn is still lurking around.
Yeah. Oh, Kayn should definitely go for this chunk on the Seraphine here.
Yeah, I think Kayn has used his E running through the jungle, so not able to make it over that wall. But you're right. Kayn needs to be looking for these really aggressive plays just to build up orbs. Even if they're blue orbs, he really needs to hit that form soon.
Yeah. If Kayn does not get his form before 18 minutes, it's going to be a very, very difficult game.
Oh, and Alistar
Oh.
sees the Kayn and an immediate flash away. Probably not necessary. I honestly think it would have been better if the Kayn just started hitting Alistar to pick up some of those orbs. Another flash being forced out. This Alistar just taking everyone's summoners like it's a buffet.
Listen, although I have to defend my boy Zehan here, because I've also, I was in this position earlier today where I was getting invaded by Udyr the entire game, having pretty much zero vision around everywhere. And it's terrifying because you see the Alistar there, like you don't know what's behind him. So if he goes for a combo, there could just be a bear slap falling right after. So it's a hard judgment to make.
Starting up the Herald, TP comes in from the Cho'Gath to help secure it. And it looks like even though Kayn has hit his form now, they're not going to go for this contest. Udyr actually peels off of the Herald, leaves it for the Cho'Gath to eat. And Cho'Gath doesn't eat it.
Cho'Gath doesn't have to
on CD, but looking now to use this Herald and bring even more of the map under their control. Oh, and there's the Alistar making the play onto Kayn, but Udyr had just started channeling the Herald, so no follow-up.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like a play.
Turret is gone, and they're immediately in onto the Ornn. 3v2, but Kayn doesn't look like he wants to help much. A W misses, and the CC is just chaining this Ornn all the way into the ground. Lucian makes a play onto the Kassadin, can only ult so many times, being forced out of lane. That huge gold difference mid lane really shining through. Let's see if they're able to keep this Herald alive for a third charge. And oh my god, the Brute catches twice. Herald charges in, and they went from an outer turret to an inhibitor with this one Herald. They get a fourth charge off. Absolutely insane Herald value.
They get a fifth charge off. Let's see it.
There's no way. No, it dies to like a stiff breeze at this point.
Yeah, although I do have to say, inhibitor 18 minutes, honestly, not bad for red team. Because this actually gives your Kassadin a sort of safe lane to farm in, like those supers will push in.
I would normally agree that the early inhibitor is bad if the blue team would not be able to capitalize it on the other side of the map. But they're so far ahead that I think that having the pushing lane is going to let them smash through the bottom half of the map now. So I would be really concerned to see that inhibitor go down at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we'll see the next dragon go to blue team, although it would have happened anyway. We'll see. They'll probably get that bot inner turret pretty easily. I guess it's a matter of if that pressure can open up that, any further inhibs, or if it just leads to a 20-minute Baron. Like if they get the Baron as it spawns in 20 minutes, yeah, it's definitely worth it. But if there's any delay on that, then slightly happy if I'm red team.
Yeah, 8,000 gold is the difference here. 7,500. A huge advantage for Team Shorting Jianlu.
I think one thing we do have to note is that how impressive Coleman has played this whole entire tournament, and also especially this game. Completely new role, basically getting forced into playing bot lane and giving his mid laner a much, much, much better matchup. Lucian against Kassadin, this is a much better matchup, and also coming ahead in CS in his own right. Definitely very impressive from Coleman. Now, Kassadin is just at his inhibitor tower, just kind of.
Yeah, and here you can see that the blue team is able to take advantage of this numbers lead and just easily dive the Ornn, force him to flash away, burn the ultimate, and take their numbers lead and get a free pick.
Honestly, this
hopefully.
could be
A
good.
great
This could be
Seraphine
good.
ultimate. It looks like red team is choosing this as their moment. See if they can pick off the Alistar, but the ultimate makes him way too tanky. Kane dives in,
is
gets
doing
knocked
a
up, exhausted.
fantastic
Caston
job.
goes for the backline, isn't able to finish off the anyone, and just dies on the return play.
Yeah.
It was looking like it might have been the moment for red team, but they're way too far behind at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been happy for them if they sort of they defended the turret successfully for that wave and they got some out of the fight. So
Pharaoh getting hit by a knockup, Udyr not deciding to chase that one down. As you're saying?
yeah, so just a look it was almost really good. They could have walked away from the fight with everyone alive and been satisfied. But it went just slightly
Looks
too
like there
aggressive.
might be
on the
another
chase.
play to be made here. A root lands onto Cherry Boba, but the root back from Seraphine calls that one off.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a very tough game. I feel like that Caston Flash R was just not very good. I think Caston has to be basically using his E to slow them and just use Kane.
That was desperation, right? That was Kassadin, SK Telecom T1 recognizing that this was the moment. It was now or never. He wasn't going to get a better chance and just trying to seize that opportunity. Of course, at this point, his team is a bit too far behind. And honestly, I think we should be looking and thinking about the next game. Like, what do you hope to see change from both of these teams?
Definitely a Lucian pick instead of a Senna pick. First round, I think Pharaoh is much better on Lucian than he is on Senna, and I think the Caston pick honestly is fine, but you just have to give him some early jungle pressure. And honestly, I think going away from the Leona and Lawless ban from Cherry Boba, because I think Cherry Boba on engaged supports he can play them all. So I think banning Cherry Boba is definitely not the play here.
We saw 4 bans targeted at Cherry Boba, but now here he is, 204 on the Alistar, filling that engaged role anyway.
Yeah, and I think the red team is definitely picking blue side next game, trying to get first Seraphine first pick, and Seraphine Lucian, something of that sort, Seraphine Senna, and hopefully that plays pretty well in the bot lane.
Easy Baron pickup. And let's see how cleanly the blue team is going to be able to roll this one into a victory.
Yeah. One thing we haven't touched on too much is this top lane matchup. Green Epic versus JP Morgan. So we do have a Cho'Gath right here, and we also have an Ornn right here. I felt like this game was not really centered around them, which I find it to be relatively disappointing. I felt like Green Epic, should have been maybe on the carry, maybe on Ilaoi, or maybe even on Darius in the first round.
In the first round.
Yeah. I think you just ban two top laners and basically do your best.
Ornn
with the top
misses. No engagement found for the red team. Udyr split pushing, so the 4-man group for blue side pressuring the 5-man group from red team all on their own. And let's see if they're able to make some miracle play happen.
I think in terms of overall player strength this game, I think you definitely did not get to see basically a very even mid lane matchup just because how skewed that matchup was. And I think given that Ornn and Kassadin had TP, I think earlier lane swap with those TP definitely would have helped. Like, I think Cho'Gath versus Kassadin is just, you just farm. Like, Cho'Gath has literally no kill pressure on Kassadin. Yeah, I think definitely taking the TP and not using it properly. And I think there is going to be some discussion next game about what to do. Basically blinding a Caston and picking Caston actually into Lucian Seraphine. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, just kind of like, basically Draft Kingdom from Shredding Jianlu. They've been pulling out the Seraphine mid pick a lot. So they've, just really, the classic bait and switch. They made it look like they're picking Seraphine mid, and they got the Cassidy pick out, and they just swapped the Lucian in.
And also this game you have a Victor open. I feel like isn't
Victor, I believe,
Victor was banned,
was banned.
right? Victor was banned. Victor and Nivea was banned. Okay. Yeah, I think then the best champion for SK Telecom T1 is probably the Caston.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, obviously it's difficult to be cognizant of all the different possibilities in draft. Drafting is really hard, but when you're thinking about picking the Cassidy, knowing that the enemy has a very strong Lucian player should put this risk at the forefront of your mind. And now here we see the blue team trying to just run it down mid, make the engage happen. Braum falls first. Seraphine ult hits Kayn and Senna. Ornn is down next. Lucian free firing, getting the triple kill, trying to get the quadra, picks it up. Can he get the penta? Never mind, not the quadra, but the quadra found on Kayn.
He gets the
Of
quadra, and that goes to a surrender vote from SKT. This is definitely looking like this season's SK Telecom so far.
Yep, and I think an easy game MVP over to Madre the Flame.
Yeah, definitely. Whoever's doing their draft.
Well, I think the MVP
fantastic.
goes to whoever called the swap. May have been Eric, likely Eric, but
I think that besides just making the swap, when you look at how he played the lane and the amount of pressure he was able to exert in that matchup, it was still like how he played the champion rather than
he definitely played it exactly how they needed to play it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got him right now. So can you pull up a picture of him? Paul?
All right, and now in between games 1 and 2 of the finals, we're gonna have a quick interview from our sponsor, the president of Williams startup DropPod. Hello, welcome.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Welcome to the cast. It's going good.
How's it going, Pete?
Awesome. It's been really a new experience. I've been loving watching this. It brings me back to my old days playing Dota and Warcraft 3 long ago.
Glad to hear it. Do you have a message for any of our viewers right now?
Oh yeah, you bet. So DropPod, we've just been super stoked to partner with Williams College LoL. We wanted to thank all the organizers. You guys have been fantastic. All the players have been absolutely phenomenal. It's like unbelievable amounts of skill and very entertaining. Everything. Just the amount of polish on this whole event has been fantastic. And just you've heard it a million times. I won't belabor the Drop Pod ad again, but we're a Williams startup. My co-founder Alex and I, we met at Williams. We were big video game players there. Nothing like Winter LoL existed at the time, but it would have been pretty sweet if it did. And yeah, thanks again. This has been an amazing experience.
Thanks for the kind words. We definitely appreciate it. I mean, now we have to ask you a few questions. We heard that you're a StarCraft 2 player. So
yeah.
I mean, we're all wondering, what race do you play? You won't be judged on this answer, as long as it's correct.
Player might be a generous term. I've never been good at StarCraft 2. I've enjoyed it very much, but you
Mhm.
know, I always fancy myself a Zerg player, just
Oh,
from
nice.
StarCraft 1 on. You know, I've always liked the Zerg, and it's really just it's just a fun race to play with.
All right. Well, I absolutely have to say that that is the correct answer. I give you my respect as a fellow Zerg player.
All
Um,
right.
but yeah, do you have so you've been watching? Do you have any audience predictions for how the rest of the series might turn out? Obviously, the first game was a little bit one-sided. Do you think that SKT can turn it around?
So I've been trying to figure out which team is Eric Johnson on.
Eric Johnson is on Team Shorting Jianlu, GM3, the team
Okay,
that just
so
won the last game.
Eric Johnson actually, if it's the same Eric Johnson that I know at Williams, was in the same a cappella group that I was when I was at Williams. So I'm gonna
Oh, so
have to go
are
with.
you an Octet member, an
Oh
Octet
yes,
alum?
sir. Yes, sir.
A plug
Yes,
for
sir.
our college a cappella group here. Small world.
Yeah, I literally, so I've been watching the cast since yesterday, and this was just the first time I happened to hear his name, and I was like, no way, is that the same Eric? So yeah, I'm gonna go with Eric's team.
Oh yeah. All right. So supporting the winners of that last game,
Yeah,
a safe bet for sure.
I mean it was a decisive win too. You know,
Absolutely, very decisive.
you like to see it a little closer, and I don't know a whole lot about what's going on, but it seemed decisive.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for taking the time to speak with us, talk about your shared Williams College experience. Do you have any closing words before we start to head into the second game?
Go Eric and former red team. Give him hell. Give him hell. Eric is a beast. So you're gonna have to put your whole heart into it.
All right. Thank you, Pete.
All right. Thanks, guys. Good luck, everyone.
All right. And now I think we're going to be looking to head into the second game. Um,
Um,
so for the people currently on the cast, we have a bit of a break right now before we get into the next pick and ban. Um, what are some predictions? Like what is the way that SK Telecom's team can possibly turn this around? Do we have anyone else with me?
yeah, I'm here. I'm here. So I think the thing with this whole entire draft sequence, I think Senna is definitely not the right play. I think Lucian, you saw Pharaoh just pop off on the Lucian. You have to pick Lucian for him. And you just saw Eric Johnson pop off on the Lucian, so you definitely have to pick Lucian away from him. So, and I think Lucian Brom, I think they played it pretty well. So maybe even a Lucian first pick could be the right move here. And also, can we mention like Ducky on Udyr? Someone please get him off of this champ. That's the only champ he's played the whole entire playoff. So definitely probably bring out the best pick and get him off this Udyr champ. Have him do something else other than just full clear and invade and just outpace you. So those are my two recommendations. Instead of those Leona and Nautilus ban, let's ban something else. Let's see if we can exploit him.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we want to see Eric pushed off the Lucian, Ducky pushed off of the Udyr, and yeah. Does anyone else
Well,
have
I'm
any
here.
predictions? All right, Ben Boy, hit us with your take.
My take is I don't know what you're expecting if you're picking a top laner that doesn't do anything for 20 minutes, a mid laner that doesn't do anything for 20 minutes. a bot laner that doesn't do anything for 20 minutes, and then last pick a jungler that needs a winning lane to actually like do anything on the map, and then hope to win the game. So I think
Well, I mean,
maybe that's what we should look at.
I think what they're looking for is 20 minutes.
Oh,
It's
true.
quite clear.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
think it's necessarily the problem. Like in their minds, like they picked fine lanes. Like they thought they had the cast into the
Tranquil
Seraphine
Turtle
matchup.
played nothing
No.
but ADC's mid for an entire tournament.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm just saying like their thought process behind like scaling was fine because they thought they were wrong in what the actual matchups were, but if they were correct in what the matchups they got, then their comp's fine. It's merely like they sort of got mind gamed into getting like that hard losing mid.
But then Tofu was also mind controlled into taking MR runes when it's like a really easy swap between a
Yeah,
Lucian and a
well, I
Seraphine.
think they definitely knew that Eric could play the Lucian mid. I think they were dubious that they would send Cole bot, especially after showing the Alistar, because Seraphine Alistar doesn't really seem to make a lot of sense on paper.
Yeah.
So it's
I think that
understandable
lane's
how they
completely
got
fine.
like juked there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
obviously it's fine, but
I think Senna Braum is just such a weak lane to take advantage of, like, honestly, Seraphine Alistair, which is also an equally weak lane. And also, can we highlight once again the fact that Cassidy had teleport and Lucian had ignite? The swapping between lanes would have been very, very easily on any of the bases. I think you have to basically swap around either top lane or the Senna. I think both are okay. Basically, give Cassidy some room to scale. Mhm. And I think the bigger issue is not Cassidy not scaling, is that the mid tower went down so quickly, both the first mid tower and the secondary mid tower. And once you lose those inner two towers, you really do not have the jungle controlled, or you do not have any defensive way to control the jungle. So Alistair roams and Udyr had an extremely winning jungle matchup, and this is just, well, you see, this is the result of it.
I mean, I agree. It's like not inherently an issue if like Cassidy has a bad lane matchup. But the thing is, every lane was getting constantly shoved in, so you have no way of getting actual map control. So you have to concede every crab, and you have to concede the rift scuttle, which easily lets you secure like the mid tower. And we saw it just kept going from there.
Yeah, but besides just the champion choices, you really have to look at the execution in game. I've seen plenty of Lucian mids go up into the Kassadin matchup feeling really overconfident and then get smacked down. But here, Eric was able to play extremely far up, pushing the Kassadin back like off of his outer turret and executed extremely well, was able to get the solo kill under the turret and absolutely balloon a massive minion lead without faltering or without fumbling that advantage. So kudos to him on that.
Yeah, completely agree. So I think you have to play a strong ganking jungler to get Caston through the early game and kind of just snowball him. I think if you're looking at maybe like, I used to be a Caston one trick 2 seasons ago, and my duo partner used to only play J4. And basically it was J4 Caston, and if anytime we ran into a Lucian, we just level 2 him, level 4, level 5, level 6. And Lucian just, most Lucian players don't know how to handle that kind of constant pressure. And I'm pretty sure, seeing from how Eric Johnson just flashed under tower, took 2 tower shots, and still got in the way, I think this is definitely not the mid jungle synergy we're looking at for SK Telecom.
True. I think there were a decent amount of junglers that could have punished the times where Tranquil Turtle just starts tanking tower shots for not very much reason. But I think there's also the matter of Zihan probably wanted to avoid getting blue orbs a lot this game, which is why he was ganking top lane all the time.
Yeah. I think an easier swap, like, I think once your team is that far behind, you just go whatever form you get. At that point, I think you just have to be strong enough where you can maybe take some fights, maybe get some picks, because eventually you will get bleed out of all of the objectives. So I think those maybe like 5 extra minutes of like Blue King versus Red King, I think it makes more sense for him to try to play to get his team to the late game. Because even if he were Blue King that game, even if he got the form later, the game is just unplayable. The game is just over from there.
Yeah, and he didn't exactly get Red Cane at record pace either.
Yeah, it's an 18-minute form. I think Kane Kane is a very tricky champion. You're looking to fight a lot in the early game. You're looking to farm a lot. Basically, farm first and then form second and then also kill last. I think those are the order that you're prioritizing Kane, and you gotta look for those early skirmishes. Hopefully you can just go in, dip out, and just keep farming.
Yeah. So if you were Tofu's team, how would you approach the first 3 bans?
I think the first 3 bans, I think definitely leave the Leona, leave the Nahles up. I think you're looking. Tofu most likely will be picking blue side for the next game. So probably looking at Seraphine or Lucian first pick. And I think for Eric's team, I think they're in a pretty good spot. I think if I were Tofu, I ban out the Udyr, get Ducky off of his comfort pick for the playoff for today. And so maybe ban out the Singe, and then also definitely try to draft Ilaoi or Darius or Clad, and put the top lane into a Bruiser versus Tank matchup and try to snowball the top lane. I think I think Cho'Gath is not Green Epic's best champion. I think Green Epic is much better on Bruiser that can snowball the game. And I think as a jungler, you have to have some strong lane to play with. And 3 losing lane is basically a nightmare for losing jungle matchup.
Yeah. Wait, Vincent, so if they ban Udyr,
Mhm.
Ducky didn't play Udyr basically at all the entire all of yesterday.
Yeah.
But you were in his group, so what are his other options?
So I think he plays a lot of Echo. He plays a lot of Graves. Both of those champions are a lot more opportunistic, a lot more opportunistic than Udyr. So Udyr can just reliably outfarm almost any jungler, and Graves and Echo requires you to look for picks and requires you to basically play around your lane a little bit more. And so the game revolves around the laners rather than basically this Udyr kind of outpacing the enemy jungler. And honestly, I think we're looking at a very, very difficult matchup for Mike Muted SKT.
Benjers, do you agree with that, or do you have any other thoughts?
No, I agree. I think it's going to be really difficult for Mike Muted to get the victory. But if they change up the draft, hopefully we can see a less one-sided game.
Okay. We have some people in this chat suggesting that they let Singe through. How do you guys feel about that?
Absolutely do not do that.
Yeah, I think Gian plays about like at least a tier above his rank when he's on Singe. I think on the Orange duty and on the Silent duty, he's been popping off with his TP and with his laning, but I think none of the matchups has been very, very decisively one-sided. So I think definitely we want to see some snowball-y top laner. I think if the bot lane plays Senna Braum, something that's attempts to completely neutralize their bot laner, then well, you gotta carry from somewhere. And if it's not gonna be mid, it better be top.
Yeah. Sammy, are you still here?
Yes.
Actually, wait. I'm surrounded by. Why are all the casters here jungle players?
Because jungle is the true intellectual role.
Yeah,
so it
jungle
makes us
is
the best
knowledge.
casters.
Uh-huh. Anyway, Sammy, as another jungler, do you think that they should be targeting Ducky the jungler?
I mean, so far Ducky has played 3 games today on Udyr, and there has not been answer for it. I think at
So
this
Sen,
point,
why didn't you ban Udyr? Why didn't your team do it?
well, I mean, I thought I could match it with like Warwick. Didn't work out. I mean, it's just that at this point, just get rid of it. It's just too much early game pressure, too much of a broken champ.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, it looks like this is very interesting at the moment. Mike Muted is still sticking with the red side. I think they got an answer for Seraphine. They're probably changing up the Leona and Nautilus band right here.
As expected, Singe ban comes through, followed by an Anivia back from Shorty Jianlu. Looks like they're sticking with their bans from the first game. And there's the Udyr, as we were all clamoring for. Udyr taken out of this this finals.
They do still ban Leona though. So that leaves Gion's top lane pretty much open sans the Singed.
I
I think
think
over here at the next, if I were on Mike Muted, I would pick Cassidy and Lucian right here. I think those two are probably going to be pretty good. Lucian is definitely a takeaway, and I don't think Eric Johnson might default to a Tristana counter pick against the Cassidy, but I'm
no,
not entirely sure.
I
I
don't
think
think
he's
there's
gonna
any
go for Senna.
in here.
Okay.
I think they're a bit scarred from the Cassidy pick, and they have been playing control mages the entire tournament. I would expect to see them go back to something that has already worked for them. And there's the Lucian Braum just taking that powerful bot lane in the
Yep.
first rotation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, here comes Eric Johnson with the Senna pick. I think this is definitely a Cassidy angle right here, if the Senna pick does go through.
Yeah, I think Cassin's a lot more viable here because
Mhm.
honestly, that is something that Cassin can lane into.
Yeah.
Pretty much fine.
And I think with actually Senna and Seraphine, I would not recommend actually going Ilaoi or Darius here. To be honest, I think Senna and Seraphine just hard counters Ilaoi or Darius.
I
Just
think a
infinite
lot of
kiting.
champions counter Alawi and Darius.
Yeah. But I think if you play Ilaoi as well as Green Epic does, I think you have to be very, very confident in playing those matchups.
And it
Looks like Senna is locked in. Senna and Echo right
and
here.
now they're thinking about the Echo jungle. Is that the champion they played in your game, Vincent?
I believe they play Graves because when I play against them, we banned the Echo, just trying to get Ducky off of his comfort pick. It looked like Echo was his most played in solo queue, so we wanted to get him off of that. But Echo jungle definitely a lot less oppressive than Udyr jungle, especially in the early game.
All right, let's see what Team Mike Muted responds with here.
I think this is definitely a cast and angle right here. I think you have to have faith in SK Telecom T1 here.
Yeah, we'll see if they're traumatized after that last game, or if they opt into what appears to be another promising Cassidy angle.
Yeah, I think cast and angle here, and I'm not entirely sure if Cherry Boba does play the Senna. One thing that they can do is you can go for a Tristana mid on Eric Johnson's side. I think those are probably the only two solid laning AD carries. Oh, here comes the Darius hover. This is awesome. I love to see it.
Back against the wall, Greeny Pick
Darius can
says,
be really
"Take
rough
the
here,
leash
though.
off.
Let's
I'm
get
gonna
it.
play some Darius."
Yeah. I think Darius, this is a flash ghost kind of game. Please, please, please play an aggressive jungler that can snowball Darius. and Lucian Braum. I think one thing that Tofu's team have decided is that previous game we had 3 kind of just scaling winning lane that just waits around and do nothing until the 20-minute mark. This game, they're looking to end the game by the 20-minute mark.
I think this game they're going for comfort picks and they're looking to take the game into their own hands. They want agency this time.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see what they'll try to ban out.
I think they're saving their probably mid lane pick for last. I think given that it's an Echo pick, Echo doesn't really do super well against heavy farming junglers. I think that's one of the key things to know about Echo. And Echo with Seraphine and Senna isn't really the best champion. Doesn't see a lot of synergy in play between those because Echo wants to be looking at the flank and into Lucian Braum and Darius. It looks a little bit difficult because they're heavy bruiser and they can most likely peel Echo off.
Okay, so they banned the Kassadin. They do deny the counter pick to Seraphine. That's the price you pay by locking in Darius here.
Yeah, I think we gotta give Tofu basically some additional consideration at what else does he have up his sleeve.
So
Now,
I don't like the Ari pick, which is one of the picks he brought out earlier in the day. I think that champion just does not do enough damage.
mhm,
It doesn't really offer much of anything else.
yeah.
How
But
do
I
you
think if
feel
you're
about the
trying to win the
Akali?
game by 20 minutes, I think Ari is not that bad of a pick.
Okay, and they ban Rammus.
Mm.
I'm surprised that they're concerned about Rammus with their team.
I think at the current moment they need a stronger engage than Darius and Braum running at Seraphine and Senna. That seems relatively difficult to do. And so I think they're looking to shore up.
Does Zihan play Olaf at all? Do you think Olaf could work?
Unfortunately, he
I
does not.
don't think I have seen Zihan play Olaf.
Yeah.
You know what I would actually like to see here? I would kind of like to see a Wukong jungle. I know that Zihan has played it quite a bit, and even though it's fallen out of meta, although TF
Tofu goes for TF. I've not
that
seen him play
could
that in a
also
while.
that could also work.
I
Definitely
love
gives
the
them some
Twisted pick.
engage.
Yeah, the Twisted Fate pick with Hextech Probell into the rapid fire cannon just has such a large engage range. You can basically pick off almost any person. You outrange even Senna and Seraphine. And I think it's a fantastic pick. And it really, really sets up the jungler. I think if you play Kane this game, you have all 3 lanes that's super, super dominating. I think you can go for a Kane pick here.
There is the issue though with the way TF cards work. You have to auto attack them, and Senna E prevents you from literally clicking on champions. So that's something to be concerned about. And it looks like Shorty and Jian is thinking about a Wukong top lane.
Wukong versus Darius is extremely Wukong favor. This is one of the few matchups that Wukong actually wins in the top lane. I think we're gonna have a fun and exciting top lane that's gonna snowball one way or the other. But with Twisted Fate, Wukong versus Darius, this matchup can turn on its head. And also, one mechanical question that I do have is that does Wukong reveal all the champions even in Senna's E?
You mean TF?
Yeah, Twisted Fate, excuse me.
I don't think TF reveals under
Yes.
Senna E.
Yes, he does.
Are you sure it does?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, then I feel like Twisted Fate is a perfect pick if
Okay.
SK Telecom can pilot it to perfection. And I think over here, this could be an Assassin Kane angle. If I were him, I'm definitely considering Assassin Kane right here.
I'm not sure about
I
Zihan's
am
Assassin Kane
not
and
at
Assassin Kane in general
all
here.
considering Assassin
I
Kane.
think
It is
Assassin Kane is
very
really
bad
hard to
into
play
this.
into Alistar, Wukong, Seraphine,
And
ulti,
Echo.
and Echo.
Yeah.
I think Seraphine and Senna is just free picking, free food for the King.
But that's
this is
go
a
for
Nico.
a Nico pick.
Yeah. This
Cherry
is a
Boba plays
Nico
Nico
pick.
support?
No, I think this is Nico mid laner with Cherry Boba playing Seraphine. If I have to guess. Seraphine Senna bot lane, Nico mid.
Xin Zhao. I
Xin
like.
Zhao, let's
Very
go.
good
Let's see
pick.
it. This is an all-in early game.
They took the complete opposite of their last draft. They said, we want agency and we want it now.
The thing is,
Okay.
shorting
Actually,
Gion's
just
draft,
heard from the draft. Eric Johnson believed he picked Nico is actually an Alistair pick. I think they
okay,
believe.
they go back to the Alistar.
Okay.
And I'm guessing Mike Muted don't change their draft in response to that?
No.
So they definitely do have the option to.
Okay, is that so we have to confirm for the captains, is that a Nico pick? And will they also be picking Sins out in response?
Accidentally pick Nico when you're hovering Alistar.
Yeah.
But,
Okay, it is a Nico pick, and SK Telecom, are you okay with picking Sins out after? I guess maybe they're in game already. We do not know.
Right, so they're sticking.
Okay, looks like there is some confusion about whether or not Nico is actually a Nico pick.
All right,
So,
we'll keep the audience posted.
Yeah.
We'll tell you as soon as we find out more about the situation.
Yep.
But anyway, how are we thinking about these drafts?
I really, really like the Udyr ban here. It completely changed the draft for Shorty and Jianlu. I think they're definitely on a much more like skirmish heavy, trying to outplay you kind of team fighting style. So I think definitely I like Mike Muta's chances. They're all on comfort, and hopefully Twisted Fate and Sinzao can be that engine that basically snowballed the rest of the Siling to leads.
I would agree with you on the comfort, except I am not sure the last time I've seen Tofu play TF in a real SR game.
They're on comfort, but they're also on a timer, right?
Mm.
Their comp is very early game, but that also means that their champions are going to fall off relatively quickly. Zin's out, especially, but also TF.
Yeah, they really need to make use of their TF ulti timings in Xin Zhao's early dueling pressure.
Mhm. Okay, Nico is their selection, and I assume Sinzao will be the pick. Is that correct? Okay. So as we're getting into game, it looks like basically it is going to be Nico versus Sinzao. So what you have in the draft is completely correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
Let's see. So, do you still think it's a Nico mid? Do we have any data on if they play Nico mid at all?
I think Cole is pulling this one out of the blue right here. I have completely no idea what. It's definitely not a Nico support, I feel like.
Seeing Nico support on occasion.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not entirely sure what the lane assignment is, but I would be more in favor of Senna being support and then Seraphine bot, Senna Seraphine bot, and then Nico being the mid laner.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out as soon as we get into Champion Select and see how they decide to allocate their roles.
Mhm.
Unless we think that Cole might just swap wholesale to support and Cherry Boba goes mid.
Yeah, that is a possibility. But I think Cole is a lot less comfortable on support. He is okay with the Seraphine champion, but I do not believe in any of the scrims he played with Eric Johnson as his support.
All right. So since we have some downtime, do you want to talk about what you want to see from both junglers in terms of pathing and routing?
Sends out 3 buff into a gank, 3 buff into invade. 3 camps.
3 buffs. Please. 3 camps. Please. Let's see that level 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, level 2 gank mid, level 2 gank. Top. Snowball the game from there.
I think there are just a plethora of extremely vulnerable champions for the Zinzao to gank. I want him to take his red buff and then immediately go top lane before Wukong has a chance to pick up that W. Wukong level 1 is a really easy gank.
Yeah.
A lot of people think about how slippery he is once he gets that decoy, but if you just go at him before he picks up decoy, super easy to pick up that kill. So I would want to see like the first bit of pressure go there, and then to just take the camps when he can, but focus on ganking. Use that flash really aggressively. Use it on cooldown. Get these advantages. Find these kills.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, so we have it on word from our production staff that Cole just purchased the champion Nico. So I really hope he's ready to pilot it. Because it does not sound like he has that much experience playing it.
Yeah, truly a disrespectful pick from Team Shorting.
On the bright side, playstyle wise, at least in terms of how the abilities hit, Seraphine is like a decent enough analog for Nico. So if he has experience on Seraphine, he should be able to know how to use some of his abilities on Nico.
Yeah. I'm really surprised that Cole is playing the Nico, because there is a plethora of different champions that Cole plays that beats Twisted Fate in the mid lane, and I think Nico is maybe Nico is trying to cosplay.
I have
I think
to
they might have just
imagine.
accidentally picked it.
Yeah, I think that it was just an accidental pick, and then rather than try to sort out any confusion, Madre just decided, you know what? We're confident that we can win even with this Nico. Let's just run it.
And hey, I mean, they're a game up. They have a game to try out Cole's Nico.
Yeah, this. Well, this is definitely looking like
Nico
might be a tough game.
Nico does change the draft a bit though, in terms of how I look at it, because Nico is very much a champion you pick to try and dominate the lane. But team fighting with Nico can be really tricky, especially if you don't have your flash up.
But I think this time, with Seraphine ult and with Echo W, as well as with a Wukong R, I think Nico just needs to press R and hopefully land an E alongside E and Q alongside with those spells. So this is definitely like a press R to win kind of competition.
Yeah, I mean, I as well believe that Nico is at her best when she hits her skill shots. But
yeah, but Nico's skill shots are
I
not
do
the
think
biggest of range.
Yeah, that it's pretty difficult to play the Nico here. I'm not sure what mythic Nico builds in this season, but I would kind of like to see maybe a proto belt or something to help her land the ultimate.
Yep. Honestly, I think you built Nico the same way you built Galio, which is basically proto belt into Zonia's or Morello here.
Which makes you think, what if you just picked Galio instead?
You know, Galio would be a much better pick here.
Yeah, Galio would have been able to match the TF roams as well. You know, Galio would have been really good here instead of first timing Nico. But, you know, sometimes things happen in the draft.
I mean, Nico does a better job of kiting the Darius and Zinzao than Galio, so I guess there's that.
There's definitely more outplay potential coming in from the Nico.
Yeah.
And maybe Tofu is so scarred from the lane swap that Nico just cosplay as Senna, Madre the Flame, walk into the mid lane, and Tofu will already be down 20 CS at 3 minutes.
No one thinks about the psychological effects of playing Nico, surprising him by walking in as Senna, an 80 champion into his mid lane.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're way less concerned about it as a TF.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this game can rest in Tofu's literal hands, though. How, like, where he chooses to throw his gold cards and how he actually spaces and uses his RFC cooldown. I think that can decide a lot of these early to mid game fights.
Yep. Okay, I think for now we have. Any final thoughts on the draft?
I think it could go either way, personally. I think it's very execution based on Tofu's team. And if they don't execute, then they will lose on time alone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But overall, I have to give the advantage to Team Mike's Muted. I mean, it just has to be addressed that Cole just bought Nico. He doesn't have any experience on this champion, and it's a super disrespectful pick. So let's see if they actually get punished for that.
Okay, now here's a word from our sponsor. Anna, would you like to take it away?
Anna might not be here. I can do the message if we want.
Yeah, sounds good.
A message from our title sponsor, DropPod. DropPod is a Williams alumni founded social media and gaming startup centered on making it easier to connect with friends to play online multiplayer games. One part gaming community and one part social media app. DropPod just launched and is in open beta. DropPod hopes that the Williams Network will be a major part of its community, so go check them out in the Apple App Store and Google Play Store. Yeah. Yeah, in response to Kang Dynasty's question in the chat, the finals are a best of 3. So if Shorting Jian Lu wins this game, then they will be Winter Law 2021 champions. And Eric will have gotten his 3-peat if we exclude Summer Law that happened.
Yeah. I think this is definitely looking like a tough climb for Mike Muta's team. Although they might be given a freebie this game. Cole on Nico. A little bit rough. First time Nico. This is literally first time he a champion in the final, and that's just how a little bit disrespectful from Madre the Flame side.
Yeah, I think we really need to see a good performance. We really, really need to see a good performance from SK Telecom T1 this game, though.
Yeah, getting into game, thinking about the level ones that could come out here after the pause. We have, of course, a TF Gold card and Braum passive on the red side, while Nico, Senna, and Seraphine scary in their own right. I really hope that we see some action at the level 1. I know that Madre has been very vocal about thinking that invading is cheating, but these champions have such amazing setup. Like, let's get the action going. If you're already trolling with a Nico pick, like let's see some games coin flipped at the level 1.
Does Madre think that just because he dies to early invades frequently?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that sounds about right to me.
Right. Okay, looks like the game is about ready to start up. Ducky's mic was just not working for a bit, but it seems the technical issue is solved.
All right.
Maybe it wasn't solved.
maybe not quite solved yet.
Okay, looks like the play has resumed.
Here we go. And red team moving together as a group.
This level 1, let's get it.
To the top side of the map.
Fantastic level 1. Yeah, they're looking to get a 5-point here.
Let's see if they can catch out JP Morgan and or Ducky here. Yeah. I don't think either of those players will walk up much past the river, though. Mm-hmm. But it does look like they're going for an invade with Xin Zhao leading the way.
Yeah, it looks like Wukong is definitely not in the correct position here.
Yeah, he needs to be a little further up.
You can't see them coming, and now doesn't get tagged by the Braum and is able to walk away. That's
That
that's
is going
just
to be hard.
a slight mistake in the ordering of the invade there. You really should have Twisted Fate leading the charge.
Mhm. It doesn't end up costing too much though, but you
Well, it
don't
cost
get
them
a
a
big
ward.
thing.
The blue side being able to take advantage of that and get a ward to spot out the Xin Zhao start. And Xin Zhao, starting on the blue buff, now is going to have a very telegraphed path.
Yeah. I think as a Xin Zhao player, you definitely want to make actions that happens early and often. And so getting a good read on the jungle path is definitely not in your favor. Oh, looks like this is Nico in the mid lane. First timing Nico. Holding up with a 0 CS at the moment. Oh,
Well, he
3
has
to 4
three. He
CS
has
actually.
3 CS. He's had perfect CS so far.
Okay.
Yeah, early wave clear for TF is going to be pretty mediocre until he decides to actually get one AP item and uses the main Dementorializer on the 3 backline minions. I think until then, Nico's wave clear and push should be overall a little bit stronger.
Looks like Wukong just had to TP back. He lost the trade level 1 to the Darius, and he just had to TP back. Ooh. Now Darius is up in basically a ghost, a free summoners right here. Oh, let's look at check out the Xin Zhao invade onto the Echo. Oh, this is definitely
Goes
very
right
good.
into the stun, but Echo says, "I don't want to take it."
Flashes out.
Yeah.
Yep. This is also very, very good.
Xin
Oh,
Zhao,
you
that's
hate
the
to see
Grom
that.
reset. But he can go right back onto it.
Yeah.
Tries to find the wolves as well. Those wolves aren't up.
We could already see a big shift in the dynamic though. SK Telecom's team is looking to actively make plays all over the map. SK Telecom just roaming from his mid lane to see if he can help his jungler look for a kill.
Yep, completely agree with that. Xin Zhao is level 3, and if I were the bot lane, I'll be looking to basically try to push Echo off of the Scuttle and try to get Xin Zhao the double Scuttle right here.
Also, Madre is going not farming Senna here and having the Seraphine farm up instead. I'm a much bigger fan of this poverty Senna.
Yeah, you're gonna see those souls stacking up much quicker on this version of the Senna, and now it looks like Ducky's in a good position to go for this bot lane gank. He's spotted out on a ward, but Lucian has just dashed in. The mid lane gank kind of fizzles out, but Flash is forced from both bot laners on red side.
And no sums forced from Cole.
I think they definitely played that a little bit too fast. I feel like Lucian and Brown should be able to defend that relatively well as long as you dodge the Senna and the Seraphine.
Well, the issue there was Lucian dashed in for a trade right as Echo stepped into vision. So they didn't have that mobility tool and ended up getting caught out.
That's definitely something you have to watch out for. I think you have to know at that time, Echo is most likely looking to do Scuttle into a gank.
Yeah, the thing is though, even though they forced the sums out of bot lane, Firo and Monkey Dong are back to playing the bot lane basically normally, whereas Nico was forced to just concede the wave, giving Tofu an earlier reset than him.
All right, but at least Nico is still able to keep up in that CS, only 3 down. So not too much of a farm lead yet. The only real farm leads that we're seeing are from the Darius and the Lucian over the Seraphine.
I think this is definitely looking very, very good. If Xin Zhao is able to get 1 or 2 ganks off, I think it looks very, very good for the red team.
I think from your comments during the draft stage, though, it seems like you thought that the Wukong should be doing way better in this lane than he currently is.
Yeah, Wukong should definitely be doing better than Darius is. I think Wukong, in terms of the level 1 trade, as long as you stack up your passive, you should not really be losing that.
I mean, Darius passive is much stronger than than Wukong passive in the level 1. So if you're just trading autos, Darius is going to win every time.
I don't think almost any champion should be just trading autos with a Darius level 1.
Yeah, but the thing is, Wukong, once you get all of your abilities and you're able to start just taking short trades, that's
Yeah.
when you're able to really start to chunk out the Darius's HP and punish him for the pick.
Also, we have a question from the chat. They're asking for the jungler's opinions on Echo's choice of phase rush this game.
Ooh, that is something that's very interesting. I've almost never seen phase rush on Echo. I think Echo needs that extra damage from Electrocute or from the Dark Harvest in order
Yeah.
to get those damages
I
off.
have never played Phase Rush Echo, and I am not quite sure why one would take it. The only thing that I can think of is maybe you're really trying to get that Q follow up. But to me, Echo has always. If you're able to proc Phase Rush, you're probably already on top of them with Echo. And here we can see a beautiful W from the Echo. TF ulting in,
Oh,
pulls
that's
the
blue
blue
card.
card, and
damage
now
here.
left in an awkward 3v2, gets taken down himself. Double kill over to the Echo. Pharaoh trapped in the 1v3, splitting his focus, gives a free kill over to the Seraphine, and 3 low HP members on blue side, but 3 dead members on red side.
That's really rough. Like we talked about before, SKT's team is on a timer.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be
That
giving
is
up an
definitely
early lead like that.
super rough.
Yeah.
And during that entire time, Xinjia was attempting to invade the top side of Ducky's jungle, but Ducky cleared it all out already. Xinjia basically just wasted all his time there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as a Twisted Fate player and using the ultimate there, I think you should be able to tell what is going on. Definitely not something that you're looking for. Oh, maybe we get a solo kill in the top lane.
There's the Darius
Oh,
ultimate,
Darius
and
Gecko.
dumped. Right now, the only saving grace for Mike's Muted is this advantage that they have from the Darius. The bot side of the map kind of collapsing.
Yeah. I think once the Echo does get a little bit too more bad, it's going to be relatively difficult to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. And I am curious to see what build Xin Zhao opts for. We see a Vampiric Scepter coming out as the first item, so that seems like it's going to be a Immortal Shield Bow as the mythic purchase. So passing over things like the
What about Blade
Triforce,
of Ruin King?
it could be a Blade of the Ruin King, but that definitely is a rarer Xin Zhao pickup.
Yeah. I think Xin Zhao here is... I think it looks like he's going for the attack speed Xin Zhao build. So most likely just... maybe even lethality or crit? I'm not entirely sure what Xin Zhao is.
My favorite Xin Zhao build this season is definitely Shield Bow into Essence Reaver. I think it's a really strong 2-item combo, especially after the Essence Reaver buff.
Forces the
flash
force
anyway. A flash to follow. Wukong falling
looks like
once
there's quite
again.
the top canyon that's forming up here. And Darius still has his ghost, so after this next reset, he can still threaten kill pressure on top lane.
He didn't even kill him with his ultimate. Oh my god.
Unchained from the tanks onto the juggernauts and really making a showing for himself. TP back to lane from the Wukong, giving up that global pressure.
But can Greedy Pig get enough of a lead that he can deal with the control of
Xin
Nico?
Zhao looking for the gank here, has a really good position. Doesn't go for the long angle, and the blue team is able to just walk away.
Yep, they have a control ward in the bush.
Oh, Darius going in for another
again.
trade. Forces the decoy out, and now while that cooldown is ticking, I'd like to see Darius try to convert maybe once again. Wukong just starts channeling his recall.
I would have said that was a good trade by Greedy Pig, but I don't think JP Morgan really did anything back to the Darius.
Can't call it a trade.
Yeah. I think one thing that we have to notice is that this Nico is actually
going for a
very
lane gank again. I think a tower dive might be difficult.
Oh my god. Really good Seraphine ult and a good Senna follow-up, but a nice punch by the red side bot lane. But the counter punch is strong enough to force them off of the play.
Yeah, I think the Madre should have been fine there even without the Ek rotation though, because you can see the Seraphine still had her heal available.
Mhm.
I think your Xin Zhao, you're looking to do this Herald and basically putting it mid and hopefully unlock this Twisted Fate to make more plays around the map.
Yeah.
I think
Twisted Fate
next,
has ulti up, by the way.
yeah.
I think you really don't want to put it top. I think that
This is
knocking down
not.
the top
No,
turret
I think
kind of
you
frees the Wukong.
Yeah.
You want to
Yeah.
maintain the lane kingdom that Greeny Pig has. Now
Yeah,
Wukong
so getting rid of this turret definitely is a large influx of gold over to Xin Zhao. You see 770 picked up there for the first turret. But Wukong doesn't have to worry about that turret eating his CS anymore and can kind of farm a lot more safely.
Darius also doesn't get any of the plating on first tower gold there. He's not able to like really skyrocket his lead forward.
Yeah, and it forces Darius to roam around here. It's like
Walking
walking to
over
the
a
pink
wall.
ward. It's I really disagree with the decision that Twice is making here. I think he frees Wukong from the lane, takes all of the solo tower gold that has been built up, and not giving a single, basically
See
anything
if
to the Darius.
Xin Zhao play bot lane. Nope, the snare just denies that.
Yeah.
And Darius though,
Darius has
going in,
here
pops the
to see the
ghost.
ghost.
Ultimate out of Wukong, has one more knockup. Let's see if he can use it to escape. But this is just going to be a dunk and an easy burn for Darius.
The freezing the tower doesn't work if the creeps are pushing back to the other side.
Yeah.
True.
And honestly, at this point, I'm not even sure that even if Ducky comes, he can kill the level 10 Darius with Stride Breaker.
I definitely think that it would just be a double kill for the Darius. You have to just ignore that lane and try to push your advantage elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think the old adage is to not gank losing lanes. And if your lane is losing this badly, you really, really don't want to gank it.
Yeah.
And if that enemy laner has a high damage resettable ultimate, you really don't want to gank him.
Yeah. And also you have a Twisted Fate that whenever he ganks, they might just turn into a 2v2. A 2v2 that you definitely want to avoid. I think Green Epic needs to play a lot more aggressively here, even just play constantly off the tower. If the bot lane is showing, you should be up there pressuring the Wukong.
And honestly, he's doing a great job. Even with that turret down, you can see he's pushing his advantage into the jungle, picking up the Gromp, grabbing some deep vision, looking for the wolves and trying to corral Ducky down into the bot side of the map. But TP comes out for Nico to get back into lane. Echo trying to flank behind the Xin Zhao for the bot lane play.
Twisted Fate need to be ulti here.
A 4v3 coming in. Senna falls at the very beginning.
Before the ulti comes out.
And
Echo's
that's going to be
damage.
3 for 0. 2 for 0 so far. Echo running away, trying to escape this play. A flash out from Pharaoh. Not going to be quite enough, but he should be able to just chase this down and at the very least force and execute.
Yeah. This definitely looks like a very, very... Maybe the phase rep is working. Let's go, Pharaoh.
Picks up the kill, a 3-for-0 play, and a dragon going over to the red team. And in spite of some early bumps and hiccups, we can see the early game composition of Mike's Muted really hitting its stride, rather than breaking it, and getting a gold lead in this game.
The only consolation that Eric's team gets here is that Gion finally has some breathing room in the top lane.
Yeah.
So now that Darius is walking back, I think Gion's gonna have to start backing up real soon.
Yeah. Even with all those free farms, he is still 2 levels behind.
He's trying to hit the turret. That can't be the correct move.
Yeah.
So Green doesn't have Ghost, but he does have
Stride Breaker.
Yep. This looks like
it's a
in the
Wukong. Hits him with the ultimate, looks
Can we
away.
move the camera over the tower? I just want to see how much damage did Wukong do to the tower there. How much damage?
It's gotta be worth his life. You know, that's a solid maybe what 1/3, a little bit less than a third.
Yeah, that's like about one Wukong life.
Yeah, that's one Wukong life.
Wait, actually 2 since you get the clone as well.
Wow. Yeah, I think this is just a freaking machine right here. He's gonna pop off this game. This is his game to carry, and
no, many of the games that Tofu's team wins are won through strength in the top side of the map, and that's what's happening in this game right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's definitely a shame that we didn't see that earlier from the legendary Green Epic. 4-0-0 in the top lane.
Something that I do want to note though, Cole here, a last pick or second to last pick player, going into this mid lane against the captain of the enemy team, playing a champion that he bought after the draft, and is still about even in CS.
Oh, Zero
a
really
big
steps
Seraphine
far
ult
there.
hits both of the bot laners. The TF TPs into a 3v2 and has to burn his flash to get away. Doesn't even get away. Echo picking that one up. Senna not quite sniping the Braum. And a good fight taken by the blue team. And another sort of misexecuted TF ult.
Yeah, you don't have your Xin Zhao, you don't have your Darius there. You don't. These are not the strongest members of Tofu's team.
Yeah, and I have to think that the TF in these fights has been hitting the ultimate and just teleporting immediately. Hasn't really been checking to see what his ultimate is revealing to him, you know? Hasn't been appreciating the numbers disadvantage that he's able to see on the map
Are you
before
saying that ulting into the range of Seraphine, Senna, and Echo might not be the best decision?
It might not be optimal, is all I will commit to. All right, now Darius here for the... Oh my god. Echo not able to pop his ultimate.
The strength of a rocket TF.
Yeah. And I believe it is the Eclipse for the Xin Zhao, not the Shield Bow like I had thought it would be. Yep, that's the Eclipse.
Eclipse increases your healing power a bit, but I feel like the item has gotten so many nerfs over these past
a lot of the nerfs were to ranged users, so melee Eclipse has maintained a decent power level.
Senna with...
He's going the Umbral Glaive build. He might go the Zero Mythic build. That is possible.
All right. Herald being put down for the red team mid, trying to get some map pressure. An easy turret taken, and they're going to look to get that Herald into the next tower. Probably not going to be able to. Easily taken down by the blue team.
The dragon should be spawning soon, and this will be third dragon for Tofu's team if they can secure it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but this looks like it's going to be a Cloud Soul, so it looks relatively
a Cloud
not
Soul
as ideal as Ocean Soul.
A Cloud Soul on TF Xin Zhao Darius matters.
Yeah.
That's very true.
I would say that the Cloud Soul is honestly probably one of the better souls.
If you're trying to play a fast game, there's fewer souls that really ramp up tempo like Cloud Soul.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The chat would like to see what how many souls Senna has at the moment.
Yeah, it's like 83 souls.
Of Senna support Senna. You don't get the
Green Epic is getting chunked out right here. Echo has a very, very good. Echo stun is gonna be down for 22 seconds for now. Oh, this is just a constant poke again.
Absolutely out. The Seraphine ult, just barely not extending, and now here comes the re-engage from Xin Zhao. A Lucian ult in, Xin Zhao taking up so much damage with his ultimate. TF ults into the backline, gets rooted up and stunned by the Nico, and now here comes the Wukong and the Echo to clean up the team fight, picking up the shutdown on Darius and absolutely routing the red team.
Yeah, and Echo picks up a huge amount of gold for killing.
Oh, and Xin Zhao falls as well. A shutdown over to Senna. What a huge swing in favor of the blue team.
They tried to fight into a choke point behind a wall when one team has Seraphine, Senna, Echo,
and Nico. I think the real question mark in that fight was the TF teleport into the back line alone. You have the Darius, you have the Xin Zhao making space for you. Just play behind them. Throw your gold cards out. Let them be in the front. Going into the back doesn't do anything if no one's able to play with you. So TF being focused down, and yeah, the lack of familiarity with TF really showing through.
Yeah, I think I much would have preferred SK Telecom, given his performance so far on something like an Ari or something that basically is a little bit easier to execute. I think whenever his ultimate has been up, Tofu has just been giving away his basically passive income
He's had one
away to the blue team.
good ulti this game when he ulted down bot lane, killed the Seraphine, and they got a basically 4-4 nil trade. Besides
Yeah.
that, every ulti has resulted in his death and oftentimes the death of his allies.
Yeah. The gold lead that the red team had accrued through the Darius stomping this Wukong has now completely evaporated. We're down to only a 500 gold lead.
Yeah.
So we'll see how the rest of this game plays out.
Yeah. You know, one question I do have for SK Telecom is he also, did he just purchase his champion just like Cole has for the for this game? Because given their performance, honestly, I think Cole has been playing a much better first time champion kind of game.
Yeah, a really solid performance given his level of experience.
Yeah, Cole hasn't been actively trying to do as many things around the map as TF has,
Mhm.
but when TF's trying to do things around the map and just keeps dying, maybe that's actually for the better.
Yeah. Man, this Twisted Fate, if you have Zonius, you can make that kind of play. If you do not,
Oh, Greeny Pick getting
Yeah.
absolutely caught out. 4 people, he flashes away and
Okay.
somehow Smooth Criminal makes it out of that
Well,
very
flat-
illegal position.
So that's both sums.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think Green Epic needs to be in the top lane with TF supporting him. And I think Green Epic needs to split push to win the game. And I think all the team fights, he has not been flanking super well. So I think the only way to win the game is just to split.
I disagree. I don't think that you should be split pushing with the Darius. Darius has a lot of team fight presence, and your team really needs you to be there for them to contest any of these objectives. So he definitely has to show up. And the split push is honestly not that threatening from the Darius because you have like 4 champions on the opposing side that can just wave clear and kite the Darius if he tries to go for an all-in. So the split push threat isn't very high this game.
Well, you do have Twisted Fate, who can give Darius the support, and you do have a winning side lane. So I think as long as you wear up the jungle and maybe pressure mid, they don't necessarily have the best engage over here.
But if the blue side decides to just clear the wave under turret, it's very difficult for Darius to like force the issue.
I'm not sure if I agree. I think with Twisted Fate ulting in, I think there's definitely a chance if Darius and Wukong is left in a 1v1. Darius can definitely take advantage of that.
No, I'm saying that you don't have it be the Wukong. You just have like a Seraphine or Nico clear the wave, right? And then it's extremely difficult.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it looks like this is going to be I feel like blue team is getting away with a lot of scaling time right now. Both Twisted Fate and Darius is basically walking around the map, wondering how do I continue to push our leads?
And the big time bomb here is definitely the Senna, you know? Picking up these souls, getting that extra range, getting to a point where she can easily DPS and out-kite all of these divers and juggernauts on the enemy team.
Yeah, Senna will eventually reach a point where if Darius hesitates in front of her for a moment, she will just chunk him out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm really concerned for Tofu's team here. They are not keeping up the tempo that they need to. And also losing that dragon means they can't even play for a dragon win condition at a reasonable time now.
Yep, let's see if the Nico gets caught out here. A flash by the Xin Zhao going to be countered by the Nico's ultimate into a root. And Xin Zhao has to back off from that play. Ducky goes in onto the Echo, has to burn his ultimate to escape the Darius. Let's see if that cooldown matters in this fight.
Let's take a look at SK Telecom as well as the Wukong. They are both extremely low, and I believe Wukong and SK Telecom both have ultimate or teleport.
Blue team starts up the dragon first, and looks like it's going to be an easy burn, no contest.
Oh, I think the blue team is getting away with murder right here. They
Yeah.
definitely have to force an engage, and I think the best way to engage onto a Senna and Seraphine is just when they're doing the Drake, you just gotta run it down.
Yep, there's the ghost available on the Darius. You can just get in there, run in, rely on that Sterix, make space for your team, and try to force something. But the moment passes, and now we're left waiting for the next objective to come up.
Oh, it looks like they're
Oh, the collapsing onto the Darius. They spot him trying to recall pretty far up in the lane. A 3v1, the Echo stun misses, but with his phase rush, he's able to get way in front, and the 3 people beating on the Darius are too much for our
Even with Ghost,
top laner
it's so hard to outrun an Echo, Seraphine, and Senna. They have so much movement speed together and slows.
Yep.
So
Very
now,
easy pickup.
even as much as we might have criticized JP Morgan and Wukong in the laning stage, he will still be relatively useful in these team fights. He's still able to just knock people up in the backline.
And no matter how many times he's died in lane, it's going to be difficult to single him out in a team fight because he can rely on that decoy to buy himself time and get his combo, get his
there
ultimate.
might be a pick going on in the bot lane. They need to get them.
Looks like both sides content to farm it out for now. A 1,000 gold lead has been accrued by the blue team, and it's really starting to look like that timer is running out for the red team.
Yeah, TF just picked up his Lichbane, so his gold cards or any of the cards he draws will do a decent chunk of damage, but doesn't have the range to match Senna or Seraphine without RFC.
But rather than being completely defeatist about this, let's talk about what are the ways in which the red team can pull off, honestly, what would be a comeback at this point.
I mean, I still think if anybody on Eric's team missteps here, they can really capitalize it with Sinjal TF from Lucian. But more often than not, they've either been playing as a 4 and a 2 or 4 and 1 together. You probably don't want to be engaging solely on an Echo, or they haven't been able to quite coordinate together to capitalize on missteps.
I think one of the bigger issue is that this Senna is just slowly scaling. I believe the last time we checked, she's already about 135 souls, maybe even 140 right now. 136 at the moment. And I think as Senna gains that range, it's going to be a ticking time bomb. So definitely, I think
crit.
Yeah.
Also,
SK Telecom has to start making picks, otherwise this TF pick is going to be a lot more useless.
Because Seraphine was a lot to farm this whole game, she has the finished moonstep, and she also picked up Mikhail's to help counteract TF's power.
Yeah.
So if she's quick on the draw with that, then that initial ulti gold card is not going to be very effectual.
Yep. Really rough time to be playing the TF now.
Yeah. I think Darius has not been playing selfishly enough this game. I feel like there should be almost no situation where Darius, being that far up, now is currently down 20 CS to the Wukong. I think it's just maybe there's some macro issues over here, and maybe his team didn't play around him enough. But
looks like we got an engage looked for by the Darius and the Braum, but the blue team able to walk it off, zone with the Seraphine and Echo tools, and the red team being chased out of the jungle.
This is what we were concerned about with a pick like Darius.
Ducky going forward, being followed by the Wukong, red team getting absolutely chunked out. Darius forced to flash away, Ducky flashes after, and now it's the blue team chasing down the low HP members of the red team. Braum gets absolutely exploded. Darius looks to be the next target. Xin tries to buy space for his team, but in the end gets chunked out himself. Does buy enough space for his teammates to live. TF splitting on the bot side here, and I have to imagine that it's got to be either the Baron or the Dragon for blue team. It looks like they're going to opt for the Dragon.
Yeah, I think the Dragon's fair. Their Baron take's not the fastest in the world since Senna opted to go for an Eclipse as her mythic item. You can take Dragon reasonably quickly, and it will also let you just rotate down bottom lane to answer the push that TF has set up. We talked about this a little bit in the draft, like some of the concerns we have with the Darius pick. It's really hard to play Darius into champions like Seraphine that are able to just throw a wave of CC at you. Unless you can find a flank, it's
oh my
this game's
god, the
rough to
Senna
play.
has scaled. Look at that damage coming out onto the Lucian and now onto the Xin Zhao.
Right.
They
People who
just
are
do not
wondering,
have a good enough engage, I think, to touch the Seraphine, Nico, as well as the Senna poking from the backline.
anybody in the audience who is wondering why many don't consider Lucian to be a viable bot laner in the competitive meta nowadays, can see what happens to Lucian now. You have 248 CS to the 36 CS of Senna. Doesn't really matter very much.
Yeah, range disadvantage is a bit too much to overcome. And I am curious, when Nico turns into Senna, she gets Senna's auto attack range, correct?
I believe so. Yep.
Yeah.
But I think
it
Nico
is not going to hurt as much, though.
Yeah, it's definitely not as strong.
Maybe Lich Bane Nico.
But the
I
thing,
mean, Nico does have the auto attack bonus damage on her W.
okay, here comes the pick on the
Play.
Seraphine.
All right.
Okay.
Okay,
that's
let's go.
Immediately, Seraphine gets shut down.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can finish off the Darius. Looks like he lives with the Sterix. The gold card comes out from the TF, immediately cleansed. Senna gets out of that play. And
This is definitely a Baron angle right here.
I want to see them go onto this Baron. They have Darius.
They need to push
resetting,
this.
but he
There
decides
is
not to, and they need to start it. The Wukong TP's in. Oh, and they're just looking to pick off the
Nico clone.
Nico.
Pretty sure this guy is first time Nico. I'm pretty sure he played that perfectly right there.
Yeah,
And it looks like they're scared. They don't want to go for the Baron. They
Yeah,
prefer
they're
to
not
just catch the
confident
top.
that Seraphine is enough.
Well,
I think definitely
agree
you
that-
have to look for an engage there. You have Twisted Fate. Basically, you just have so much pick potential there that if you catch anyone with a stun card, it's almost instant death for them. And you know that Madre the Flame just cleansed.
Yeah, especially because Madre the Flame just cleansed and you've deleted the Seraphine who has the Mikhails. That being said, Echo, a pretty hard target to burst out with his ultimate, and Nico as well has her ultimate and Zanya's, so...
And if Seraphine is close to any of them with the Mikhails, you're not going to one-shot them.
Yeah, the burst targets, the window for TF to catch people out and immediately burst them out of the game is steadily closing.
And honestly, I think if TF wants to play that kind of engage Messiah playstyle as TF, you have to go for basically the stopwatch or Zanya's. Going for the death cap third, I think it's okay. I think it could be okay, but you have to play very, very differently. You have to play like as if you're a backline carry.
I think the way that he's been playing a
like that.
lot, RFC would have been really valuable as well.
Yeah, definitely. But I think RFC gradually loses value as Mikhail comes in and as Cherry Boba as the cleanse from Madre the Flame comes in.
Getting some poke down onto the Xin Zhao, putting him at about half HP.
No, we all know Senna's really after the 3 souls that were on the ground there. Xin Zhao was just an obstacle on the way.
An extra soul, a bonus soul, and blue team starts up the Baron. Red team not really in position to respond. They're on the way over. Let's see how they handle this.
Darius has a flank if they can enter in through the bot side and distract them a bit.
Echo diving in, gets the stun onto Xin Zhao and Braum. Wukong immediately onto the Lucian.
Okay, a gold card from the TF kills the Seraphine.
And we have eyes on the Darius, looking for the Senna. Let's see which one of these carries can win the fight.
Oh, Wukong is going to pop off. Oh,
no,
Darius
is the one who's popping off.
Darius was able to get a
Gets
key
the
flank.
triple kill and carries the team fight.
Yeah, Darius was able to get a really good flank there with the TF supporting him. No one was able to immediately turn onto the TF like what happened in many of the other fights. Now
Echo
they just
is
have to
out
make
here.
sure Echo doesn't steal the Baron.
Here comes the blue
But
card.
that's an easy
Here
gold
comes the red card.
Yeah.
Or the
One
gold
of those
card.
cards. You'll get there,
One of those
Vincent.
cards,
You'll get to
yeah.
the right one.
Honestly, Tofu pulled so many of these blue cards. I don't even know what kind of cards he has.
Wow, and we were talking about the red team being on a timer, but just like that, a huge team fight victory, and they're swinging right back into this game. 3,000 gold lead now lining their pockets.
Yeah.
So people don't consider Darius be a scaling pick basically at all, but if you're able to get a flank and hit people in the back line, you're still able to do a lot of damage.
Mhm.
You know, Darius, his brain has scaled. He found those team fight positioning, and he's gonna pop off.
It was just the Darius. I think that was SK Telecom actually had a really good ulti there to help the Darius catch
Yeah.
up to people who would normally be able to just weasel away out of from him.
Yeah.
Played around his win condition, abandoned his Lucian without a second thought, and said, "Hey Darius, I'm right here with you. Whatever you need."
Yeah.
Tofu knows his role in this game. Picks up the RFC.
I think with the Baron buff, if the red team plays it correctly, they can get a lot. They have a very, very strong 1-3-1 team composition. And Brahms disengage is also pretty good.
I think they have to be really careful not to just full group here, though.
Yeah, definitely not a full group here. I think running into a Senna Seraphine, just trying to poke them out is going to be tough.
Yeah, especially trying to avoid giving the Wukong a good angle to disrupt the entire team. In that last fight, we saw the Wukong ultimate essentially on only Pharaoh, not really reaching the full efficacy of that champion. And honestly, that being a big difference maker in that fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like they're going for the 1-3-1. And right now, chat, you should be really supporting SKT if you want to see a game 3 from this series.
Oh, Wukong going in for the 1v1 against TF, but getting
He
absolutely
definitely does not win
punked
here.
out. The gold card is true, and that's Wukong getting picked off in the side lane.
Is anyone else here just astounded by how little damage Wukong did?
Yeah, it turns out that going 0-6 is not great for your damage output.
He's 0-6, but he still has 3 items.
Yeah, I think at that point, Tofu is level 18 with Ignite, with RFC. The amount of time that it takes for Wukong to walk up to Twisted Fate. Oh, Twisted Fate just kills Senna.
Oh my god.
Cracks open the game. Wukong might be, or Darius might be able to find Nico here. No, it looks like the Nico's.
TF should just be ulting right now. TF should be ulting right now.
And this split push, they could end the game off of this. The death timers are quite long. They have 35 seconds on the Senna. TF in a very awkward position goes for the gold card against Echo, just barely makes it out. And oh no, TF dropped and the Echo is able to get an ultimate, a huge Nico ultimate to stall out this fight. Gets the damage, Braum goes down.
Where is the Darius? Darius needs to come.
No,
The Wukong has
Darius is
respawned,
pushing
but Darius
top.
has decided that he's going to push down the top lane turret and get out of there.
So they get 1 inhib overall from this, and also crack open the inhib tower top. Having 2 inhib towers down makes the game really volatile for blue side.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think if this Twisted Fate plays it to perfection, there's almost no way that they can come back into this game. I think over there, if Twisted Fate just held on to his initial gold card and gold card a little bit faster, and his team play through that Echo, Zhonya's and ultimate a little bit better, Echo was dead there, and they probably go on and win the game there.
I think if Tony flashes in on the Echo, he would also be in heal range for Tofu and save his life there. But that's a really hard
things.
Yeah.
Small things to see that could have ended the game there, but we'll have to see how this one plays out now.
You know, I think Tofu is probably like a pro player first time in the champion. I think as the game has scaled, he has learned the strengths and weaknesses of his champion, and he's been popping off the last couple of times we see him on screen.
40 minutes, he's learned how to play TF.
I think it's more likely that he's remembering what this champion's able to do. And also he has the items that he can get away with plays that he wasn't able to before.
Yeah. You know, sometimes I remember it took Medio 60 minutes to learn how to do the insect. And it looks like it is only taking Tofu about 30 minutes to learn how to play TF. So he's definitely up there.
Yeah, our
40 minutes
observer.
for a gold card.
Oh, here's a
Oh,
gold card
Wukong.
forcing out the flash from Wukong.
That's a huge team fight tool that's just gone from the map.
Yeah,
One
we see that.
question I do have to ask is what is Sinzao doing? Well, I spread the
Now
rest of
getting
the
his
team is
Krugs, making sure that he's keeping that farm up.
Look, you thought Xin Zhao would be a potato once you hit late game. If you just keep taking like Krugs and your entire jungle side, maybe you'll do something.
Okay,
Yep,
here comes
and
Engage.
Engage onto the Darius, chunking
Okay.
him out.
Here
Zinzao
comes
going
the Echo.
right in onto the Nico, isn't able to finish him off, and Zinzao is just going to get burned through. The rest of the team doesn't have anything to say about that, and it looks like both teams are going to back off of that. And we have now a 4v5 going into the Dragon Soul fight.
Yeah. I think this is definitely a split push angle. I think Twisted Fate had to use the Destiny Gate right there.
So Ducky's gonna go for the dragon. Red team has to know that something's up, that they might be giving up the Dragon Soul, but it doesn't look like they're comfortable with contesting for inhib in this downtime.
Yeah. I think at this point, Senna is going to scale infinitely, and Senna also has the stopwatch to prevent any engages. I think this game, split push is the name of the game. Twisted Fate is up to him and to finish off the Nexus Tower and basically hold on until that. Honestly, the blue team just should not be able to walk out of the base and threatening the Twisted Fate ult into picking off almost any single person at this point.
Red team should look to split push and then pressure Baron.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. Even though they do have the Dragon Soul, as long as you give Twisted Fate enough vision for him to work with, you can definitely be pressuring Baron right here.
Well, I think the Cloud Soul is way less useful on blue team than it is on red team. Although having 4 Cloud Dragons for the CDR is really valuable.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like there might be a fight breaking out for control around the Baron area.
Yeah.
Red team has the position on this fight. Wukong alone in the bot lane, moving over to join his team now. Blue team pushing up into the river, trying to get the wave, but red team is already halfway through the Baron and not respecting how quickly they can go through it. And it looks like red team is going to turn off of the Baron into the fight. The Seraphine ult gets blocked by a huge Nico ultimate. And SKT goes into the back line, goes for the hero play, Zanya's, but then he's going to drop, and only one blue team member has died.
Okay.
Arrow picks up the Echo, but the Senna is still
really tough to
alive and free firing. I don't think there's any way for these two to take on the 3 enemy team members. Look at that range. It's absolutely absurd. And that's an easy pickup for Senna, shutting down the Darius and killing the Lucian.
Greedy Pig tries his best there, taking advantage of his Stride Breaker and the bush to get the jump onto Senna, but he just doesn't have the damage. He doesn't have his 5 stacks.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like bot inhib just respawned. Let's see, Nico's resetting to try and stop the Summon minions from taking the inhib.
I think SK Telecom T1 is going for hero plays after hero plays, and sometimes it just doesn't work for him. I think it's much better to play a backline with the kind of items that you have right now. And honestly, I think at this point is maybe Destiny Gate into their base would have been a much better play.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't think that he would have had enough time to end the game, so...
Yeah, but I think it would have definitely forced the Wukong and maybe the Nico TP right there.
I don't think he could end the game, but he could probably get 2 inhibs. Actually, just the one. The bot
A
would
inhib
take too
probably.
long to respawn.
Yeah. I think at this point now it's going to be very, very difficult. I think
the Elder fight probably going to be one last big team fight opportunity. Let's see if the red team opts to go for the drawn battle lines fight, or if they attempt something sneaky with these open inhibs.
Yeah, I think Twisted Fate at this point. I think TF should just maybe ult on cooldown, just try to look for picks here, and regardless, everything is going to be back up by the time it's time for Dragon.
Mm-hmm. We can see that Lucian now has picked up a QSS of his own, going to be able to get away from the Senna Seraphine Nico snares, and hopefully allowed to play a little bit further up in these team fights.
Right now, they're forced into an awkward. They're not playing the game that they want to. They're being forced to team fight and deal with this Baron.
Yeah, Darius looking for the flank, but there is a ward, which should spot him out. Nope, he's still unseen, but if he does move around, the blue team will be able to see him coming. A gold card onto the Nico.
Okay.
Okay, that's a
looks to
good
block
block
some
by
of the
Braum
return
to save his
damage,
captain.
but the turret
But
does
look at the
drop, and look
Senna.
at how much range Senna has. Holy crap. How do you get on top of something like that? With the GA, with so much defensive power.
Yeah, giving up the Baron is proving to be really costly for Tofu's team here. They don't have any way to just match the blue team head on. And if you have Baron buff, you can just group up as 5.
And anytime a member gets even remotely close, the Senna is there, hitting those auto attacks. Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Hero just
Just
dies.
instantly blown up. Zinzao goes in, but none of his team is with him. A stopwatch from the TF is going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. Darius trying to make the hero 1v5, but there's no way he can get through all of the heals and shields from the blue team. And 4 members down, Braum the only one left alive. This is going to be the victory over to shorting Jianlu.
Yeah, that looks like it's game. So we have to give it to the 3-peat team. Madre the Flame.
Congrats. Without dropping a single game, Madre the Flame takes the Williams Winter LoL 3-peat.
I think this game was definitely winnable. There were certainly moments in this game where Tofu's team, if they just executed a little bit more cleanly, if they were just a touch more coordinated, they could have closed out the game in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw the huge advantage generated early in the game by Green Epic. And it was enough to carry one of those team fights. But they just fell a little bit short of the execution required to close out this game. All right, taking a look at the final standings. In our semifinals on the A side, Mike Muted won a 2-1 victory over It's an 8th, whereas in the B side, Shorting Jianlu took the clean 2-0 over Team Sammy Diff. And now wrapping up the finals, Shorting Jianlu completing their undefeated Williams Winter LoL run with another 2-0 series against Tofu's team, Mike Muted.
I think a decent amount of this might have been the players that Eric was able to draft onto his team. He was able to pull Jianlu and Ducky way later in the draft than we would expect based on their performance in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely getting some good value picks with those two. And even at the end of the draft, Cherry Boba really punching above his weight for the spot in the draft that he was picked in. Good value from
and
from
Cole,
Madre the Flame.
Literally first timing Nico for the tourney and pulls out the win.
Yeah,
true
definitely.
BM.
Yeah, but to be fair, he looks like he was playing against a first time TF for the first 20 minutes of the game.
Fair. So as soon as Eric's team is available, we'll try to pull one of them in to do a little winners interview. Oh, yeah. Do we have an MVP for the series overall?
For the series overall, I would say probably the Madre the Flame has my vote. His first game, the Lucian versus the Cassidy, and the second game, I think the infinite scaling on Senna definitely propelled him to victory.
Yeah, I agree completely. The game 1 Lucian performance was absolutely beautiful and completely dismantled the Cassidy. And game 2, you saw the Senna being such a huge force in that late game. So Madre the Flame, definitely going to be my series MVP.
What about the tournament MVP?
Tournament MVP. Well, it's got to be the MVP of the finals. Eric consistently, putting on those carry performances, able to carry yet another team to a Williams Winter LoL final.
Really? Personally, give it to Ducky. I think he did a really good job of keeping comms clear in the team and making sure everyone knew where threats were on the map, how to play the game at certain moments, and apparently coaching Jian Lu through the entire top lane stage.
Well, fair enough. I didn't have any insights into their comms, so.
Yep. Yeah. I think whoever did their draft was definitely very, very intelligent. And I think honestly, I think they had very, very clean draft every single game throughout the whole entire series. Now it looks like we have Eric in room 1, and let's get him in here. Hello, Eric. How's it going?
Yo, what's up? GG's.
GG.
Good games from Eric Johnson.
Yeah, I want to say I'm definitely not the tournament MVP. I was telling my team, I did great in like peaking and having visually good performances in the last 2 games. But I definitely would say that it would be Ducky or Coleman for the tournament MVP. Probably Ducky. I need to advocate.
All right, well.
Advocate for my team.
That's really good to hear from the captain. Were there any moments throughout this tournament run where you really felt like your win or loss record would have been a little tarnished?
Yeah, I definitely think we ramped up. Like our first few games of group stage. Well, our first game, Vincent Cough, wasn't exactly close, but I think against Voidless they played us really close in the group stages, and we had some other close games. But yeah, best of 3s. We came into our own. We discovered the Udyr pick. It all came together. You guys like our Lucian flex?
Yeah, we were definitely
I was
complimenting the Lucian
astounded that Tofu didn't take armor runes into that matchup.
Really? You didn't think it was gonna be Seraphine?
I thought it was really obvious that you were going to flex the Lucian
Well,
mid. And run
we considered it, but we might not have done it. But then Twitch chat, and their ever longing wisdom, someone on our team was like, "Wait, so Twitch chat says we should flex it." And I'm like,
I'm
you know
pretty
what?
sure I was one of the biggest proponents of they should obviously swap the Seraphine mid and Lucian bot lane.
All right, somehow BZK trying to claim credit for my win here. Incredibly.
Truly amazing, the mental gymnastics that
the
this,
mental
this man is able to perform.
That
The
Lucian mid.
audacity of the brain. But yeah, and then
and
last
honestly, Cole
game,
played the Seraphine bot lane pretty well.
Cole, another banger pick. Said he was like bronze 1 on the spreadsheet. Dude performed like a plat at least.
Maybe you should have him play some more Nico. He's did pretty well on the champion.
He did not know anything about Nico. I'm pretty sure he wasn't even sure like the champion existed until Ducky fervently advocated for it.
What was
the memes?
What was the idea? It was for the memes. It was just a pure BM.
It was pure BM. He gave some anecdote about how he like coached a team in Europe and told them to play Nico for the first time, and they did. It went well. And
now he can say he helped coach a team or be a player in a team in America. First time Nico. And
maybe a little less prestigious, but
no, he just needs to start working with teams in China and Korea and advocating the same thing.
Yeah, calm, cool, and collected. I see you guys in chat. That's a good one. And perhaps the summation of the tournament, Jian Lu was in fact shorted, and we see his stock in the final game, running it down to Darius. Hits rock bottom, and the team
he came
cashes
out with
out.
a win. So do you not think he actually just
cashes out? Well, no, this is how shorting works. Don't we want him to go down?
Yeah. No,
I wanna
Eric has
go
it
down,
right.
but I'd
Good,
argue
good understanding of the financial
I
markets.
may be a philosophy major, but don't underestimate my Reddit facial knowledge of issues. Surface level
that's
knowledge.
good to hear, Eric. Alright. So Yumi
Ah,
won 3 winter laws in a row. 3 Williams tournaments in a row if we exclude Summer Wall. Do you have any advice for or tips for other potential captains that might be looking to take the throne?
well,
Particularly
there's
to C-Max over here, who had a different
Whoa,
performance.
whoa.
I
I
mean, ZMAX
drafted
has his
for
secondary objectives.
my own goals, and boy, did I complete them.
Yeah, which you can respect. But for someone actually trying to win, I definitely think helping people maximize their potential and like knowing their role, finding champs that work for them and at their own skill level, at their position that they're put in is really important. Also, maintaining the balance of levity and seriousness. At the end, you saw we kind of flipped over to more for fun, but it's a game. It's important to have fun. So yeah, those are the two main things I would say. Helping people know their roles, and having a good time.
Do you think you're gonna adopt Ducky's strategy for any of your future teams of having people first time Nico in pivotal matches?
I was pretty opposed to the Nico. I wanted Gian to play Inting Scion, something he was like AD Scion. He was advocating for all tournament. But we decided we could only meme in one position, and he wanted to play the Nico.
I see.
Do you guys want to interview anyone else on my team?
So we already had a brief interview with Ducky when you guys won your semifinals match.
Mm-hmm.
I know Gian has been clamoring to join the interview desk. So do you think we should bring him on, Beegers?
Oh, sure. Let's get him in here.
You should get all 3.
All right, Gian's ready. All right, welcome to the cast, Gian.
How does it feel to be shorted for an entire tournament?
Dude, goddamn! I plummeted. My team was correct. By the end, we were at the bottom.
Well, I don't
know about we.
I was at the bottom. Congrats to Jake One. Beating me in lane as per usual.
Yeah, Vincent, do you have any advice for Gian in the Wukong Darius matchup? It appears Vincent might still be having some internet issues over here.
Let's get calm, cool, and collected in here.
Yeah, I think we should get Colin.
Get Colin.
And
Yeah,
Jesse, the boys.
I think you should just get everyone from your team
We
in
need
here.
the boys.
Just have the winner.
Yeah. People from Eric's team, feel free to hop into any of the room 1 through 4 in the Winstall chat, and we'll drag you over to the broadcast channel.
Winners party.
Also, if you don't want to be on stream, you're not obligated to. But it looks like everyone's down. All right, welcome to the broadcast. Congratulations
Where's our
on the
championship
Winstall
cup?
2021 win.
Thank you.
Hello.
It was a team effort. We all played admirably.
Yeah, and I'm sure you all put out the same amount of effort, utility in that last game,
Cole,
especially.
Can you tell us about the Nico pick? Like how
So
how
here's
familiar are
the
you with this
idea.
map?
Here's the idea behind the Nico pick. All right,
Yeah.
it's really simple, actually. So I was expecting that at some point people would have figured out that we're putting Cole on just Malzahar or Seraphine. And so I needed a champion that was very, very similar to one of those two champions, just like wave clears mid and like neutralizes any threat in team fights. So I was like, looking through the champion pool, and I was like, wait a minute, Ziggs exists, Xerath exists, but they're pretty unsafe. So I was like, what pick works really great? Nico. And it's pretty similar to Seraphine, right? Like the E's work very similarly. The Q has the same like arc, come down, land in like a little balloon, kind of similar stuff. So I just figured, I have faith in Cole. He's a cracked mid laner. He performed really well in the past games. So, give him the opportunity to really shine the last game, and he did. I mean, that game was really close until Cole just, I mean, he popped off. He landed some great ultis, great E's, great poke. I mean, he's
Yeah, and,
nuts.
and the reason that I was down is because sometimes I've faced Nico before, like just random matchmaking, but I never have any idea what the abilities do because I was too lazy to look up the abilities, and I thought this was a great chance to learn the abilities.
Oh,
So
educational experience for you.
exactly.
Calm and collected in the
Calm, cool, and
finals.
collected, dude. He didn't have a single moment of
Ducky,
anxiety or fear.
Oh yeah.
Ducky, at what point did you realize that Cole didn't actually even own the champion?
When I asked him if he owned the champion.
I feel like that was part of the allure.
Yeah.
I want to
That
be
that
clear
that
that this.
honestly, if he didn't if he owned Nico and had played it before, I would not have gone for it.
Yeah, so this is not like a purely tactical decision. Like definitely would have been best to just have him play Seraphine. Oh, I said that earlier, but seeing as Nico, maybe not. But could have just picked a tank support.
And to be completely honest, though, I do think that in that situation, not having a tank, dedicated tank in that team composition is really really good for us actually. So
Dude,
it
we
was
had to
like
face we had to face
it
check
was
Rushes so much. I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
we had a
I
lot of
think it made
ways
the game
actually. It
pretty
was
hard.
I disappeared mid lane in like 1 second.
yeah,
Face
you
check for
did,
Baron.
you did get popped.
Every 30 seconds, you're like, wait, uh-oh, are they doing Baron, guys?
Yeah.
GM off in the side lane, accumulating a bounty, farming. We had
Is there anything you think SK Telecom's T1's team should have done that would have allowed them to get the win in that second game?
In terms of gameplay, I'm not certain. They had a really strong early game. They played it really well. It's just we managed to stall some fights, just long enough to give us time to scale up, and that was really it. They drafted really well. I really liked the draft in both the first and second games. I think they were the best team at drafting against us. But it
They
was
didn't
just
quite do enough
they just
research. They should have banned the Nico.
yeah they should have known that
They looked at our owned, like the champions we owned, but they didn't look at the store. That was their problem.
yeah
They didn't
that
see
was
the
their big
champions we
flaw.
could acquire.
I think the biggest flaw in the draft first game is that they should have used all 5 bans on me instead of only 4.
Yeah.
Wow, Chad. The Alistar came out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a couple questions from the chat. Abraham Park asks, "What was your favorite or most memorable tournament moment from the tourney?"
Who wants to go first?
Does anyone have one?
What even
I
happened? I was stuck on tanks all tournament.
I
No,
did
you
like
played Wukong for one game. Or for
Oh yeah, that
Oh,
game
wait.
disappeared from my memory.
I have one. I
you played
think
two games.
our first game of semifinals today, we got a really good trade in the mid lane. Anivia's egg was popped and was unfortunately not killed. So I roamed from bot as Leona and flash ignited for the kill and walked out.
Yeah,
That was a great play by Jesse.
I was helping cast that game. We barely caught it because we thought Anivia was clear and out. And as soon as I moved the camera back to Anivia, I saw she was literally on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
I
was a
think
really good play.
I would either say the Lucian flex against Cassidy, because I've memed so much about how I love playing Lucian mid against Cassidy, including Tofu. So it's nice. Or the 240 Soul Senna was, that felt pretty nice.
In the last two games, I definitely agree. I think one of my favorite moments for you, Eric, was when we were playing in the group stages against what was it, Snowy Summers team, and you like dashed into them and like killed Yumi with your ulti and like survived on, like barely 1 HP. That was a really cool pop up moment for you.
All right, let's not talk about that game. That game was a little bit unfortunate.
It
was a 2-27 kind of game. It's a little unfortunate.
For today, one of my favorite moments. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just gonna say that I think my favorite moment is when Abraham was finally eliminated because that's the real reason I joined this tournament, along with most of my friends. And so I would like to point out that he did not beat any of us in a game, I think. And so I just, we appreciated our primary objective, and that's why I felt comfortable going for the Nico and things like that because the real objective had been accomplished.
Yeah, Cole, would you like to make any comment to the rest of your friend group? A lot of them are in Twitch chat right now.
No thanks. They
Okay.
don't deserve it.
All right.
Oh my god.
I think my personal favorite moment for myself was in the second game against the Warwick when I was like going to my wolves and there was just like a huge clan fiesta about them trying to kill me. That was really a really funny moment, I think.
Oh no, I'm gonna have a pleasure editing that clip later for you.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
All the games of Udyr you played are gonna be really fun to make into a highlight clip.
Yeah, one great moment, a victory for democracy really, was when I was adamantly opposed to Ducky locking in Udyr, just because we had never practiced with it. He like hadn't played it much, and we could have had a better denial pick. And he was like, no, 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 let's do it. And then, you know, me as a gracious captain allowed the glory of democracy to make the decision. Lo and behold, we won. Udyr won't be died.
Wait, so what
Imagine doubting the first time Udyr and the first time Nico.
I'll admit it, I doubted it.
Wait, so Eric, what were like the big decisions that you made to help your team then?
Really put me on the spot here, Ben. Well, again, I could have. I was the one clicking the mouse in champ select, so like I could have done other things for sure. I think Orange Seraphine, my genius brain said that was good.
Plead,
I don't know.
You should plead the fifth here.
I'll plead the fifth.
Okay.
We need Gian's favorite memory, right?
Yeah. And a question from Haswell, a little bit flamey, but he asks, Gian, how much did going 0-4 in 2020 fuel your desire to claim the throne?
I played absolutely no games of League before we started this, so yeah, it fueled me 100%. I was going at full force.
Weird flex, but okay.
Something like that.
You definitely needed some fuel to power the tank engine for that long.
Do you have a favorite memory, Gian?
Can we release the Singe? That would have been my favorite memory if I got to play Singe
Yeah.
once.
Well,
Once
you
this
played
tournament.
Sage in a lot of scrims. I think that might have been the problem there.
I guess my attempt at no, there was one where I caught out an ADC somewhere. I don't remember. Like I ulted in. What was the game?
Wow, if this is the most memorable
Yeah,
moment
I don't
for
know.
Gian,
I don't even know.
clearly needs to see a doctor.
Honestly,
do you remember what champion you're playing?
It was Scion. Scion.
Yeah, there was a fight where Gian he just like ran into their team against I forgot who their AC was, maybe Senna.
It was MF. It was against Asian
MF,
people.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, when we like 3v5?
He just blew him up. It was a really nice.
Yeah. Because I ended up getting in and then got a full charge Q off.
I remember that.
And then Brandon MF went all the way back to base, and then Udyr just whacked him.
Yeah, just ran him
Like he
down.
just ran him down. That was pretty funny.
I did apologize to MF for that one.
We got a very, very good question in the chat. Will Eric Johnson write another Williams record article stroking his ego?
Who's that question from?
Huh?
Abraham Park won.
Abraham Park.
Oh, the man accredited with the article. Yeah, we were given an opportunity to write an article for the record. I think they were like low on actual sports or something. But yeah, I ended up ghostwriting a little bit. Might have had threw in a little rhetorical flair, but
Yeah, who knows? Maybe this time we can get you published on the alumni Twitter as well. Yeah.
oh yeah, there was a line in that article that Abe wrote. He had a quote. Eric Johnson is always there about Jessup at the weirdest hours. Really freaking exposed me.
And I think last question we could take from Lauren. Eric, do you think you're the best League player to ever come to Williams College?
I guess Coleman doesn't go to Williams, so definitely not. Maybe I'm the best winter LoL captain, to ever go to Williams College, but nah, there are a lot of good league players.
All right. So I think we can like start closing up the stream soon. Do we have any final remarks from the winning team over here? Anything you want to say? Last words you want to say to the audience while everyone's here?
Hello, fellow Williams students.
Well, Eric, we have to deny Eric the 4th win
Yeah, I
next
think
year.
4 years, 4 wins since I took a year off it would be good. Be some good parallelism.
If I'm on your team, I'll deny you the 4th win. I got to.
Yeah, I'm never drafting Jin again. I wrung one win out of him. That's all I'm gonna get.
You could name your team shorting Jianglu again, though.
I'm selling my stock. Selling my shares.
It'll be very interesting if the next team name you call Longing Jianglu goes.
I think that might mean some other thing.
Oh, no. Longing Jianglu.
Yeah, we're keeping this stream relatively PG. All right.
Yeah.
And with that, I think we're about done. Is there anything else we want to say from the other casters here?
Yeah, I think I just want to congratulate the winning team, and I definitely want to thank all the members who work on the cast, as well as all the organizer who basically helped us organize the event, as well as our sponsor. I think basically everyone did a fantastic job, both getting the technical side set up and make sure that there is basically not a lot of technical issues throughout the whole entire tournament, and with the stream. Definitely deserve a very, very big thank you. As well as I think I just want to say that BZK set up the whole entire stream by himself along with Welp Paul, and I think they're the tournament and the stream would not have happened without them. So definitely thank BZK and Paul for setting up the whole entire stream. I think that was very, very, very. Thank you so much for doing it.
Yeah, no props, fam. Paul, you can unmute
Applause.
yourself.
You guys will never
figuring
hear
out
Paul.
how to unmute.
The
Okay,
man
now
behind
people
the
should
screen.
be able to hear
I
me.
believe
Yeah. I don't know. If
There's the
only I
microphone.
recorded the one recorded all of the games. BZK would have a
Yeah,
lot less effort, but I've done that. But this is being recorded right now. That's all I
Yeah,
can
that
say.
just means I have another 6 hours of video rendering to do.
No, correction 8.
Very
Yeah, I think also one other thing that definitely check out our montage video from Ben Bowie. I think that's going to be released in the next week or the next couple of weeks
I
or
think so
so.
to be done tomorrow.
Let's go ahead and say couple of weeks. Let's not put a 1 week timeline on this.
Yeah, definitely tune in for the stream then, and yeah.
Check out Drop Pod. I
Yeah.
learned it was the CEO's Octet alum who I actually know, and he's a cool guy.
Yeah, he came on the stream and rooted for you.
Let's go.
Yeah, definitely not scripted tournament, by the way, by Drop Pod.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had no
Also-
idea. I saw that. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, we'll be also be announcing an additional sponsor from the Williams College Octet Group. They'll be performing perhaps at the next tournament.
Yeah, thanks,
We'll
Eric.
sing the national anthem.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay. All right. I think we can close up the stream now.
All right. Everyone, thanks for tuning in.